An hour before daybreak, Cadel and his group started their climb up the mountain. Jerkins went with them because it was what William and he had agreed upon beforehand. As the ambassador of the Helen Kingdom, it would be best for him to travel with Cadel to prevent any mishaps along the way. William, on the other hand, was not in a hurry to follow them. They were now at the middle of the mountain and would take at least one more day to reach the peak. The system did an in-depth scan of the mountain and found something interesting. It was none other than an undiscovered crystal mine. However, it was not any ordinary crystal mine, but a mine where one could excavate magic crystals. Magicians used these crystals to increase their magic powers, which allowed them to break through to the upper circles. For example, first circle magicians would easily be able to advance to the second circle if they got their hands on a high-grade magic crystal. It was similar to the beast cores that William used to upgrade his Disciple of Thunder job class. It was quite unfortunate that William wouldn't be able to use his magic powers at this point in time. However, that didn't mean that he couldn't upgrade all of his mage classes to their max levels. William couldn't wipe away the smile on his face when the system informed him that there were enough high-grade magic crystals to upgrade his Prince of Thunder, Ice Wizard, Fire Mage, Water Mage, Wind Mage to their max levels. The system even proposed to take the entire mine and put it inside his domain. William readily agreed to this plan because having a magic crystal mine inside his domain would increase the magic density in the air and would give benefits to the residents inside the 1,000-beast domain. Half an hour later, William woke Wendy up, and the two of them huddled together on an elevated spot in the mountain to look at the east. It was still dark and cold, but their intertwined hands under the blanket kept both of them warm. The others also started to stir and joined the two as they waited for their first ever sunrise in the Kyrantor Mountains. While they were waiting, Kenneth sat beside William and spoke his thoughts out loud. "I have a feeling that Cadel will make things difficult for us later on," Kenneth said. "There should be various checkpoints up the mountain, and I'm sure that he has already alerted all of them. I'm afraid that we will be barred entry when we arrive at their outposts." William nodded in agreement. "Don't worry, I have already anticipated that this would happen. Just leave it to me." Kenneth smiled because William's voice was filled with confidence. Because of this, all the worries in his mind disappeared completely. When the sun finally poked its head up in the east, the world was slowly filled with light. Wendy sighed as she rested her head on William's shoulder. This was not the first time she had seen the sunrise, however, this time was special. She was together with the person she liked, and this made the experience extra special. After admiring the sunrise for a few minutes, the group had breakfast and resumed their climb. An hour later, William asked them to stop and led them on a detour around the mountain. After another hour of riding, they arrived at the entrance of a small cave. William ordered everyone to dismount, and he led the way inside the cave using a lamp that was powered by low-grade magic crystals. "Commander, where are we?" Amelia asked as they headed deeper to the caves. "Aren't we supposed to climb the third peak?" "I also don't know where we are," William replied. "However, one of the locals told me that there was a cave located in this area, and he said that there were ice lotuses that could be found here from time to time." "Really?" Amelia's eyes widened in shock. William hummed as he continued to guide them deeper within the cave. Ice lotuses were very rare herbs that most alchemists would buy for exuberant prices. They said that when you used it to make a special cream, your skin would remain youthful and would not wrinkle for 20 years. It was also used to craft special medicines that gave a strong immunity to cold poison, frostbite, and any diseases that were caused by the cold. It was also a very potent herb that could be digested raw by those who specialize in ice magic in order to drastically boost the effectiveness of their ice magic for a short period of time. It was another unexpected discovery by the system, and a perfect excuse for the group to take a detour from their intended destination. "Wow, so many ice lotuses," Amelia exclaimed. "Commander, are all of these real?" "Of course they're real," William smirked. "Why would we waste our time coming here if they were not?" Over 100 ice lotuses floated on what seemed to be an icy lake within the cavern. According to Amelia's estimate, all of them combined would easily gain them around 30 million gold coins if they were to sell them in an auction house. That was more than enough money to arm the members of the Angorian War sovereign to the teeth. "All of you are to stay here to gather the ice lotuses," William ordered. "Remember, do it carefully or the lotuses will wilt and lose their value. I will scout around this area and will be back in an hour. William then patted Kenneth's shoulder as he whispered something in his ears. I'll leave them in your care. Watch over them for me and make sure they don't get into trouble. I'll be back in a few hours. Kenneth reluctantly nodded his head. To be honest, he wanted to go with William, but since the latter had given him an order, he had no choice but to obey. He didn't want to break William's trust in him, so he could only endure and help the others gather the ice lotuses in the lake. William left the group and told them to wait for him until his return. He also asked Ella to guard the path leading to the magic crystal mine and to prevent anyone from secretly following him. An hour after William left his comrades at the ice lotus lake, he arrived at a dead end. We're here, host. The magic crystal mine is right behind this thick wall of ice. Understood, William replied as he took out Stormcaller from his storage ring. He took a fighting stance as he focused his aura into his weapon to strengthen it. According to the system, the wall of ice was over 10 meters thick. This was why the natives of the Kyrantor Mountains were not able to discover that there was a treasure trove within the mountain. The ice was able to keep the power of the magic crystals from leaking, which allowed William to take it all for himself. Lightning God War Art, 7th form, William muttered as Stormcaller's lightning bolts congregated on its tip. He was planning to pierce through the wall of ice that had been protecting the magic crystal mine for thousands of years. Pierce through the void, Longinus. With a thrust of his spear, the wall of ice in front of him was obliterated, creating a tunnel. The 7th form, Longinus, was an ability that could pierce through almost anything. It could even destroy magic barriers if William could empower it with enough magic or aura. Without a doubt, it was one of the aces up William's sleeve. The half-elf returned Stormcaller inside his storage ring and proceeded to check the mine that the system had discovered while scanning the mountains. The half-elf's eyes widened when he found himself surrounded by thousands of glittering magic crystals. It was not a magic crystal mine, but a magic crystal cavern. The very air was radiating with magic power, and William immediately noticed an unbelievable phenomenon in his status page. Gained exp 1000. 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 Oh my goddess, William exclaimed. Just being bathed by the concentrated magic in the air was enough for him to gain experience points. The system had already switched his job class to his Ice Wizard job class, and the experience points quickly filled up his experience bar. Host, we need to move the magic crystals inside the 1000 Beast Domain ASAP. The magic is starting to leak, and it might cause a phenomenon in the sky above our location. It would be bad if the natives were to notice. How do we transfer it? William asked. You will need to use the power of the 3 divinities in order to distort the surroundings and allow us to safely transfer the entirety of the mine inside the 1000 Beast Domain. I will also need to use 1000 God points to buy the auxiliary consumables that will make the transfer less problematic. God points 5980. Deducting God points to buy consumables. God points 4980. William sat on the ground and called out to the 3 divinities inside his sea of consciousness. The king chess piece, the CPU core, and the lollipop glowed at the same time and pooled their power to distort the world around William, creating a minor god domain. The system carefully engulfed the entire magic crystal cavern inside the god domain. It made sure that not even a single piece of magic crystal was left out. When everything was ready, it immediately transferred the mine into the 1000 Beast Domain. It had already prepared a place for it, and the mine was successfully relocated behind William's personal villa within the 1000 Beast Domain. When William opened his eyes, he almost didn't recognize his surroundings. The entire cavern had been gouged out of the mountain, leaving behind a wide crater. It was also at this moment when William saw a 2-meter-tall block of ice that was emitting mists in the distance. Is this also a magic crystal? William asked the system. Please don't approach it, host. Let me scan it first. Initiating comprehensive scan. Scan successful completed. William waited patiently. He was really curious what this big block of ice was and what it was doing inside the magic crystal cavern that he had transported inside his domain. Host, the block of ice that you see is a magical block of ice that is being maintained through the use of the power of the magic crystals inside this cavern. If my calculation is correct, this block of ice is thousands of years old. A block of ice that is thousands of years old. I'm sure that those who do ice sculptures would love to have it in their collection. Surprisingly, I found a beast trapped inside it, and after matching my scan against the database, I found out its name and origins, a beast trapped in the ice. William's eyes widened in surprise. After the initial shock ended, it was replaced by pity, for a beast to be trapped inside a block of ice for thousands of years was a very tragic thing. William cautiously approached the frozen beast and observed it carefully. The ice prison was not that thick, but all he could see was a blurred image of a beast that seemed to be only a foot tall and half a meter long. The rainbow-colored scales on its back illuminated the block of ice, which made it very attractive to look at. The creature's claws were curled up into its feet, and its head was raised in an arrogant manner. William assumed that it was taking a fighting pose before it got frozen in ice. System. My appraisal skill can't pass through the block of ice. Can you tell me the details of this beast? Certainly. I will post the details on the host's status page. William opened his status page and checked the information that was passed to him by the system. Threat level. C. Low cannot be added to the herd when the world was still young. And monsters rampaged the land. The Kasaganaga was one of the few demigods who favored humans. It has the power to call out rain, which helped them grow their crops and ensured that their lands remained fertile. It was said that the rainbow-colored scales that cover its body had given birth to the rainbows that could be seen after rain. This is a gentle beast by nature and dislikes conflict. However, whenever it is threatened, it will curl up its body and start to roll alongside rain, thunder. Lightning, the small demigod, would charge at its enemies and was given the nickname Rolling Calamity. By the gods of that era, this creature is the bane of all ant-type beasts. It has no known weakness. Hyoga. William almost choked on his spit. Are you sure this is a demigod? I'm 100% certain. Host. William didn't know what to feel after reading the information about the deity of the sky. Initially, he thought that all demigods were calamity-class beasts. However, the Kasaganaga that they had discovered was only Class C and currently trapped inside the block of ice, frozen in time. Did its power degrade after being frozen in ice? William inquired. He then looked at the rainbow-colored creature that had been confined inside the block of ice for thousands of years. It is highly possible. According to the simulations that I made, it would take at least tens of thousands of years before a demigod would degrade to this level. The poor thing, William thought. The half-elf had a good impression of the Kasaganaga because it was a demigod that aided humanity during their time of need. He thought of Spire back in the enchanted forest. The guardian of the herd was a pacifist and disliked conflicts. However, it would not take a step back if someone threatened the safety of its herd. William had a feeling that the Kasaganaga was similar to Spire and decided to set the creature free on behalf of the humans that it had saved in the past. Just what kind of being could freeze a demigod? William asked the system. Host, only a demigod can fight a demigod. Maybe the Kasaganaga was defeated in a fight against demigods and was imprisoned in this block of ice. According to my hypothesis, the magic crystal mine was used to keep the seal in place. Now that it's gone, it is only a matter of time before the demigod will break free. William scratched his head. Should we break it ourselves or wait until the seal is completely broken? Before the system could even give an answer, a cracking sound reverberated in the cavern. William took a defensive stance as several cracks appeared on the surface of the ice prison in front of him. Soon, the block of ice shattered into 100 pieces, creating a misty cloud of ice. William's breath grew ragged as the temperature around him drastically lowered. A minute later, the mist disappeared, and a creature that was considered a myth stared at him with bloodshot eyes. Before William could even say anything, the Kasaganaga raised its head and shouted. The small anteater then curled its body into a ball and flew in William's direction. Clearly, it was pissed off, and the half-elf just happened to be there to become a medium for it to vent out its anger. William dodged to the side and evaded the rainbow-colored scaled ball that was only slightly bigger than a basketball. The Kasaganaga hit the wall of the cavern, but it simply bounced off and resumed its pursuit of William. Wait, why are you attacking me? William asked in frustration as he rolled to the side to evade the crazy deity of the sky. You long-eared bastards, How dare you and that stupid, big-boobed elf goddess imprison me? The enraged anteater shouted as it continued to attack William. Bunch of ingrates. Humans are much better than you long-eared hypocrites. Even if the other demigods forgive you, I won't forgive you. As if answering to its anger, its speed gradually increased with each bounce it made on the walls of the cavern. At the start, William could still evade it, but the drastic increase in its speed made the half-elf resort to desperate measures. Spearman Job class now activated. William summoned his wooden staff and used it like a baseball bat to hit the rolling anteater that was not planning to listen to reason. When the staff hit the beast, a loud clap reverberated in the cavern, creating a mini shockwave. William skidded on the ground as he prepared to hit the Kasaganaga for the second time. Just like a never-ending tennis match, the two fought in a ridiculous manner. However, it seemed that the Kasaganaga realized that it was not strong enough to beat William in its current state. Although its power had degenerated due to being imprisoned for tens of thousands of years, it was still a deity and had plenty of tricks up its sleeve. William was about to hit it again with his wooden staff when he immediately rolled to the side to make an emergency evasion. There was no way he would dare to face the rolling disaster head-on after it had made last-minute changes in its physique. The Kasaganaga had increased in size, and it was now a 2-meter-tall, rainbow-colored wrecking ball. The Kasaganaga bounced off the wall, and this time, the rebound was so fast that William had no time to evade. The rainbow wrecking ball hit him in the chest, which sent him slamming towards the wall of the cavern, creating a cloud of dust. William only received minor injuries, because he was able to equip his golden-scaled armor at the last minute before he was hit by the rolling disaster. "System, is there a way we can beat this thing?" William inquired. Although he was in a disadvantageous situation, he didn't panic and decided to consult the system. "This cavern is still unstable and under the influence of the god domain. If the host wants to take a risk, there is a way, but it is equally dangerous." "What is it?" "If I am able to escape this predicament, then I will cooperate." "Very well, what we are going to do is this." While the two were talking, the Kasaganaga didn't follow up with another attack, and simply hovered in the air a few meters away from where William had fallen. "Ha ha ha, foolish elf." The Kasaganaga roared while still spinning in mid-air. "You and your stupid goddess will pay the price of imprisoning this deity when I regain my divinity. I will drown your continent until all of you bastards start to grow fins. However, since you were the one who freed me from that prison, I will end your life and give you a proper burial. Be thankful because a deity will personally bury you now. Die." William extended his hand with the intention of catching the 2-meter wrecking ball that charged towards him. The moment his hand touched Kasaganaga's curled-up body, the enraged sky deity disappeared from the cavern. Transfer successful. Kasaganaga has been successfully relocated to the north of the Thousand Beast Domain. William sighed in relief as he lay on the ground while panting. Fortunately, the god domain that they had created to transfer the magic crystal mine was still active. With its help, the system was able to forcefully transfer the sky deity to William's Thousand Beast Domain. Although the half-elf and the system were worried that their guest would turn their domain upside down, it was a risk that they had to take. They had been left with no other alternative. All they could do was trap the enraged deity inside the domain to keep William from getting hurt more. William closed his eyes and observed his domain from the sky. The Kasaganaga had landed near the candelabra tree, which was the territory of the rainbow birds. But due to the fact that they reminded him of a certain game he played back on Earth, he gave them the nickname Angry Birds. As soon as it felt that it was in a different environment, the Kasaganaga landed on the ground while still in its curled-up state and observed its surroundings. The angry birds that were nesting on their tree looked down at the unwanted guest that appeared in their home turf. Angry Bird 1 WTF. Angry Bird 2 FCK off. Kasaganaga, where am I? Speak dumb birds. Angry birds say what? Angry birds FCK off. The angry birds were only Class E, mid. East, but they were a very rowdy bunch. All of them had different colors and abilities, but they all had one thing in common, and that was that they were all aggressive birds. They flapped their wings and attacked the Kasaganaga by ramming it with their bodies. William was surprised because what the birds were doing was practically suicide. But what happened next made his eyes widen in shock. When a red-colored bird hit the Kasaganaga, it exploded like a grenade. Red feathers scattered in the air, showing that the bird had been completely decimated by the explosion. However, On top of the candelabra tree, a red egg appeared. This egg would hatch after 24 hours, and the angry bird that died would be reborn again. The other birds also attacked the Kasaganaga with a vengeance. The orange birds inflicted earth damage. The yellow birds inflicted a stunning effect. And the green ones inflicted wind damage. When the blue birds exploded, they inflicted water damage. The indigo-colored birds inflicted slashing, physical damage, and the violet ones dealt blunt physical damage. William almost felt sorry for the pitiful Kasaganaga who was forced to run away due to the relentless assault of the angry birds' shouts of FCKU. FCK off say what? And the likes accompanied the fleeting sky deity as it rolled away to escape the birds that gave it a culture shock. You bastard elf. If you have guts, come and face me. Let's fight 200 rounds, the Kasaganaga roared in anger. Come out and fight me. William snorted as he let his consciousness return to the real world. He still had things to do. The rainbow anteater wouldn't be going anywhere anytime soon. Since that was the case, he would just focus on the task at hand. Getting to the third peak, before dealing with this creature that seemed to have a very strong grudge against the elven race. When William returned to the ice lotus lake, several hours had already passed, and it was close to noontime. The two girls were very happy after getting so many ice lotuses because William promised that all of the members would get an equal share of the harvest. All in all, they managed to successfully get 118 ice lotuses from the lake. It was more than enough for the two girls to have an alchemist prepare a special cream that they could use to keep their skin looking young and healthy. For some reason, William could have sworn that Ian was just as excited as the two girls. The snot-nosed pansy was grinning from ear to ear as he patted his special storage bag used to gather herbs. We will rest for an hour before we resume our climb up the mountain, William said. I don't know what kind of tricks Cadel has prepared for us, but leave the talking to me. Also, I want all of you to read the contents of this scroll. William handed a scroll to each of his subordinates. What was written on the scroll were the laws that were observed within the Kyrantor Mountains. He believed that the natives in the mountain that deals with foreigners used the latter's ignorance to make things difficult for them. There was a famous saying in the art of war back on Earth that went something like this. If you know the enemy and know yourself, you need not fear the result of 100 battles. If you know yourself but not the enemy, for every victory gained you will also suffer a defeat. If you know neither the enemy nor yourself, you will succumb in every battle. This reasoning was very true. When they arrived, they knew nothing about the laws of the Kyrantor Mountains. Because of this, Cadel was able to use the strong-arm method to make them obey his orders without any form of resistance. Now that they were also aware of the rules, the natives wouldn't be able to intimidate them like Cadel had done to William when the mayor tried to force William to answer his questions. Unfortunately for him, William was made aware of the laws thanks to the help of the system. With this knowledge backing him up, he was able to bring down the mayor a peg and make him go back empty-handed. Hiss, if I only knew of this earlier. Brutus scratched his hair in frustration. That mayor sure got us good earlier. Kenneth had a wry smile on his face as he rolled the scroll in his hand. He had also finished reading the laws and felt that there was really a need for him to learn more about the human world. Ignorance is bliss, but in this case it is different, Kenneth said as he gazed at William. Ignorance of the law is not an excuse, right? William nodded his head. Now that all of you are now aware of the laws, do not let yourselves be intimidated by them. It is now your turn to intimidate them. The half-elf had a devilish grin plastered on his face, which clearly meant that he was planning something devious. Brutus and Bruno also smiled evilly, because they now realized what kind of power they possessed in the Kyrantor Mountains. Still, it will be a good idea if we don't have to get into any conflicts with the local people, Amelia commented. Big Sister Amelia is right, Wendy agreed. At the end of the day, we are still outsiders. It would be bad if we left a bad impression on them. Ian, who had remained quiet since the beginning, spoke out his mind. I'm sure that the commander has allowed us to read the laws because it is necessary that we don't act too passively. If we are as meek as sheep, these barbarians won't treat us seriously and will even look down upon us. Ian is right. William nodded his head. When two countries are at the negotiating table, the one with the bigger hand has the advantage. If we are too passive, they will only take advantage of it and will force us to pay more than necessary. Let's stop here and rest. We only have half an hour before we resume our travel. A few hours later, the group arrived at a checkpoint that was blocked by a wooden gate. With the help of the system, finding the shortest route up the mountain was not a problem for them. However, they couldn't avoid these checkpoints because all accessible paths led to these forts which were controlled by the defenders of Kyrantor. As expected, the gate was shut tight, and the guards manning it were standing on top of the ramparts while looking at William's group with disdain. Cadel had already told them of the foreigners' arrival and instructed them to not let them in unless they begged, and paid them a few hundred gold coins in exchange for safe passage. However, before they could even state their demands, William had already approached the gate and shouted at the top of his voice. On behalf of the sovereign that watches over this domain, I beseech all of you to open the gates. I ask this request by the warrior's oath that the tribes have pledged at the peak of divinity, William shouted. May the sovereign of Kyrantor be my witness that I come in peace, seeking guidance on the path of enlightenment. Please punish anyone who dares to block my rite of passage by relinquishing your blessing on their entire bloodline. A peal of thunder echoed within the summit of the mountain as if to reply to William's request. The guards manning the gates were dumbfounded at first, but when they heard the roar of thunder, they hurriedly opened the gates as if their lives depended on it. The mighty gates opened wide as William and his entourage entered with heads held high. The guards looked at them warily, because this was the first time that someone had used their oath to gain entry into their domain. This was an oath that they couldn't disobey unless they wanted their guardian to punish them and remove the power of their bloodline. Of course, not everyone could make this oath. There was one condition, and that was to be recognized by an Angorian war ibex, which was said to be the direct descendant of the demigod that ruled the Kyrantor Mountains. Cadel, who was resting inside the fortress, had already been informed of William's arrival at the checkpoint. He had a gloating look on his face as he glanced at Jerkins, who was seated opposite him. That arrogant boy has finally arrived, Cadel said with a smug expression on his face. I'd like to see if he can enter the fortress unscathed. Why don't the two of us have a bet, ambassador? If you win, then I'll put in a few good words to the chieftain about your purpose for coming. The mayor of Northwell wasn't serious in his words. He was only saying this in order to tease Jerkins and make the ambassador feel pressured. Cadel wanted him to know that within the Kyrantor Mountains, it was the tribes that called the shots and not the foreigners who came here to seek an audience. Sorry, but I'm not very fond of making bets, Jerkins replied with a smile, especially when it comes to bets that I am sure to win. The ambassador's confident smile made Cadel's disappear from his face. He didn't know why, but Jerkins sounded very confident. The mayor suddenly remembered how the boy had talked back to him a day ago, and it made him clench his fist in anger. It was at that moment when a guard came running towards Cadel and whispered something in his ear. The mayor of Northwell had a disbelieving look on his face after he listened to his subordinate's report. Are you sure? I swear that if you're lying to me, I'll have you punished with 50 lashings. Cadel threatened. He didn't want to believe that the arrogant boy managed to enter the fortress using the age-old oath that their ancestors had pledged to the sovereign of the Kyrantor Mountains. So it is true, the guard replied anxiously. Actually, they are already on their way here. As if waiting for that cue, a handsome half-elf with the "I know what you did last summer" expression entered Cadel's vision. William swaggered inside the room along with his party and sat on the couch as if he was the owner of the place. Wendy sat on his right, while Amelia sat on his left. The rest of the members stood behind him and stared at Cadel as if they were looking at a bug that they could crush at any moment. Mayor, I think the two of us need to have a nice, long talk. William's devilish gaze locked onto Cadel's eyes, which made the latter feel very uncomfortable. It would be best if you stopped playing your petty tricks. It only makes me look down on the person that was hailed to be the first guardian of the North. Boy, is this your way of challenging me to a duel? Cadel asked with barely restrained anger, because if that is your plan, you succeeded in angering me. Me challenge you? William gave Cadel a look of disdain. How about I return that question to you? Do you dare to challenge me? Cadel quieted down when he heard William's question. Although the order of the challenge was only reversed, it held a different meaning if the host of the domain were to challenge their guests to a duel. This would mean that they didn't have the etiquette of a warrior and a good host. If William was the one who challenged him, then he could accept it and even kill William in the duel because it was within their laws. However, if he were the one to issue a challenge to William, all the warriors in the Kyrantor Mountains would look down upon him. There was even a possibility that he and his entire bloodline would be killed in order to appease the anger of their sovereign. Although they were called the Northern Barbarians, The tribes of the north were probably the only people in the southern continent who followed the laws of their domain with strict devotion. As long as they abided by the rules, no one would be able to conquer them. What William and the rest of the people in the southern continent didn't know was that the Kirintor Mountains was not just a simple mountain range. It was a divine artifact that belonged to the goddess of order and law, Themis. An artifact that was currently in the possession of the sovereign that ruled the entire northern regions, and the one who held it in an iron grip. The group traveled for 2 more days before finally arriving at the third peak of chivalry in the Kirintor Mountains. Along the way, they saw thousands of tents surrounding the peak, which proved that this was indeed a special gathering of the northern tribe. After having a face-off with William, Cadel didn't try to do anything else. He only grudgingly took the representatives of the Hellen Kingdom to the grand residence where their great chief lived before he left them to attend to his own matters. As per custom, the chief's attendant led them to the audience hall where the great chief was already waiting for them. Sitting on his right was his eldest son, Liam, and on his left was his youngest granddaughter, Brianna. The little girl was quite adorable, and she looked at William and the rest of the representatives from the Hellen Kingdom with a curious gaze. She gave them a smile, but remained seated like a proper noble lady during special occasions. The name of the great chief of the northern tribes was Evander Zeke. After his father had stepped down from his position, Evander ruled the tribes well. He brought them prosperity and happiness for many years, and all the other tribal leaders were very satisfied with his way of managing things. This was also why he was loved by his people. Now that his second son was looking for a bride, the tribes gathered and brought the most beautiful ladies in their domains to get the chance of becoming the second warrior's wife. In their society, an ordinary man could have 1 wife, while a warrior could have 4. This was a way to preserve their lineage because the lives of warriors were very unpredictable, especially during times of war. Since the chances of them dying was high, the tribes had agreed that having more than 1 wife was needed in order to preserve their legacy as the brave warriors of the Kirintor Mountains. The Jerkins gave the great chieftain a respectful bow before sitting on the mat provided for them. William and the others followed the ambassador's respectful greeting and sat down as well. "Guests from afar, I welcome you to the third peak of chivalry," Great Chief Evander said with a smile. "2 days from now, our tribes will hold a special celebration. Please stay and enjoy the festivities. As for your purpose of coming, I think I have an idea of what it is." The great chief of the tribes paused before giving Sir Jerkins a serious expression. "We will hold our talks a day after my second son has chosen his brides. I am quite busy with the preparations for this special occasion and have no time to entertain you and your purpose for coming." Sir Jerkins gave the chief a courteous nod. "We are more than willing to experience the hospitality of the great chief and his people. Since your excellency has already issued your decree, we will naturally obey and not discuss anything related to politics." Great Chief Evander gave Jerkins a nod of approval. "It is always a pleasure talking to you, Sir Jerkins." "You too, Your Excellency," the ambassador replied. Their meeting with the great chief ended there, and they were ushered to the guest rooms that had been prepared for them. Wendy and Amelia were currently William's fiancées, so the 3 of them shared a room. 5 minutes after the attendant left their room, an adorable girl sneakily entered their quarters and hurriedly closed the door behind her. Her bright and clear gray eyes looked at their guests with a sense of anticipation. "Do any of you know Ernest?" Brianna, the youngest granddaughter of the great chief, asked with an innocent smile on her face. She then casually sat on a sitting mat and locked her eyes on William's handsome face. "Are you talking about Prince Ernest?" William asked back. The little lowly nodded her head in acknowledgement of William's question. The smile on her face widened as she looked at William expectantly. "How is he?" Brianna inquired. "Does he think of me?" Brianna's stare was so pure and innocent that William felt that his heart was melting. He then took out a sealed scroll from his storage ring and handed it to the girl who seemed to be a good friend of the youngest prince of the Hellen Kingdom. Before he left for the northern regions, the prince gave William a letter. The prince said that William should personally hand it to the youngest granddaughter of the great chief. He also added that the knight commander must ensure that no one else would be there when he passed the letter to her. Brianna practically snatched the scroll from William's hand when the boy handed it to her. She immediately broke the seal and started reading the contents of the letter. William, Wendy, and Amelia watched in amusement as the little girl squirmed in her seat as if reading a letter that had been given to her by her crush. She let out small giggles from time to time, which brightened the mood inside the guest quarters. A few minutes passed before the little lowly gently rolled the scroll and placed it inside her own storage ring. Brianna gazed at William with a look of admiration that almost made the half-elf avert his gaze due to its intensity. Ernest said that you are the youngest knight commander in the Helen Kingdom. Brianna said, is it true? Not only the youngest, but the most handsome knight commander in the kingdom, William replied with a smug smile on his face. Little Ernie warned me about your narcissism, but seeing is believing. Brianna giggled. Well, you are indeed handsome, but give little Ernie a few years and he will be more handsome than you. It's not impossible. How can that little shrimp compare to me? Just look at how awesome I am. Compare it to that little brat who still hasn't grown his hair and tell me if he could surpass my good looks. William raised his head arrogantly. Even if you give Prince Ernest 100 years, he would still not be able to reach the level of my handsomeness. No, little Ernie will be more handsome after a few years. Brianna disagreed. My future husband is the best. Tusk, is this what they mean when they say that love is blind? William muttered. Fine, I won't argue with a little lowly, it's just not worth it. Wendy and Amelia, who was seated beside William, giggled at the same time. They knew that their commander was just teasing the young girl, but it was still amusing that the youngest granddaughter of the great chief was able to fight back and put the narcissistic half-elf in his place. Brianna's eyes then sharpened as she cleared her throat. Tell me, are you all here to ask the northern tribes to become your allies? Her adorable facade disappeared and was replaced by a serious expression that didn't match her age. William was surprised at the sudden change in the little girl in front of him. He didn't know if he should speak honestly or wait for Sir Jerkins to personally talk with the girl's grandfather about the proposed alliance between their tribes and the Helen Kingdom. However, after some thought, he decided to trust his instincts and answer the girl's question. Yes, that is the purpose of our visit, William replied after careful consideration. From what he could tell, the girl didn't just visit them to ask about her fiancé's well-being. Her sharp and intelligent eyes reminded William of his grandpa's eyes when the old man was scheming something behind his grandson's back. Brianna didn't give him any malicious vibes, and Ella, who lay not far away from them, had also given her silent approval. Listen very closely. Brianna lowered her voice as if afraid that someone might overhear their discussion. Aside from your group, there are 2 other parties. They arrived here on the 3rd peak 2 days ago. I'm afraid that your proposal for an alliance will not go smoothly. Brianna was about to say more, but was interrupted by a knock on the door. She hurriedly changed her expression to that of an innocent and naive little girl who could be easily tricked by other people to follow them in their own homes. They say that in the Helen Kingdom, there are many beautiful clothes and jewelry. Is that true? Brianna asked just in time for the door to open wide. Brianna, you shouldn't disturb our guests. Liam, Brianna's father, appeared in the room with a stern expression. Didn't I tell you to not wander around during this time? Liam then faced William and the 2 girls beside him before giving a brief bow. I apologize for my daughter's transgressions. She's quite ignorant of the world and will often do something mischievous. I hope that she didn't disturb or offend you in any way. Father, I'm only asking them about fashionable clothes like the one that the green-haired big sister is wearing. Brianna pouted. Big brother, I'm not disturbing your rest, right? Of course not, William replied. For now, he decided to play along and save the little lowly from getting spanked by her father. Lady Brianna is a very kind and respectful young lady. Even in the capital, there are few girls who have her charm and elegance. See, big brother praised me. I'm a good girl and I'm not doing anything bad. Brianna looked at her father with a face filled with injustice. Liam's gaze finally softened as he gently brushed her head. Let's go back. Your mother just finished baking cookies. Yay, cookies. Brianna ran out of the room in high spirits. Liam watched her retreating back with a helpless smile on his face. He then faced William and the 2 girls and gave a respectful bow before leaving the room, closing the door behind him. Before the 2 girls could even say anything, William hurriedly covered their lips with his hand and said in a loud voice, We've been traveling for 3 days straight, and I haven't had the chance to make love to the 2 of you, William said in a tone that was laced with perversion. Why don't the 3 of us do some catching up before dinner? I'm sure that the great chief will not mind us being a little late. The half-elf signaled the 2 girls with his eyes as he half-dragged them to the bed. Wendy's and Amelia's faces had already reddened, because even if they knew that William was just acting, both of them were still chaste maidens who had only heard a thing or two about what couples do in the bedroom. William gently pushed the two girls onto the bed and lay between them. He then pulled them closer to him as he said words of love into their ears. "There are 3 people listening to our conversation," William whispered to Amelia's ear. "One is hiding behind the painting on the wall, the other behind the door, and the third is right outside our window." The half-elf kissed Wendy's forehead before whispering the same things he said to Amelia to her ears. The 2 girls then played their roles and acted intimate with William. Amelia played with William's ears, while Wendy rubbed his chest. William, on the other hand, laughed in a very lecherous manner that irritated the 3 men listening to their conversations. In the end, the 3 left them alone when they realized that William was hell-bent on playing with the 2 pretty girls beside him. When the eavesdroppers had disappeared, William nodded to the 2 girls, which signaled that the pests had left. "Do you think they also sent people to monitor the others?" Amelia whispered in William's ears. Although the half-elf said that they were no longer being monitored, she still felt that it was better to play it safe rather than be sorry later. "Definitely," William answered without any shred of doubt. "I just hope that the others have noticed them too and made proper arrangements." "Do you think they will continue to monitor us?" Wendy inquired. "Will they do something to us during our stay, like put something on our food and water?" William shook his head to deny Wendy's words. "They are not allowed to treat us like that. However, that doesn't necessarily mean that others won't. Remember what Brianna said. Aside from us, there were 2 other parties that have arrived before us. I'm guessing that whoever they might be, they are not on good terms with the Helen Kingdom." "It's quite unfortunate that I wasn't able to bring Ethan with me," William thought with regret. The little wren was left inside the academy in order to observe anything suspicious that was happening inside it. With its knack for looking for news like a journalist, William was confident that it would have something to report once he returned to the academy. As much as he wanted to gather information about the unknown parties, he couldn't do anything that might arouse suspicion from the warriors that were patrolling the 3rd peak of chivalry. The chief's attendant had explicitly told them to not leave their quarters unless it was something very important. From that alone, William could tell that the chief was hiding something from them. However, he was powerless to do anything at this point in time aside from sighing in regret. It was at that moment when his gaze landed on Ella, who was resting on the floor beside the bed. "That's it." William sat up from the bed in excitement. He then hurriedly talked to Ella using telepathy, which was a special ability that William could use when talking to the leader of his herd. Ella nodded her head in agreement to her son's suggestion. Since William couldn't leave the room, then it would be up to her to gather information. As an Angorian war ibex, no one in the Kyrantor Mountains would dare block her passage. Even the great chief would have to give her face and allow her to wander around the 3rd peak as she did her investigation. William hoped that when Ella returned, some of the questions he had in his mind would finally find their answers. "So, are you telling me that Lady Wendy has left the academy?" Carter asked. He just finished making a new set of candies that were meant for the beautiful young lady whom he had set his eyes on. "Yes," Charlotte replied with a smile. "The Knight Commander was assigned a special mission and he took her with him." "Is that so?" Carter smiled, but he was inwardly feeling irritated. He was currently under a strict deadline and he had no idea when his target would be returning to the academy. "I guess I will just have to improvise," Carter thought as he pulled Charlotte for a kiss. "I have a request for you, my love." Hearing the professor's intimate words made Charlotte's heart skip a beat. "I want you to distribute these candies to the officers of the 1st and 2nd years of the Magic Division. They have done a good job in surviving the dungeon outbreak, and this is my reward for them." "I don't mind doing this for you, Professor, but what kind of reward will you give me afterwards?" Charlotte inquired. Over the past few days, she had received a lot of personal training from Carter. The professor had already successfully won the noble lady's heart. His every whim and orders were carried out by Charlotte without fail. "Visit my room tonight." Carter raised her chin with his fingertip. "I will make sure that you will have a satisfied smile on your lips when you close your eyes to sleep." He then lowered his head and kissed her lips, which made the young noble lady very happy. Charlotte left Carter's room in a good mood and headed towards the dormitories of the 1st and 2nd year students in the Magic Division. 5 minutes after Charlotte left his room, the door opened and Charlotte's best friend Annie entered the room. Carter had used his suggestion spell to make the girl come to his room, so that he could ask her about the latest news that was circulating around the merchant groups. Just like always, Annie told him that the kingdom seemed to be preparing for the possibility of another dungeon outbreak and was stocking up on weapons and armors. The professor didn't find anything wrong with this, because he would do the same if he was in the king's position. "What are you eating?" ESD asked when he saw Isaac holding a pouch in his hands while chewing on something. Isaac presented a different pouch to ESD with a smile. "Young master, they are candies. The secretary of the third-year magic division, Lady Charlotte, gave it to us. She said that it was a small reward for doing a great job during the dungeon outbreak." Lady Charlotte, the image of the pretty daughter of the Marquess, appeared inside Est's head as he accepted the pouch from his retainer. He then casually picked up a candy from the pouch and ate it. The sweet taste flooded his mouth, and ESD felt light-headed for a brief moment before everything returned to normal. "This is quite delicious," ESD said after finishing the candy. "Do you know where she bought this?" Isaac shook his head. Lady Charlotte said that these were handmade so they couldn't be bought in any stores. However, she promised to give us more after the maker had finished making another batch. Ian, who usually quarreled with William, was not around. Because of this, Isaac felt a little bit lonely because there were very few occasions when he had to separate with his twin. After the two finished eating the candies inside their pouch, they returned to their duties as officers of the Magic Division. Both of them were secretly looking forward to the next batch of candies that they would be receiving as soon as it was made. After Carter received the resources from the Demon Continent, he immediately went to work and produced as many as he could for the first batch. These candies were different from the first one he distributed months ago because it was 15 times more potent. Usually, those who ate his candies would take at least 2 months before the suggestion spell inside their bodies matured. With this new candy, it would only take a week or 2 before the effect came into fruition. Not only that, there was another spell added in it that Carter planned to activate during the inter-division ceremony. By then, everyone that had eaten the candy would give in to their inner desires and would wreak havoc on those around them. Since the demon general had given Carter the marching order to execute his plan at the soonest possible time, he also made sure that the resources that his subordinate received were more than enough for the massive undertaking. Even Carter felt that what the demon general asked of him was overkill, but he didn't have any intention to complain. What he wanted to do above all else was to pin down the girls that he had set his eyes on and make them his personal broodmares. After the demons' defeat in the Silver Moon continent, the number of powerful demons that had been born was very low. This was why they decided to capture the talented humans from the southern continent and bring them back to the demon continent through the portal they had hidden along its borders. Carter didn't know much about the specifics, but the demon general gave vague hints that they had helpers in the southern continent. It was these helpers that had provided him the identity as the professor of the academy and allowed him to infiltrate their strict regulations with ease. There was no need for a chess piece to question his master's orders. Carter was fully aware that he was just one of the many pawns of the demon general that were deployed to the human lands. Although all of them were given different roles, their goals had always been the same. Their only goal in their lives as chess pieces was to bring back the glory of the demon race. Nothing else mattered, not even their lives. Thousands of warriors gathered around the third peak of the Kyrintor Mountains. William and his comrades were so impressed with the Northern Army that they had no choice but to admit that it was a force to reckon with. Earlier, Ella had snooped around the third peak, but she didn't find anything much aside from the guests' identities. When William found out the nationalities of these guests, he kept it to himself because there was no point in sharing it with the others. He decided to just let things go with the flow for now until he discovered their purpose for coming. Jerkins looked at this sight with a calm expression on his face. He could tell that this was something that the great chief wanted to show them on purpose. It was a subtle way of saying that the northern tribe were not only a strong ally, but an equally strong enemy. The ambassador glanced to his right side and frowned. His greatest fears had been confirmed. So Jerkins had a feeling that instead of finding allies, they would find a new threat that would stab them in the back if the war were to commence in full. "What's wrong, Ambassador?" Cadel asked with a gloating expression on his face. "Are you familiar with our new friends?" "Very," Cadel replied. He sighed internally as he gazed at the vast army in front of him. "Your Majesty, I think we are too late," the mayor of Northwell chuckled. He was in a really good mood, and he felt that this was a good opportunity to slap the faces of the representatives of the Helen Kingdom. "You want us to become your allies?" "Fat chance," Cadel sneered. "We've waited too long for this moment. It is now time for the northern tribes to expand, not far away from their location." The great chief of the tribe stepped onto an elevated platform and raised his hand. The warriors shouted their war cries, and soon the entire peak had been washed by the tremendous pressure that came from these mighty warriors. So Jerkins, Kenneth, Ian, Brutus, and Bruno weren't able to stop themselves from taking a few steps back due to the aura that was unleashed by the warriors. Although none of the warriors intended for this to happen, the force of their united cries was strong enough to push back those who were not used to this kind of deterrence. The other guests, the northern tribes, were in a similar situation. They were also unable to resist the oppressive aura that descended upon them and had to take a few steps back to regain their footing. Only William, Wendy, and Amelia were able to stand their ground. Earlier, William had firmly wrapped his arms around the waists of the two girls in order to prevent them from being pushed back. Although the auras of the warriors were strong, it couldn't compare to the aura his grandfather had unleashed when William sparred with him back in Launt. James' battle aura was so strong that it had blown William far away when he experienced it for the first time. Compared to that, the show of power from the northern warriors was like a gentle breeze that only ruffled William's cloak. Cadel, who had secretly observed William, frowned when he saw that the boy seemed unaffected. Even the great chief, who had given William a sidelong glance, gave the red-headed boy a rare nod of admiration. After the warriors had finished their greeting, Great Chief Evander began his speech. "Today is the day when the second warrior of our tribe will choose his bride candidates," Evander announced. "This is a blessed day, and I look forward to meeting my future daughters-in-law. May the feast that we have prepared satisfy all of you, and may the great northern tribes forever be victorious." The warriors roared in agreement to their great chief's words. They raised their weapons up high and cheered for the second warriors. Bride selection event. A man who was almost 2 meters tall walked behind Great Chief Evander. He was not wearing any upper clothes, and his body was like that of a bodybuilder back on Earth. His amazing physical prowess and sharp features made him strikingly handsome. According to William's estimate, he was at least in his late 20s. The half-elf watched as the second warrior of the tribe, Canal Zeke, raised the spear in his hand and shouted a war cry. The warriors replied with "Ahu! Ahu! Ahu!" That reminded William of a documentary about the Spartans of ancient Greece. "My brothers and sisters, today is a very special day for me," Canal shouted. "I emerged from the trial of fate only a month ago and finally realized that it is now the time for our tribe to rise up and look for greener pastures. I, the second warrior of the, will lead this charge for the sake of our tribe. However, as many of you know, it is our custom to leave behind our descendants if we are to fall in battle. Because of this, I finally decided to marry and ensure that my bloodline will still flourish even if I am to fall in battle." Ahu! 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 It was the tribe's custom that the man should leave behind his descendants before going to war, since the second warrior had no offspring. The great chief decided to call out all the tribes for a bride selection ceremony. So Jerkins was having a hard time keeping the calm expression on his face because the second warrior's declaration had brought his worst fears to life. The North had the intention of going to war. But it was not to aid the Helen Kingdom. It was to conquer them from the back. The ambassador and William shared a knowing glance. Both of them knew that their trip had been in vain and that they had to inform the king that they would be fighting on 3 fronts. The tribes of the north, the Anisha dynasty to the east, and the Zelan dynasty to the south, their ally, the kingdom of Frisia, was in the far east. Although they had already sent a messenger to their king to ask for aid during the war, the additional enmity of the northern tribe made their already perilous situation more unstable. Canal glanced in William's direction and gave him the smile of a second-rate antagonist, to the half-elf's surprise. Canal ignored the two beauties by his side. The second warrior simply made the cutting the neck gesture before stepping down from the elevated platform. Well, at least he's a little different from those antagonists that lust after beautiful young women, William thought. He then glanced at the foreign guests at his right side. "We cannot avoid having conflicts with these guys. The only problem is whether we can leave this place in one piece or not. If William was alone, he could definitely slip away without any problems. Unfortunately, he had his squad with him, and there was no way in hell that he would leave them here at the mercy of their enemies." Rowdy laughter and jest filled the air as the warriors of the tribe ate, drank, and laughed like this was their last day before going to the battlefield. William's group was allocated a table not far from the great chiefs, but far enough to tell them that they were not their priority. On the great chief's left and right sides were tables of the representatives from the two dynasties Anisha and Zelan. On the Anishan side, there were 4 people that shared the table, with 6 guards standing behind their backs. On the Zelan side, there were 5 people, with the same number of guards standing behind them. The guy wearing a red robe is the second prince of the Anisha dynasty, Azil si Anisha, so Jerkins informed William, who was seated opposite him. The one seated beside him is his half-sister, the second princess, Valeria si Anisha. I don't know who the 2 men who are seated beside them are, but I'm guessing that they are their protectors. William nodded his head in agreement. The second prince and princess both had silky light brown hair and were blessed with good looks. If they were brought back to Earth, both of them would be great endorsers of high-end fashion clothes for the rich and famous. Let's not mix with them. Those 2 are mithril rank fighters. How about the other side? Jerkins glanced at the other table and began to introduce them as well. The man wearing black clothes is the crown prince of the Zelan dynasty. Jerkins had a rare tinge of admiration in his voice as he introduced the devilish-looking man to William. His name is Prince Alaric Sol Zelan. I can't believe that an important person like him actually came here to the Kyrantor Mountains. As the crown prince of a dynasty, Prince Alaric held great power and influence in their domain. For him to come to this place meant that it was of the utmost importance to their dynasty. The beautiful lady seated beside him is the third princess, Princess Ayla Sol Zelan. Although she's only 16 years old this year, she has many suitors in the Zelan dynasty, but the king hasn't found any of them worthy of his daughter. Perhaps she's here to become a bride. William observed the devilish-looking prince and angelic-looking princess from their table. Both of them had light purple hair and eyes that made them stand out from the gathering. William was envious of their creamy white skin because it was a shade lighter than his. After a short observation, he noticed that even though Princess Ayla was smiling, her smile never reached her eyes. It even held a tinge of resignation, as if she was someone who had surrendered herself to her fate. A pitiful political tool, William thought. He then shifted his attention to the crown prince of the Zelan dynasty. Perhaps it was coincidence, or perhaps it was fate, but the crown prince also chose that time to look at William. The 2 stared at each other for half a minute before giving each other a brief nod. Although that exchange didn't last long, William didn't feel any hostility from the prince, which surprised him. It was very different from the vibe of the second prince of the Anisha dynasty, who blatantly showed his disdain for William's group whenever his eyes glanced in their direction. Unlike the second warrior of the tribe, Canal, Azil si Inasha looked at Wendy and Amelia in a lecherous manner. Azil felt excited at the possibility of having his way with the 2 beauties, while the representatives of the Helen kingdom watched helplessly as he ravaged the girls in front of them. Yep, this one is the true cannon fodder in this gathering, William mused internally. I wonder if I'll get some god points if I beat him up. Inside the temple of 10,000 gods. Lily, I donate 250 god points, Issei. 250 for me as well, Gavin. Okay, 250 for me as well, after the feast ended. Canal stood up and respectfully bowed to Princess Azil. He then extended his hand in a gesture and waited for the beautiful young lady to place her hands over his. Princess Ayla smiled and held Canal's hand. The second warrior held her small hand firmly and gently pulled her close to him. This rare act of gentleness from the second warrior earned him cheers and teasing remarks from the warriors that were seated around the great hall. From this moment onwards, I declare Princess Ayla as my main wife, Canal said, even though he tried his best to hide it. Everyone could still feel the happiness hidden behind his declaration. It seemed that the second warrior was really in love with the princess, and it showed in his eyes and actions. I am honored to be chosen as your main wife. Proud warrior of the north, Princess Ayla replied. If she hated the fact that she had been forced by her father to marry Canal, she didn't show it on her face. I propose a toast for this wonderful pairing. Azil, the second prince of the Anisha dynasty, proposed, may their union bring prosperity to the southern continent. Another round of cheers resounded all around them as the warriors gave Canal and Princess Ayla their blessings. Prince Azil then walked towards the main table of the great chief and stopped in front of Brianna. Although you're only 11 years old this year, "I am looking forward to your growth, my lady," Prince Aziel said with a smile. "I am very happy to have you as my future bride." Huh. Brianna widened her eyes in shock. She then glanced at her father in confusion. Her father. Liam drank wine from his goblet with a determined expression. He didn't even look at his own daughter and pretended that he was not aware of her stare. Brianna felt her heart grow cold as she stared at her grandfather. Great Chief Evander was different from his son and faced his granddaughter's gaze with a smile. "Brianna, the second Prince of Anisha has decided to make you his second wife," Great Chief Evander said. "I'm sure that you will be happy in the Anisha dynasty. Isn't that right, Prince Aziel? Of course." "Great Chieftain, I promise that I will take good care of your granddaughter. I will ensure that she grows up as a proper lady." Brianna lowered her head and clenched her fists under the table. Her father and grandfather hadn't told her anything about this marriage agreement. No, they hadn't told her because they knew that she wouldn't agree to it. Princess Ayla, who was seated not far from the young girl, looked at her in a calm manner, deep inside. She pitied Brianna. She could see herself as the youngest granddaughter of the great chief. Both of them were in the same position. Both of them were just tools used for political gains between the powerful factions in the southern continent. They were the sacrifices that were needed to seal the tri-party alliance between the northern tribes. The two dynasties, which will attack the Helen Kingdom on all fronts. Prince Aziel extended his hand to grab Brianna's small hands. In order to drag her to his own table, however, before the prince could even touch his bride's hand, another hand held his in a firm manner. Prince Aziel flinched because the hand that held his own was very rough, and one could tell that it was not the hands of a noble. The prince turned his head to look at the fool who dared to get in his way. There he found a half-elf that had red hair akin to flames, who was looking at him with clear, light green eyes that were as beautiful as sapphires. "I'm sorry, but I fell in love with Lady Brianna the moment I saw her," William lied with a straight face. "I was planning to ask the great chieftain to make her my fiancée, but I never thought that she was already betrothed to another." Prince Aziel snorted as he glared at the annoying half-elf in front of him. If someone had dared to grab his hand without his permission in the Inasha dynasty, that person's hand would have been cut off and his body whipped 1,000 times over. He laughed in anger as he tightened his grip on William's hand. Prince Aziel had every intention of breaking the offender's hand to teach him a lesson. "Since you already know that the young lady is betrothed to me, then why are you getting in my way?" Prince Aziel asked. "Know your place and go back to where you belong, Helenian." William chuckled as if what Prince Aziel was saying was complete and utter nonsense. "You ask me why I am getting in your way. You're not very smart, are you? Second prince of the Inasha dynasty." William raised his chin in an arrogant manner and acted like a first-rate antagonist. "I came here for one reason, and one reason only, and that is to snatch this beauty from your hands, like I said. I fell in love with her and I'm not planning to hand her to anyone, not to you, nor any other man in this great hall." The hall quieted down as the warriors looked at William with a grim expression. Their hands moved towards the handles of their weapons. They were only waiting for their great chief's order to hack the arrogant half-elf to pieces. Great Chief Evander was about to say something, but William didn't give him that opportunity. "I challenge you, Aziel C. Anisha, for the hand of Lady Brianna," William declared. "I issue this challenge in adherence to the laws of the third peak of chivalry. I call upon the sovereign of the Kyrantor Mountains to bear witness to this challenge." William then strengthened his grip on the second prince's hand, which made the latter wince in pain. After seeing the prince's reaction, William released his hand and faced Great Chief Evander. "The wind may blow, but the ice will never melt," William said as he ignored the pained expression of the second prince and faced Great Chief Evander fearlessly. "Isn't that right, Great Chief of the Northern Tribes?" In the beginning, William wasn't planning on doing anything. However, when Prince Aziel was about to grab Brianna's hand, his body moved subconsciously. When he came to himself, he was already grabbing the second prince's hand and looking at the latter's glaring face. Perhaps due to himself being a victim of an arranged marriage, William felt that Brianna was very pitiful. She had just turned 11, but was now forced to marry someone she didn't even like. For a brief moment, the image of Brianna's clear and confident eyes appeared inside William's mind. In the next instant, those same eyes clouded over and lost their brilliance. Deep inside his heart, the half-elf didn't want the lively young lady to lose her radiance. Because of this, his body moved before his mind could even think of a way to save the young girl. While the second prince was talking, The system had informed William that there was a special rule in the Peak of Chivalry that allowed special challenges to be issued. This peak was used to settle disputes between the tribe in the form of one-on-one mortal combat. This was a bloody tradition in the northern tribes, but it was a tradition that all of them recognized. No matter what happened, no matter the result, the winner was king. Great Chief Evander stared at William with a serious expression. The phrase, "the wind may blow, but the ice will never melt," had a significant meaning to the northern tribe. It was the promise that their great sovereign had given them before he ascended to the first peak of divinity. Since then, their sovereign had never again appeared before them. However, his blessing still remained. Only the oracle who served their lord would descend from the first peak to relay their sovereign's order. Ignoring this phrase was tantamount to ignoring the sovereign's pledge to his people. Great Chief Evander breathed deeply before reluctantly acknowledging William's challenge. "The wind may blow, but the ice will never melt," Evander said. He then looked at the second prince of the dynasty of Anisha and sighed internally. He had already given his word, but he was powerless against the rules of their domain. He'd rather break his promise to a mortal prince than ignore the pledge of a demigod. According to the laws of our tribe, within the Peak of Chivalry, challenges can be issued if there is a conflict of interest, Great Chief Evander stated with a serious expression. "Since the representative from the Hellen Kingdom also wishes to marry my granddaughter, then a fair duel is needed. This is the law of our people." "Great Chief, need I remind you that?" Prince Aziel wasn't able to finish his sentence because Great Chief Evander had thrown an onyx medallion in his direction. "I've returned the token that you have given me." Great Chief Evander stood straight and released his imposing aura. "If you wish to be betrothed to my granddaughter, you will have to fight for her hand in marriage. If not, then she will become this boy's bride." Prince Aziel narrowed his eyes. His mission was to ensure that the alliance between their dynasty and the northern tribes succeeded. This was why his father had entrusted the medallion in his hand as a bargaining chip for Brianna's hand in marriage. The second prince knew that he couldn't back down from this duel, because he would be ridiculed by his brothers if he returned as a failure. Prince Aziel wasn't afraid of fighting William in a duel because he was a warrior. The Anisha dynasty was a dynasty that was ruled by military strength. All the weaklings were weeded out, and this also included the members of the royal family. The prince had fought several duels before he was recognized by his father. It was also why he was the one chosen for this extremely important mission. If he succeeded, then he would be showered with praises. If he failed, to think that a half-elf slave would dare to challenge this prince. "How the mighty Hellen Kingdom has fallen," Prince Aziel said with contempt. "Tell me, slave, who are you and what is your standing in your kingdom?" William shifted his head to the side to look at the glaring prince, who was so close to having one of his blood vessels ruptured. "William von Ainsworth," William said with a smile. "I am the commander of the Second Knight Order of the Hellen Kingdom." William then gazed at Great Chief Evander as he continued his speech. "I am the commander of the Angorian War Sovereign. Nice to meet all of you." Great Chief Evander's, Liam's, and Canal's eyes widened in surprise. The warriors that surrounded the Great Hall, on the other hand, started to whisper at each other while glancing at William from time to time. "A slave commander," Prince Aziel chuckled. "This is the most ridiculous thing that I have ever heard in my life. Very well, I accept your challenge, slave." Prince Aziel stepped forward and looked down on William because he was half a meter taller than the boy. "I will ensure that you understand your position in society. I'll trample on your face and use it as a sharpener for my sword. I will make sure that you regret challenging this prince." "You know, that is what all the side characters say," William replied. "Since you are able to spout this bunch of nonsense, that means that you are just a small fry in the Anisha dynasty." A loud clap resounded inside the Great Hall as William's wooden staff and Prince Aziel's sword clashed against each other. In that initial clash, both men were able to hold their ground. "I guess you can back your words to a certain extent," Prince Aziel said. William hummed. "However, I'm more handsome than you, so it's still my win." "Keep talking while you still have your tongue, brat. Did anyone tell you that you have bad breath?" The two were about to clash again when Great Chief Evander clapped his hands to put a stop to young men who were very close to fighting inside the banquet hall. "Since the two of you are going to fight, we will relocate to the arena of chivalry," Evander declared. "All the warriors of the northern region will witness this battle. Do your best and show us the might of the Hellen Kingdom and the Anisha dynasty." Prince Aziel snorted and backed away. He returned to his table in a bad mood. "Don't worry," William said as he patted Brianna's head. "I won't let him marry you." William didn't wait for Brianna's reply and returned to his table. As soon as he arrived, Sir Jerkins dragged him to the side and talked to him in hushed whispers. "Why did you do that?" Jerkins inquired. "We are already in a precarious situation. We might not even be able to leave this place if the tribes have really allied with the two dynasties." William patted the ambassador's shoulder. "It is because we are in this precarious situation that we must show our strength. If the warriors of the northern tribe recognize our valor, they will be less willing to put us under house arrest." The half-elf gave the ambassador a refreshing smile as glanced in the direction of the second prince of Anisha. "Besides, wouldn't this be a good opportunity to kill a prince? Once he's dead, the Anisha dynasty and the northern tribes will end up in conflict. Isn't this a good thing for us?" So Jerkins quieted down for a few seconds. He never expected the young boy in front of him to be resolute in taking down a prince from the neighboring dynasty. After organizing his thoughts, he finally asked the most important question. William smiled. "I have no choice but to beat him. If I don't beat him, we will have no chance of leaving this place alive." William didn't lie. Right now, they were deep inside the enemy's territory. The only way for them to survive was to create as much chaos as possible and break the tri-party alliance that had been formed between the two dynasties and the northern tribe of the Kyrantor Mountains. The feast ended abruptly as everyone headed towards the Arena of Chivalry. This was a giant pit located in the third peak of Chivalry, where duels were held. The arena was half a kilometer long and felt very ancient. There was a carved statue of a humanoid goat with wings that towered over the far end of the arena. William assumed that this was the image of the sovereign of the Kyrantor Mountains that the tribes worship. The half-elf had changed attire and wore a white and red robe with a hood. Currently, William was not using the hood, so it lay harmlessly on the back of his neck. He was holding the wooden staff in his hand and stood in the center of the arena. Azil was wearing a full set of black and gold lightweight armor. The Inasha dynasty was a dynasty of warriors. They had very few magicians, but they had 2 sword saints among their ranks. They also had an ant queen myriad beast guardian that ensured that their territory wouldn't be conquered by anyone. The spectators stood along the sides of the huge pit and looked at the 2 warriors with interest. All of them disliked William and hoped that Prince Azil would wipe the floor using the arrogant half-elf's face. Sir Jerkins and the other representatives of the Helen Kingdom had grim expressions on their faces as they watched the battle from above. Brianna, who was the prize, sat beside her grandfather with her hands clasped together. It was as if she was praying to the sovereign of the Kyrantor Mountains for William's victory. Crown Prince, Prince Alaric and Princess Ayla sat beside each other as they, too, waited for the start of the battle. In the depths of Princess Ayla's beautiful purple eyes, a rare feeling of admiration and envy welled up. She wasn't able to stop herself from giving Brianna a brief glance before shifting her attention back at the arena. How the princess wished that she was in Brianna's position. She also wished that a knight would appear out of nowhere and save her from her fated marriage. "Are both of you ready?" Great Chief Evander, who was seated on a high seat at the top of the cliff overlooking the arena, asked. "Ready," William answered. He took a fighting stance holding the staff in his hand and pointed its end in Prince Azil's direction. Prince Azil nodded his head and brought down his visor. He took a fighting stance and held his sword firmly in his hand. Seeing that both fighters were raring to go, Great Chief Evander raised his hand and announced the start of the battle. "Fight for honor, fight for glory, may the best man win," Great Chief Evander shouted. "Start." The warriors around the arena raised their weapons and shouted. "Ahu, ahu, ahu." William locked his sights on Prince Azil's body as the power of his passive skills boosted his stats. He had shifted to the monk job class because it was currently the best class to use during a battle. Not only that, the extra stat points it gave was a welcome addition to William, whose powers were still sealed. Name: William von Ainsworth. Health points: 7, 500 over 7, 500. Job class: Shepherd LVL 30. Subclass: Monk Max. Strength: 55 plus 45. Agility: 50 plus 20. Vitality: 30 plus 35. Intelligence: 60 plus 20. Dexterity: 45 plus 50. Both fighters took a step forward and charged at each other. Prince Azil suddenly increased his speed and instantly appeared 5 meters in front of William. The second prince was known for his uncanny ability to easily unleash a flurry of sword strikes that rendered his opponent in a helpless state. He was using a long, silver saber sword that was slightly longer and bigger than the normal saber sword. Although it looked heavy from an outsider's perspective, for the prince, it was as light as a feather because it was a soul-bound weapon that was especially made for him by the grandmaster blacksmith of their dynasty. It was a sword that could easily slice through steel armor, as if it was made from tofu. Prince Isel sneered in his heart. His plan was to cut the half-elf's arms off before torturing him. He would mutilate William's face until even his family wouldn't be able to recognize him anymore. After that, he would chain him up and bring him back to the palace and have him live as a chained dog for the rest of his life. The sword blade blurred as the strike reached its designated target. William raised his staff in an attempt to block it, which made the smile on Prince Isel's face widen. He disdained the half-elf for even attempting to use a useless staff to block his sword. He looked forward to seeing his future slave's expression when the weapon in his hands was cut into pieces. Unfortunately, what happened next made the smile on Prince Aziel's face stiffen. The staff that he had thought would be cut in half successfully blocked his attack and was even about to fall on top of his head. The prince hurriedly jumped to the side to dodge the unexpected counter-attack from his opponent. However, William was hot on his heels. Relentless dragon rush. William roared as he sent a flurry of thrusts aimed at Prince Aziel's head, neck, chest, eyes, and shoulders. The prince hurriedly parried the attacks he could and dodged the others. Prince Aziel took several steps back in order to gain distance from the opponent that he had only considered to be a fool for challenging him in a duel. Forced into a corner, Prince Aziel shouted and released his sword aura. The sword in his hand extended and turned into a giant silver snake that forced William to stop his assault. After finally taking a breather, Prince Aziel's face within his helmet reddened in anger and shame. For him to be forced to use his sword aura, an intent first made his killing intent explode from his body. "I'll kill you," Prince Aziel roared and thrust forward. The giant silver snake hissed and charged towards William with rage. This time the situation was reversed. It was now William's time to retreat as the snake mercilessly hounded his heels. "Come, Solil." The ring on William's hand transformed into a golden spear. He had already stored his wooden staff and now held the spear firmly in his hands. Right now it was noontime in the Kirintor Mountains. Although the temperature was freezing, the sun shone in the sky like a king watching gladiators battle to entertain him. The spear in William's hand started to get warm, which caused steam to rise from its handle and blade tip. William channeled his aura into his weapon before throwing it towards the sky. Everyone was dumbfounded by the half-elf's move because they couldn't understand the logic behind his actions. Even William's comrades were caught by surprise by their commander's antics. Wendy's hands were clasped together over her chest as she observed the person she liked. She had faith in William and trusted him completely. The beautiful girl knew that her commander was not someone who did things arbitrarily. She knew that there was a hidden meaning behind his action that would allow him to win the duel. After throwing Solil towards the sky, William summoned his bow and quiver. He immediately knocked an arrow on his bow and aimed it in Prince Isel's direction. "Lightning God War Art 8th Form," William said. "Exterminate Chryslikados." The tip of the adamantium arrow glistened in an eerie green glow before it was released from the bow. It flew towards the prince, leaving a trail of green mist behind it. Halfway through its journey, the arrow multiplied into over 100 replicas. Prince Aziel immediately made a blocking gesture, which made the giant silver snake stand in front of him. A few seconds later, a pained shriek resounded in the arena as the adamantium arrows embedded themselves into the silver snake's body. Green smoke rose up from the arrowheads, which formed a green poisonous cloud that enveloped the giant snake's body. Prince Aziel hurriedly dropped the sword in his hand and ran away from the poisonous cloud. As a member of the royal family, he was well versed in using poison because it was the most effective way to eliminate his opposition. His instinct told him that the poison was very potent, so he didn't hesitate to drop his weapon to retreat. Unfortunately, William's lightning god war art lasted for a full minute, and the half-elf had sent another barrage of poisonous arrows in his direction. Out of desperation, Prince Aziel raised the onyx medallion that he had given Great Chief Evander before in order to save his life. "Heed my call and come to my aid," Prince Aziel shouted. "Come forth, blood-eyed torment ant soldiers." The onyx medallion shone, and 3 2-meter-tall ant-type beasts emerged in front of Prince Aziel. The rain of arrows fell upon them, and the ants gave out pained cries as they were hit by the holy arrows that were coated in powerful poison. The ants fell on the ground twitching, but Prince Aziel paid them no mind. He summoned 6 more blood-eyed torment ants and ordered them to attack William. Once again, these ants died in William's hands, but Prince Aziel kept on summoning more. It was as if the medallion's ability to summon was unending. Great Chief Evander looked at the onyx medallion in regret. If only William hadn't interfered with his plans, the medallion would have been his. The blood-eyed torment ant soldiers were only grade D beasts, but they were numerous. After summoning over 100 beasts, the effect of William's lightning god war art expired, and he no longer shot any more arrows at his enemy. Seeing that the half-elf had run out of steam, Prince Aziel laughed and raised the medallion once again. "Show him no mercy. I summon you, Grim Nightmare Ant Commander." 4-meter-tall silver ant with green eyes materialized in front of Prince Aziel. The Grim Nightmare Ant Commander's bloody red mandibles opened wide to let out an ear-piercing shriek. It was its war cry and acknowledgement to its master's command to kill the enemy in front of it. William narrowed his eyes as his appraisal skill identified the latest goon that the prince had summoned to end his life. Grim Nightmare Ant Commander. Threat level S-mid. Cannot be added to the herd. William wasn't able to read the rest of the information of the centennial beast in front of him because it gave him no time to do so. After screeching, the centennial ant fired an acid spray in William's direction. The ground he was standing on a while ago melted into a puddle of acid. Since it was an AoE attack, William wasn't able to prevent himself from getting grazed by the acid on his shoulder and legs. Fortunately, William had coated his body with his aura, but he still suffered second-degree burns from the acid spray. He was, after all, fighting against a centennial beast that was way out of his league. Name: William von Ainsworth. Health points: 4, 500 over 7, 500. Just a graze and I received this much injury, William thought as he distanced himself from the giant ant who was now running towards him. If that thing hits me directly, I'm doomed. Smoke rose from the injured area of William's body as he dodged the ant's relentless attacks. Initially, he thought of attacking Prince Aziel, but the latter had summoned dozens of blood-eyed torment ant soldiers to protect him. The prince currently had a gloating expression on his face as he looked at the pitiful half-elf. "Host, it is going to fire another acid spray, yin-yang cauldron." William shouted and a cauldron materialized in front of him. It enlarged itself and formed a shield in front of William. The acid spray landed on its surface, but the cauldron remained intact. Wendy and Amelia breathed a sigh of relief after seeing that William was safe. Their hearts were beating wildly inside their chests in anxiousness for the boy's safety. To William's surprise, the cauldron even absorbed the acid spray and stored it inside its storage space meant for ingredients. The half-elf decided to use the acid to his advantage and ordered the cauldron to spray the acid back. However, his target was not the centennial beast in front of him, but the prince that had surrounded himself with soldier ants. Aziel immediately ordered the ants around him to form a meat shield to protect him from the acid spray. The dozen of ants melted as soon as the acid landed on their bodies, but their mass was enough to protect the prince who hid behind them. If one is not enough, then have a couple more. Aziel screamed in fury, "Hear my call. Grim Nightmare Ant Commanders." 2 more centennial ants appeared in the arena. The combined pressure of the 3 centennial beasts made the warriors look at them solemnly. William still had a calm expression on his face. But that was because his consciousness was elsewhere. He had assigned the system to temporarily control his body while he negotiated with someone inside his 1,000-beast domain. "Ha ha ha. You stupid elf, you finally made your appearance." Kasaganaga roared in anger. "How dare you trap me inside this domain? I will make you pay with your life." Wait, listen to me first." William raised both of his hands in an attempt to pacify the enraged demigod. "I came here because I have a proposal. I will not negotiate with any elves. Die if I die. You will be trapped here for eternity. Do you want that to happen?" The rainbow-colored, 2-meter-tall, curled-up anteater stopped in its tracks. It was about to ram itself on William's body. But the moment the elf mentioned being trapped for eternity, it hurriedly stopped its attack. "You dare to threaten this demigod?" Kasaganaga shouted hatefully. "Just listen first. How about we make a deal? I promise that you will gain benefits from it." What deal? Speak, you wretched elf. William decided to come clean because he didn't have much time remaining. The system said that he could only take over his body for 10 minutes max before the autopilot feature was disabled. I am currently fighting 3 centennial ants. Havada. Doesn't that mean that you're as good as dead? Good, you deserve to die a gruesome death if I die. You will be trapped here for eternity, William reminded the smug-faced anteater, which made the latter immediately choke on its own laughter. The two of us started on the wrong foot. But let me tell you one thing, William said after taking a deep breath. I am not an elf. I am a half-elf. You're still half an elf. The Kasaganaga didn't want to compromise, although it knew that half-elves were also treated badly by the elves. Its long imprisonment made it hate anything that had an elf attached to it. You hate the elves, right? I mean, I also resent them to a certain extent because they forced my mother and I to be separated, William explained. The Kasaganaga paused and looked at William with a serious expression. As a demigod, it had the power to see through all lies and deceit by mortals. No mortal on Hestia could lie to a demigod and think that they could get away with it. William then hurriedly narrated the story about how his father saved the Silvermoon continent and sacrificed himself to save the world tree. However, some of the elders of the Elven Council still hated William's father because he had made the Saintess his wife, HMP. Even after thousands of years, those hypocrites are still hypocrites. The Kasaganaga stomped the ground with its little foot in anger. I'd like to tell you more. But I don't have much time left, William said anxiously. Right now. I need your help, please. Help me. The Kasaganaga pondered for a while before reluctantly nodding its head. I will help you. But in return, you will allow me to use some of the high-grade magic crystals you have stored inside your domain. It's time for you to die. You wretched slave, Prince Aziel ordered the 3 centennial ants to corner William and end his life. Right now. William's back leaned against the wall of the arena. The 3 centennial beasts had him surrounded, and there was no longer any place to run and evade. The 3 ants opened their mandibles wide and attacked William. Wendy and Amelia covered their eyes with their hands. They didn't want to see their commander's gruesome death in the jaws of the centennial beasts. Brianna, who was watching the battle, clenched her fists so hard that her nails had dug down into her palms, drawing blood. Princess Ayla sighed internally as she averted her gaze. She knew that the battle was already at its end, and she didn't want to personally witness the death of a brave young man who only wanted to save the damsel in distress. It was at that moment when a loud and arrogant voice echoed inside the arena. A 2-meter-tall, rainbow-colored wrecking ball slammed on the face of one of the centennial ants. After hitting its target, it bounced towards the other ant and hit its head as well, naturally. It didn't end there, and it hit the head of the remaining ant that had a look of surprise on its face, although the Kasaganaga was only a Class C beast. It was still a demigod, and the bane of all ants. Its attacks, no matter how weak it was, would always give the maximum damage towards all kinds of ants which were its food. The 3 centennial ants collapsed on the ground. Shrieking in pain, the rainbow-colored anteater uncurled itself, and a long, elongated tongue extended from its snout. The tongue wrapped around the body of one of the ants and pulled it towards the anteater. The centennial ant struggled helplessly, but it was of no use. Faced with the bane of its existence, all of its attempts to break free were futile. The ant was devoured by the smaller anteater as if it was nothing. It was akin to a goldfish eating a baby shark. But the irony was, there was still room to spare in its stomach. The stomach of the Kasaganaga was similar to a small black hole. The ant-type creatures would be instantly absorbed within that black hole, and they would be digested gradually over time, after seeing the demise of their comrade. The 2 centennial ants tried to escape, but the Kasaganaga was a step ahead of them. It wrapped the 2 ants with its tongue and devoured both of them at the same time. Prince Aziel watched this scene in disbelief. Actually, he was not the only one. Everyone who was watching the battle had dumbfounded looks on their faces, while everyone was still reeling from the shock. One of the mithril-ranked warriors from the Anisha dynasty shouted. Prince Aziel hurriedly looked above him and saw another unbelievable sight. William was holding a flaming spear in his hands that was over 2 meters long. His robes fluttered in the air as he raised the spear to strike. Bloom in the battlefield. William roared, Fleur du Soleil. The spear left a blazing trail in the sky as it streaked towards the horrified prince that was frozen in place. Prince Aziel's vision was bathed in a golden light. That was the last thing he saw before his body. And ambitions turned into ashes. A hot gust of air washed over the spectators that were watching the battle. The enchantment that was placed on the arena of chivalry had activated and prevented the roaring flames from going outside the confines of the arena. Jerkins clenched his fist as he exclaimed in both shock and happiness at William's firm stance when it came to killing the second prince. "Good job, boy, good job." Jerkins gritted his teeth as the blood boiled inside his body. He wished he could do the same and massacre the other representatives of the Inasha dynasty, but he was more of a scholar than a warrior. The flames of Solil rampaged as it tried to break free, but the powerful enchantments of the arena kept it in place. Soon, the flames subsided, and only a golden spear, firmly embedded in the ground, could be seen where the second prince of the Anasha dynasty once stood. Great Chief Evander and the rest of the warriors had solemn expressions on their faces as they looked at this scene. Their gazes shifted from the spear stuck in the ground to the boy that was slowly descending from the sky. Hidden quest cleared. Beat the second prince of the Inasha dynasty. Reward 1,000 God points. The red-headed boy was surprised when the series of notifications appeared on his status page. Although he wished that he would gain points in defeating Prince Aziel, he didn't expect that a hidden quest would be triggered after he successfully killed him. William had no qualms in killing Prince Aziel because it was a scenario where either the prince died or he died. He wouldn't show mercy to his enemy, especially when that enemy was hell-bent on killing him. William's hand was firmly gripping the feet of the blood eagle, whom he named Skadres. The half-elf gave the great chief of the northern tribe a sidelong glance before his feet touched the ground. "Thank you, Skadres," William said, and the blood eagle screeched in reply. It circled around its master once before disappearing into the air. William extended his hand and Solil flew back to him. He held the spear firmly in his grip as he walked towards the spot where the prince had fallen. There, on the ground, was the onyx medallion that he had used to summon the ant warriors to fight by his side. Surprisingly, the medallion hadn't melted and was still intact. William picked it up and was about to appraise it when a scream broke the solemn air of the third peak of chivalry. "Prince Aziel!" A panicked scream broke out from the representatives of the Inasha dynasty. The two mithril-ranked warriors jumped down into the arena and charged towards William. Both of their eyes were bloodshot because they didn't expect that their second prince would die in his fight against the knight commander of the Helen Kingdom. They knew that they would be punished by the king when they returned to their domain, but they hoped that their punishment would be lessened if they presented the culprit to their monarch. William didn't move and simply stared at the two approaching warriors in disdain. A mocking smile appeared on his lips as if taunting them for their stupidity. The two warriors became more enraged and unsheathed their weapons when they were only 20 meters away from their target. They planned to cut off the boy's legs in order to prevent him from running away, so they could drag him back to their homeland and torture him for life. The two warriors brandished their weapons at the same time, however. Something unexpected happened. And their weapons were merely a foot away from William's body. Both warriors stopped in their tracks. Their expressions and gazes didn't change, but they had stopped completely. It was as if both of them were frozen in time, unable to deliver that disabling blow that would cripple the half-elf whose mocking smile widened even more. "The wind may blow, but the ice will never melt," William said softly. "Mortals who disobey this law will only have one ending." As if waiting for those very words to finish, both warriors turned into ice sculptures, to the surprise of all the foreign guests who thought that William would die under the two warriors' hands. Only the northern tribe didn't bat an eye and remained indifferent to the fate of the two warriors that had dared to break one of their sacred laws. William casually brandished Solil and shattered the two ice sculptures. The arena of chivalry only allowed duels that both parties had agreed upon. Those who broke this rule would turn into ice sculptures, and their fate would be at the mercy of the person whom they wished to harm. Since William already knew the rules of the arena by heart, he acted firmly and destroyed the ice sculptures. He had no intention of negotiating with the representatives of the Inasha dynasty because both had already shown open hostility to each other. The second princess, Valeria C. Anasha, looked on in horror as William made a cutting-the-neck gesture in her direction. The remaining guards hurriedly stood in front of the princess and unsheathed their weapons. It was their way of protecting the last VIP of their dynasty within the Kyrantor Mountains. William ignored the soldiers as his eyes shifted towards the great chieftain's location. Half of his mission had been completed, and it was time to finish the rest while he still had the strength to stand. He ignored the pain that was coming from the acid burns on his body as his eyes locked on his target. William raised the spear in his hand and pointed it at the second warrior of the tribe, Canal Zeke. "When I saw Princess Ayla, I fell in love with her at first sight," William said in a righteous tone. "Although I am younger than her by 2 years, I'm sure that she'll be more beautiful when I come of age. I've always wanted to marry a princess, so this is an opportunity that I can't afford to miss." Princess Ayla and the other people that were present on the third peak couldn't stop their lips from twitching. Just an hour ago, William declared that he fell in love at first sight when he saw Brianna. Now, he was saying the same thing. All of them wanted to spit on him and ask, "Just how many times do you plan to fall in love at first sight, Wendy?" Amelia and the rest of the members of William's night order covered their faces as they looked away in embarrassment for a brief moment. They wanted to pretend that they didn't know the shameless half-elf who had a smug expression on his face at this time. Even Jerkin's usually calm facade broke apart and was forced to cover his mouth to prevent himself from laughing out loud. "Commander William, why don't you stop here?" Great Chief Evander was forced to acknowledge William as one of the knight commanders of the Helen Kingdom after he had shown his mettle against Prince Aziel and the Centennial Ants, although he didn't know the origin of that rainbow-colored anteater that appeared earlier. A beast that could single-handedly defeat and devour 3 Centennial Ants was no laughing matter. "Today is the day that my son will choose his brides," Evander continued, "since he has already chosen the princess as his main wife. It would be disrespectful for the guest to snatch her away." No, William smiled when he heard Evander's condescending words. Frankly, he felt like scum right now, but he'd rather be a scum than a dead scum as long as they were on the third peak of chivalry. William could use the rules to his advantage, however. Once they left this place, the advantage he had would disappear like the fleeting wind. "So, you are saying that the second warrior of the tribe refuses to accept my challenge?" William nodded his head. "All right, I will accept your suggestion, but he has to change his title to the second coward of the tribe. I am very excited to share with my kingdom that the warriors of the Kyrantor Mountains are just a bunch of puss-wise." William laughed out loud. It was a laughter filled with ridicule and contempt that irritated the ears of everyone that heard it. Excluding the representatives of the Helen Kingdom, the great chief and the rest of the warriors glared at William hatefully. But the target of William's ridicule sat calmly on his seat, as if he didn't hear the half-elf's mocking words. The second warrior calmly sipped his tea and let the mocking laughter wash over him like a passing breeze. He was not afraid to fight William, because as long as he was in his domain, he would be able to use the power of his bloodline to its limit. The reason he was not saying and doing anything was because he was waiting for his father's decision. The great chief was his father, and his words were law. Great Chief Evander had already told him subtly to remain seated and not say or do anything reckless. As the second warrior, he wouldn't allow himself to be enraged by mere taunts, however. Canal didn't expect that William would also mock the warriors of the northern tribe. What he did went past the northern tribe's bottom line. All the warriors roared in anger and brandished their weapons. If not for the laws of the third peak, they would have already swarmed the hateful half-elf and torn him to shreds. "What's wrong? Are you guys angry?" William laughed. "Calm your titties. You bunch of pusses, come, this sir is here, all of you can fight me at the same time. I'm not afraid of pusses, the crown prince of the Zelan dynasty." Alaric Sol Zelan had a faint smile on his face as he looked at the knight commander of the Helen Kingdom, who was busy taunting the warriors of the northern tribe. Deep inside, he was laughing heartily. He thought that coming to the Kyrantor Mountains would be a dull undertaking. He didn't expect that he would find first-class entertainment in this dull and frigid place. Great Chief Evander gripped the armchair in an attempt to prevent himself from killing the boy then and there. As the great chief of the northern tribes, he had to be the example for every warrior to follow. However, even he was finding it hard to keep his rage from rising to the surface. The boy's mouth was simply too obnoxious that he wanted to rip it apart so badly. Even so, he endured. There was a right time for everything, and now was not the right time. "Is this the attitude of a knight commander?" Great Chief Evander asked. "I expected more from an official of the Helen Kingdom." William snorted before he gave his reply. "My attitude depends on who I am talking to. If I'm talking to dogs, there's no need to be polite. Why do I have to act respectful to mongrels who only know how to hide in these mountains? Even a grandma from my hometown has more balls than all of you combined. Another round of roars reverberated across the third peak of the chivalry as several of the warriors weren't able to stop themselves from jumping inside the arena. They would rather die than be insulted by the hateful half-elf who was stepping on their pride and dignity. His mouth is too evil. Brothers, let me kill that bastard. No, let me kill him. Even if I die, I will bring him to the afterlife with me. Seeing that everything was going south, Great Chief Evander was forced to stand and pacify his people. Stop, don't listen to him, he's just provoking all of you, Evander shouted. Did you not see what happened earlier? Do you want to die as well? The warriors stopped after hearing their great chief's words, but soon, William's mocking laughter irritated their ears once again. Would you rather die as warriors or die as dogs? William sneered. Just take a good look at your great chief. He's just standing there while I call all of you cowards, dogs, and puss-wise. Do you know why he's not reprimanding me? I'll tell you why, it's because it's the truth. William raised his chin arrogantly. What mighty warriors! Such audacity! If you really are as mighty as you say you are, then why are you hiding here in the mountains like little rats? If you are as mighty as you say you are, then why don't you challenge the Hellen Kingdom to war in a fair battle? William spat on the ground before sneering at Great Chief Evander. Brave warriors who only dare to fight when it was 3 against 1. Just like now, I stand here alone, and yet all of you want to fight me at the same time, and you still have to ask why I call all of you puss-wise. The devilish half-elf pointed at Canal with a mocking expression. Look at your leader, he is desperately hiding his second son under his skirt. Second warrior, more like second puss-wise. William laughed one more time, and his irritating laughter made all the warriors who heard it gnash their teeth in rage. After laughing, William raised his chin in an arrogant manner in order to continue his taunting. Why don't we ask your God whether he thinks of you as warriors or not? William then pointed his finger at the first peak of divinity that could be seen in the distance. The warriors glanced at the direction of the first peak and waited. They wanted their god to smite this irritating boy and turn him into an ice sculpture. That way they could place him as a permanent landmark in the third peak where everyone could spit on his face anytime. William wasn't aware of what the warriors were thinking as he shouted with all of his might. Sovereign that rules over the Kyrantor Mountains, if everything that I have said is false, then punish me here and now. The warriors of the Kyrantor Mountains are not warriors but cowards, mere dogs who are now wagging their tails at their new masters, which are the 2 dynasties of the southern continent. Tell me, am I wrong or not? Everyone held their breaths as they waited for the response of the demigod that ruled over the entirety of the northern region. There was no bolt of lightning, no peal of thunder, and not even a sound that came from the first peak of divinity. The deafening silence made the warriors' blood turn cold, for they felt that their sovereign's silence was its silent acknowledgement of William's claims. William, who was the source of the commotion, had an arrogant look on his face, but deep inside he was feeling anxious. He didn't know what kind of being the demigod was, or its stance towards the war that the northern tribes were planning to wage. Actually, William wanted to know if the sovereign of the Kyrantor Mountains was also in cahoots with the 2 dynasties. This was more scary than having an army invade the Hellen Kingdom, because fighting against a demigod was no laughing matter. The silence continued. William could have sworn that mere seconds had passed, but for him it felt like hours. When 5 minutes passed and still no answer came from the first peak, the warriors of the tribe looked at their great chieftain anxiously. Great Chief Evander felt cold, not because of the warriors' stares, but the silence of their sovereign. Its silence was more deafening than the war cries of all the warriors combined, and it chilled his very soul. See, William said softly, even your god agrees with me, you are not warriors. All of you are just cowards who only know how to fight when it is advantageous to you. William was about to say more when a shout reverberated in the air. Shut up, shut your mouth. Canal's bloodshot eyes stared at William as he rose from his seat. You want to steal my bride? Fine, let's fight. If you win, you can have the princess. If I win, you will take your words back. William chuckled. However, this chuckle seemed more deafening than his laughter earlier. He no longer needed to fight Canal because he had already achieved his goal. Now that the tribe thought that their god agreed with William's claims, their will to fight had also disappeared. Canal also knew that, if this continued, his family would no longer remain as the ruling family of the northern tribe. The reason Evander was called the Great Chief was because all the tribes acknowledged him. If this acknowledgement disappeared, then a new chief would take his place. There were many who had wanted to replace Great Chief Evander for a long time, but they hadn't found a good reason to do so. Now, William presented them with an opportunity that they could use to finally end the Great Chief's reign over all the tribes in the Kyrantor mountain once and for all. "Take my words back. Sorry, but not happening," William said. "Are you stupid? Even your sovereign agreed with me. If I take it back, wouldn't the esteemed excellency hit me with lightning bolts?" It was at that moment when thunder roared in the heavens. The warriors who heard this knelt down on the ground because they clearly felt the divinity that accompanied it. Their god had finally made its presence known, and it seemed to be siding with William once again. Great Chief Evander's and Canal's faces turned deathly pale. They knew that now was a crucial time, and they needed to turn the situation around before it was too late. "Fine, you want my princess, then I'll give her to you," Canal shouted, "but in return you will fight me in a duel, as per the laws of our domain. Do you dare accept my challenge?" Canal didn't care anymore. All he wanted to do was end William's life in order to vent out the anger in his heart. "You're not qualified to fight me." William gave Canal the middle finger. At the start, he really wanted to fight Canal and make the Great Chief agree to his demands after he won the duel. However, the current situation was already good enough. He really didn't care about Princess Ayla. Although he felt pity for her and found her beautiful, she was just a stranger he had met for the first time. He had no obligation to help her. This is the fate of people that have chained themselves to the whim of their god, William thought. As long as the god is on their side, they are invincible, but the moment they lose its favor, the northern tribes are merely castles made of sand that would easily crumble once the waves come to shore. On that day, on the third peak of chivalry, the great chief, Evander Zeke, was forced to bow his head. His ambition for the northern tribes to march and conquer the Hellen kingdom was put to an abrupt stop. Cadel covered his face in regret. If only he had refused Sir Jerkin's proposal to travel with him to the third peak of chivalry, none of this would have happened. How he wished that he could turn back time and correct the mistake that he had made. He would definitely kick William out of the mountains and ban him from setting foot in their domain for as long as he drew breath. Well, that sure was something, Alaric, the crown prince of the Zelen dynasty, said with a smile. "Aren't you happy? You don't have to marry a barbarian anymore." Princess Ayla, who was seated opposite him, had a calm expression on her face as she drank her tea. They were currently inside the tent, where they stayed after arriving at the third peak of chivalry. William's appearance had put a stop to their plans to use the northern tribes as the hammer that would hit the Hellen kingdom from behind, while the two dynasties faced them on the front lines. "All right, your ex-husband candidate said that he's giving you to the knight commander of the Hellen kingdom," Prince Alaric teased her half-sister. "Do you want to go with him? I personally don't mind if you do that." Princess Ayla placed the teacup on the table before looking at her elder brother. "Surely you jest, big brother. Our father is going to attack the Hellen kingdom soon. Why should I stay behind enemy lines? If you go back, you will definitely suffer. You also understand that, don't you?" Prince Alaric propped his chin up using his fist and smiled at his little sister. "Since your purpose for coming here was in vain, father might get angry and marry you off to the son of the Minister of War that you hate so much." Princess Ayla's hands trembled as she thought about marrying the most notorious womanizer in their dynasty. That man was 3 years older than her and had the body size of a pig. The only reason why he was able to have his way was due to his father's influence. The second princess would rather die than marry the bastard pig that had ruined the lives of countless women in the Zelen dynasty. Princess Ayla looked at her big brother and saw that the smile had disappeared from his face and was now replaced by a serious expression. "Ayla, I cannot guarantee that I will be able to protect you if we return to the palace," Prince Alaric said. "Someone is whispering in father's ears and is urging him to go to war. Right now, the Zelen dynasty is not a safe place for you to stay." "So you're telling me that the most dangerous place is the safest place, big brother?" "That's right. Also, I can write a letter to that person and ask him to take care of you. In a way, that knight commander is a distant relative of mine." "Distant relative?" Princess Ayla asked in confusion. "What do you mean?" The smile on Prince Alaric's face returned as he thought of the uncanny work of fate that brought him to the Kyrantor mountains and personally saw a distant cousin of his that was staying in the Hellen kingdom. "My grandmother and the knight commander's grandmother were twins. Lord Ainsworth fell in love with her when she went to the Hellen kingdom to meet the previous king for a missionary mission." Alaric shared his story. Back then, Lady Urza was the foreign ambassador for our dynasty. The two of them hit it off pretty quickly and became lovers for a few years before finally deciding to settle down and marry. I'm sure that the esteemed Lord Ainsworth, who crushed all of Lady Urza's suitors back in the Zelen dynasty, wouldn't mind this small favor of mine. Princess Ayla's eyes widened in surprise when she discovered this unbelievable backstory. Who would have thought that the current crown prince of a dynasty and the knight commander of the Helen Kingdom were distant relatives? Big brother, please be honest with me, Princess Ayla pleaded. Is there really no chance of turning the situation around? I don't mind marrying a barbarian as long as our father will be happy. After all, this is for the sake of our homeland. Prince Alaric shook his head. Nothing will change even if you marry Canal. The Zeke family is in a precarious situation right now. Great Chief Evander might lose his position, and even if he remains as the Great Chief, the Northern Tribe's expedition towards the south is over. I don't see any value in marrying you off to a faction that can only stand on the sidelines while we wage war on the front lines. Also, I am not too keen on this war. I feel like we are merely puppets being played by a puppeteer from behind. This leaves a very bad aftertaste in my mouth. Prince Alaric had already discovered that there was an organization inside their domain that had been pushing for this war to happen. At first, they were only whispering in the ears of the Minister of War. Now, they were the advisors of the king. He found all of this very fishy, and he didn't like it one bit. The Crown Prince extended his hand and held Princess Ayla's trembling hand in a firm grip. Hide in the Helen Kingdom for the time being. At least that way, you will not be immediately married to that pig. Once we win the war, I will come and find you. And if we lose? Princess Ayla inquired. She was loyal to her homeland, but after seeing William's performance, she was having second guesses whether they would succeed in the upcoming war. If we lose, then we lose, Prince Alaric said casually. To be honest, I hope that we will lose this war. Maybe that is what father needs to wake up from his delusions. Listen, Ayla, and listen well. Remember, there is no such thing as a free lunch. Everything has a price. I'm afraid that the price we paid for getting a share of the Helen Kingdom was something that we will regret in the future. Prince Alaric was an ambitious person, but he was not stupid and short-sighted. War would cause many of their people to die. This was an inevitable thing. However, dying for greater cause and dying as chess pieces were two different things. Prince Alaric would not mind dying for his homeland, but he would never accept dying as a pawn to help someone else achieve their goals. Once I return, I will get to the bottom of this, Prince Alaric swore in his heart. Father, I hope that you know what you're doing. Meanwhile, somewhere on the third peak of chivalry, the chiefs of each tribe were currently discussing important matters. The bride selection ceremony had already become a farce, and the other chiefs were no longer interested in presenting their young ladies to become Canal's brides. The second warrior was put under house arrest by Great Chief Evander in order to prevent him from doing something stupid due to anger. Liam, the first warrior, was currently guarding him and making sure that he stayed inside the main residence of the Great Chief, although none of the other tribal chiefs were telling Great Chief Evander to step down. He had already told him that they were not satisfied with his unilateral decision to cooperate and angering their god in the process. Great Chief Evander cursed them in his heart, because these same men were those who had supported him wholeheartedly, when he told them that they would expand their territories by joining the two dynasties in a pincer attack. He swore that, after he managed to keep his position, he would ensure to deal with each and every one of them while they were in the middle of their talks. A beautiful lady, who seemed to be in her late 20s, suddenly appeared before them. The Great Chief and the tribal chiefs immediately knelt and bowed their heads to pay homage. We greet you, Great Oracle. All the men raised their heads and looked at the holy maiden that resided on the first peak of divinity. She was the one and only messenger of their god. Seeing her here right now could only mean one thing, and that was, did His Excellency say anything? "Oh, Holy One," Great Chief Evander asked. He was feeling very anxious right now because he was afraid that their god would punish him for his actions. Yes. The Great One wants to talk to the interesting boy who made all of you look like clowns in a circus. His Excellency is very, very displeased right now. He also said that the new Great Chief of the tribe will be chosen by the boy as well, but that will have to wait until the two of them have talked. Now, pass on my orders and escort him to the first peak of divinity. Don't keep His Excellency waiting. After saying her words, she vanished and turned into an icy mist that flew towards the first peak of divinity. The tribal chiefs glanced at each other before hurrying to find William. All of them were thinking the same thing. This was the opportunity that they were waiting for, as long as they managed to make a good first impression on the boy. Agree to his demands. The position as the great chief of the tribe was as good as theirs. Great Chief Evander looked bitterly at the group of old men who had already had a head start. He never dreamed that he would have to curry for the favor of the same person who had brought him to his knees. Fortunately, there was one more card that he could play, and that was none other than pairing him with his granddaughter, Brianna, since the half-elf already owned her. He couldn't possibly return her like some used thing. This was the law of their domain. Even their god recognized it. He hoped that, with his granddaughter's help, he would be able to keep his position and ride out the storm that had befallen their family. "Is there something that you need, Lord William?" An old man with a crooked nose asked with a big smile on his face. "Our tribe is willing to accommodate your every command. You already have 2 beautiful wives by your side, but we could add more if you want to. Such a handsome and chivalrous young man like you will have no problem having a dozen wives." "Don't listen to him, Sir William," another old man, who had the same sturdy build as William's grandfather, James, said as he patted the boy's shoulder. "Our tribe produces the most beautiful and excellent fighters in the northern regions. If Lord William makes any number of them his wife, then they would definitely give birth to handsome and strong warriors just like your grace." "Nonsense, our tribe has the most beautiful ladies." "Ah, you old crook, why don't you just kick the bucket already? You're already this old and you're still playing matchmaker. Go home and just lay quietly to the side. Shoo." William was using all of his willpower to prevent his lips from twitching as over a dozen old men tried to ingratiate themselves to him. He was having some afternoon tea with Wendy and Amelia when this group suddenly barged inside their tent. The half-elf thought that they were planning to fight him, but they did the opposite instead. The old men started to bribe him with beautiful wives and kept on calling him handsome, strong, chivalrous, manly, and many other positive things that made even the thick-skinned half-elf blush in embarrassment. "Everyone, please calm down." William raised his hand in order to put a stop to the old men's bickering. "Can one of you please tell me the reason for your visit?" The old man with a crooked nose smiled and nodded his head. As expected of the handsome knight commander, you truly know how to cut to the chase. "This old one's name is Alden. I am the tribal chief of the Kado tribe. The reason why we are here is because the great oracle has invited you to go to the first peak of divinity to have a meeting with the Great One." Kado bowed his head respectfully after referring to their god. "We of the Kado tribe are willing to escort Lord William to the first peak of divinity and brave the dangers together. Even if we face a mountain of fire and a sea of knives, our tribe will remain by your side until the bitter end." "You old fart, how dare you promote your tribe in front of Lord William? Aren't you afraid that if you force yourself to look good, your crooked nose will straighten?" "Alden, why don't you just sit down? Lord William, the Bauman tribe is willing to become your sword and spear to overcome the challenges together." The old men started to bicker with each other, and spittle flew in the air. William frowned because this sudden change in the tribe's stance caught him by surprise. A few hours ago all of them were glaring at him. Now, all of them were acting as if he was their best friend. "All of you stop talking." A commanding tone immediately silenced the rowdy crowd who was so close in having a brawl. Great Chief Evander stepped forward, and his intimidating presence made the other tribal chiefs unconsciously take a step back. Although his position was being challenged at the moment, that didn't change the fact that he was still the recognized great chieftain of the allied tribes. Their long years of being subservient to him had penetrated deep inside their bones, that it was hard for them to immediately shake off his hold over them. Seeing that his deterrence still had some effect, Evander made his way towards William and passed the exact words that the great oracle had given him. "You may bring anyone you want to the great peak of divinity, but know that it will not be an easy climb," Evander explained. "Those who manage to reach the first peak will gain great rewards. Those who fail will return here to the third peak of chivalry. I know that the 2 of us have started off on the wrong foot, and I have no plans to ingratiate myself to you. However, I would like to remind you that Brianna is already yours. What you do with her is up to you, but you cannot return her to the tribe. This is the law, and since you have used the duel to fight for her hand, you'd better take responsibility, or else, even if the gods forgive you, I won't forgive you." William faced Great Chief Evander's glare fearlessly. He didn't deny the Great Chief's words because it was true. William had fought for Brianna's hand in the name of their god, and he couldn't take those words back even if he wanted to. However, there was a loophole in the law, and that was William could either marry Brianna or marry her off to someone else. Since the half-elf knew that Brianna and Prince Ernest liked each other, he had already decided to play matchmaker between the two and have the adorable Loli be recognized as the youngest prince's fiancé. William may not be the smartest half-elf in the world, but he understood what Great Chief Evander was trying to imply. The two of us are already attached at our hips. If we fall, Brianna will also fall. This was Great Chief Evander's message. And William understood the logic behind it. Let's talk after I meet with your god. William replied, as for Brianna, she already belongs to me. What I do with her is none of your business. Great Chief Evander nodded his head. William's clear, light green eyes had already told him what he wanted to know deep inside. He was able to sigh in relief because there was still a chance to keep his position from getting snatched by the other tribal chiefs, by the way. What happens if I don't go to the first peak? William inquired. Great Chief Evander and the rest of the tribal chiefs looked at William as if he was the most stupid person they had seen in their life. No one in the Kyrantor Mountains would dare disobey the decree that the Great One had passed down. But the half-elf even dared to question what would happen if he didn't go. Wasn't this a very stupid thing to ask? I don't know what will happen if you don't go to the first peak. Great Chief Evander admitted, however. What I do know is that no one has defied the orders of our sovereign since the tribes made the Kyrantor Mountains their home. Great Chief Evander smiled evilly at William. I'm also very curious. Knight Commander, I want to know what would happen to you if you dared to defy our god's decree. It was at that moment when all of them heard the consecutive roars of thunder across the mountain. It was like a loud laughter, but to William's half-elven ears, it sounded very ominous since his question had already been answered. There was no choice but to go to the first peak and meet the god of the Kyrantor Mountains. William and his knight order made their journey towards the peak of divinity under the watchful eyes of the warriors of the northern tribe. Since none of them were invited, they couldn't accompany William on his journey. The greatest glory in their lifetime was to have the opportunity to meet their god at least once in their life. They envied William because it was very clear that their sovereign looked at him kindly. The moment William's party reached the second peak of enlightenment, a powerful blizzard reigned over them. Visibility was almost zero, and they could only see a foot in front of their faces. Suddenly, a strong gust of wind blew over them which scattered their formation. William reached out to hold Wendy's hand, but he was already too late. Wendy and the rest of his knight order were blown away by the wind and were nowhere to be found. Wendy. Answer me, William shouted as he tried to look for his comrades. Amelia, Ian, Bruno, Brutus, where are you guys? William shouted over and over again. But only the howling of the wind answered him back. On the first peak of divinity, Ella stood straight and looked down over her beloved. She then glanced at the humanoid goat that was kneeling beside her. Don't give him and his friends any special treatment. Ella ordered. William is not a vase that will easily break. The humanoid goat that was over 3 meters tall bowed its head in a respectful manner. The wings behind its back unfurled as it stood up. The sovereign of the mountains then glanced at the boy that was stranded inside the blizzard. He felt envious of him, but held no malice for the boy. Since he was the one chosen by their goddess, then it was only natural that he recognized him as well. As you wish. Lady Amalthea, the demigod, replied. It then clenched its fist and allowed the Peak of Enlightenment to activate. The Peak of Enlightenment was a trial for the warriors of the northern tribe. If they successfully cleared it, they would be able to gain great rewards, of course. If they didn't succeed, then they would have to pay a price as well, after all. The Peak of Enlightenment followed one law and one law only, and that was the law of equivalent exchange. FCK. William cursed as he found himself falling in what seemed to be a bottomless pit. Just a few minutes ago, he and his comrades were traversing the path to the Peak of Enlightenment when a blizzard suddenly appeared out of nowhere. Then a gust of wind blew everyone away from each other. William was about to look for his friends when the ground under his feet opened up and sucked him in, which brought him to his current predicament. The boy did everything in his power to stop his fall, but it was all in vain. He couldn't communicate with his system, and none of the artifacts in his possession was working. After struggling on what felt like hours, the boy finally gave up and ceased all activities. Just when he thought that he would keep on free falling for all eternity, a light appeared below him and then he fell face first on solid ground. Pei, William spat the grass and dirt from his mouth as he hurriedly propped himself off the ground. He scanned his surroundings to see if there was any danger around him. The sun was about to set, leaving the sky with an orange glow. William frowned when he realized that he seemed to be in a flower field in the middle of nowhere. He was about to look behind him when he heard an "A" sound coming from his back. William turned his head to look at the owner of the voice. His body stiffened when his gaze landed on a lady who seemed to be in her late teens. She had long black hair, and her eyes were the same pair of eyes that made his heart skip a beat a lifetime ago. The young lady, who was as beautiful as a painting, looked back at the boy that had suddenly appeared out of nowhere in shock. She had come here to admire the sunset, like she usually did every day, and had never experienced something like this before. However, for some reason, the heart inside her chest started to beat wildly. It was as if it was seeing an old friend that it hadn't seen for years. "Belle," William stuttered. He could hear his own heartbeat as the emotions that lay dormant inside his heart started to resurface uncontrollably. "No, this must be a dream or an illusion," William muttered as his eyes focused on the girl in front of him. "That's right, this is just an illusion. How could this be real? I was on the peak of enlightenment when a blizzard happened." William did his best to calm his emotions. His brain was telling him that everything he was seeing was not real. However, his heart was telling him that this was reality. While he was waging an inner battle with himself, the young lady stood up and looked at him in a guarded manner. "Who are you? Why do you know my name?" Belle asked. "What are you doing on our property?" William stopped his mumbling and stared at her. It was at that moment when he realized that he had missed her so much that even hearing her voice was making his heart ache. A tear fell, followed by another. Soon, more tears streamed down on William's face as the floodgates in his heart burst open. He, who had hardened his heart from the darkness of humanity, wasn't able to stop the flood of emotions that had accumulated for many years. William stared at Belle as if trying to burn her image in his soul. He didn't care anymore if this was a dream or an illusion. What was important was that she was here, right now. Seeing that the younger boy was crying, the beautiful lady felt alarmed and hurriedly approached him. "What's wrong? Are you hurt?" Belle asked. She then scanned William's body for injuries. "What's your name?" William's lips trembled as he gave out his name. "My name is Will." "Will, your name is Will. What is your surname?" Belle pondered for a while before shaking her head. "Sorry, but I don't recall anyone in this town with that name," Belle replied. "However, don't worry. I will ask my servants to help you find your family later." William had no recollection of what happened next. He felt light-headed and he couldn't think straight. All he knew was that Belle held his hand and took him back to her villa so he could change his clothes. "Did you buy this from a cosplay shop?" Belle asked. "This is very well made. Unfortunately, there is some damage here and there. From the looks of it, it seems to have been scorched by fire." "Not fire, but acid," William said internally as he put on the clothes that were lent to him by Belle. He had just finished taking a bath and changed into a set of clothes that belonged to Belle's younger brother who was studying in the city. "I'll ask the maid to have this washed," Belle stated with a determined expression. "I'll also ask them to patch this up. Don't worry, Will, I'll make sure that this will become as good as new." William could only nod his head and thank the over-enthusiastic girl. This was the first time he had seen Belle act this animated. Back then, she would always have that distant and aloof expression on her face when she was in the academy. "Those ears of yours look so real." Belle's eyes sparkled as she stared at William's ears. "Who is the character that you're portraying? Is he an anime or game character?" William unconsciously touched his half-elven ears. Although they were not as pointy as that of an elf, they were still pointer than that of a normal human's. "Actually, they are real," William said in a half-teasing voice. "I am actually a half-elf." "Yes, and I'm actually a fairy." "But you are a fairy. You're still young, but you sure know how to compliment the ladies." Belle smiled sweetly as she patted William's head. She didn't know why, but she felt very close to him as if she had known him for a very long time. The moment her eyes saw him, she felt as if something that had been missing in her life had finally reappeared, and it made her feel complete. "Can I touch them?" Belle asked. William nodded, "Of course." Belle's soft and delicate hands moved to touch William's ears. She kneaded them with her fingers while trying to find the hidden attachment that made the ears pointy. A minute later, she took back her hands and her expression became serious. "No way," Belle muttered. She then grabbed William's hands and looked straight in his eyes. "Are you really a half-elf, like one of those characters in fantasy books. Can you use a bow? Can you use magic? Do you know Legolas? Belle's barrage of questions made William chuckle. Since he couldn't access his system and artifacts, the half-elf thought that he was in some sort of dreamlike state. Because of this, he was not afraid to hide that he was a real half-elf and answered all of Belle's questions. The only thing he didn't reveal was his real identity. He was afraid that the moment he told Belle the truth, this dream of his would break into 1,000 pieces. Who is this girl? Ella thought as she looked at the pool of water in front of her. Is this the world where William lived his past life? She was currently seated beside a spring. Watching William in his trial, Elle was very curious because she had never seen this girl before. With a glance, she could tell that William loved the girl like a mother appraising her future daughter-in-law. Ella's eyes narrowed as she observed the two's interaction in the spring. Well, she's not half bad, Ella said with a smile. A plan was brewing inside her mind as she thought of her beloved. What she wanted was William's happiness. Since that was the case, she was willing to pull some strings in the background to make William's dreams come true. "Are you for real?" Belle exclaimed. "You're really a half-elf." Belle couldn't believe that Will was the real deal. She only thought that the boy was one of those cosplayers that like to go to conventions while portraying their favorite characters. Never in her wildest dreams did she think that she would meet a real, breathing, fantasy creature in the flower field right outside their villa. "Can you cast magic?" Belle asked. "I can't," William replied. "My powers are currently sealed." "Then, can you tell me more about your world?" "It is a very long story. Are you sure you want to hear it?" Belle listened to William's tale. The boy said that he was born in the Elven continent, then taken to a town called Launt, and was raised by my relatives and a goat named Ella. William also told her about the exciting battles against magical beasts and the people he met along the road to the temple. "I think ESD and Ian are traps," Belle said. "Either that or both of them are girls in disguise." "ESD and Ian are girls," William snorted. "Impossible. I've been around them for a long time. Do you really think that I can't differentiate between a boy and a girl, especially that snot-nosed pansy? If he was really a girl, I'd spell my name backwards." "Haven't you heard about women's intuition?" Belle smiled mischievously. "Most of the time I'm right, and this is one of those occasions when I think that I am right." "Something is off with your intuition then." William was about to continue the story when they were interrupted by Belle's maidservants. It was time for dinner, and the head maid had ordered them to bring the food inside Belle's room because she seemed to be having a good time with their guest. Although she didn't know where William had come from, the head maid was a good judge of character. This was also the first time that she had seen their young lady so happy that she didn't dare to destroy it. She had been depressed for a long time after the operation. Her father decided to let her spend some time in the villa to recover. He was hoping that the lush scenery and the fresh air of the countryside would improve her mood. After the two finished their dinner, Belle told William more of her observations. "This girl Wendy is really in love with you," Belle said like an expert in romantic relationships. "You better treat her well. However, your ex-roommate Kenneth, isn't this like one of those soap operas when a girl pretends to be a guy to be near the guy she likes?" "You sure have a wild imagination," William replied. "You watch too many dramas." "Oh, you know about dramas. Does your world have any modern technology? Based on what you said earlier, I thought that it was a pure fantasy world. Is it sci-fi? Do you have spaceships, interstellar travel?" "Forget about what I said about dramas. My world is pure fantasy." The half-elf scratched his cheek, as if reprimanding himself for saying something unnecessary. Belle just smiled and didn't pry any further. She felt that Will was hiding a few things from her, but it didn't matter. She was not the kind of lady who would force people to tell her their secrets. "Still, you should pay extra attention to ESD and Ian," Belle insisted. "As for Kenneth, he's still 50-50. He could be a trap or a real girl in disguise." "Okay," William replied half-heartedly. Belle knew that the boy was only agreeing on the surface, but he had no intention to find out whether her conjectures were true or not. "You know, something is bothering me." Belle leaned her back on the chair she was sitting on. "And that is?" William asked. "You have many bride candidates around you. Let's not talk about the unconfirmed ESD, Ian, and Kenneth. Rebecca, Wendy, Amelia, and even that little girl Brianna. But, are you planning to become a harem protagonist?" Belle's gaze locked on at William. For a brief moment, William thought that the girl was looking at him like he was some kind of scum. "You know, harem protagonists are the worst," Belle added without mercy. How can they have so many girls? Isn't that being unfaithful? Nay, tell me, are you planning to have a harem? The half-elf coughed lightly as his eyes wandered around the room. Clearly, he didn't want to answer this touchy subject. Well, I know that polygamy is not banned in your world. However, you must promise me that you will not go after girls willy-nilly and not care about their feelings at all, Belle said with a serious expression. If you do that, I will cross between worlds and pull on your ears until they detach. Do I make myself clear? Yes, William lowered his head. His dejected expression made Bella's expression soften. She didn't want to admit it, but she felt a little irritated when the handsome boy mentioned the names of the girls around him. Why am I feeling this way? Belle thought. Is it because Will is the only boy I have interacted with aside from William? Their names are very similar as well. When Belle thought of the sickly boy that would often steal glances of her while she was in the archery club, she wasn't able to stop herself from feeling sad. William noticed the sudden change in her mood and thought that it was due to him being a harem protagonist. He immediately stood up and held her hand and looked into her eyes. Belle, I am not someone who takes relationships lightly, please. Believe me, William said with a serious expression on his face. For a brief moment, the sickly boy's face in her memories overlapped with William until the two of them became one. Belle. William asked, "What's wrong? Are you not feeling well?" "I am fine," Belle replied as her hand unconsciously gripped William's hand. "It's already late. We can continue our talks tomorrow. Since you have no place to go, you can stay in this residence until we figure out a way to send you back." Belle didn't know how or why the half-elf suddenly appeared in her world. However, one thing was certain. She wanted to know more about the red-headed boy in front of her. "You don't have to worry about that," William replied. "I think I will return to my world after 3 days' time." 3 days? Belle asked in surprise. "How do you know that you will return in 3 days?" "I just know." "Call it a half-elf's intuition. That thing actually exists." "Yes," William replied as he looked at the ticking counter that had suddenly appeared on his status screen. The timer had suddenly appeared after Belle's change in expression. William didn't know what triggered the timer, but he felt half happy and sad at the sudden development. Happy because he knew that after the timer ended, he would be sent back to Hestia. Sad because it will also mark the end for his brief encounter with the girl that he had loved a lifetime ago. The next day, William and Belle spent the day walking around the countryside. Before they left the house, Belle made William wear an eye patch and a pirate hat that she had unearthed from the attic. To top it off, she even found her little brother's pirate costume that he once used during a school play. She intended to hide William's identity by making him cosplay. Naturally, Belle also decided to join him and asked the maids to remodel a set of her clothes to resemble a pirate costume. William found this quite interesting and agreed to Belle's proposal. With his disguise, the two was able to spend the day walking hand in hand around town. William noticed that stalls were being built along the way leading towards the temple of the town. There were also decorations being hung around the main plaza, which gave off a very festive vibe in the air. "Is there some sort of festival going on?" William asked as they passed through the stalls that were being arranged side by side. "Have you heard of the Star Festival?" Belle asked. "In our world, there's a story about a shepherd who tended goats and a celestial maiden that weaves beautiful dresses. The two fell in love with each other, and the gods bestowed upon them their blessings. However, their story didn't end with a happily ever after. Due to their intense love for each other, both of them neglected their duties. The celestial maiden stopped weaving, and the shepherd stopped tending his herd. The gods became angry and separated the two of them from each other." William continued walking, but the hand that held Belle's tightened. Of course, he knew about the story of the star-crossed lovers. After the two were separated, the gods took pity on both of them and allowed them to meet once a year. Every year on that same day, the two would spend a day in each other's embrace. When the day was over, the two of them would once again be separated for another year until the fated day when they would be reunited again. Back then, William didn't think much about this tradition because he couldn't relate to it. Now, it all sounded like it was a tailor-made festival just for him. "Do you know how to weave clothes?" William asked as he looked up at the taller girl walking beside him. "No, I'm not good with needles," Belle replied. "But I am good at archery. Why don't we have an archery match tomorrow? You said you're also proficient with the bow, right?" "Sure, I'll give you a handicap. Just because you are a half-elf you think you can beat me in archery. Remember, William, I am 5 years older than you." "You forget that I'm a half-elf. What makes you think that you're older than me?" How can you be older than me? Belle patted William's head. Look at you, you're so small. William wanted to retort, but Belle's soft hand that was patting his head felt so comfortable that he decided that it was not worth it. He only had a few days to spend with her, and he wished to make every second count. Even though William wished that he could stop time and let this moment last forever, he knew that it was not possible. Just like the sands falling down in an hourglass, 2.5 days passed like a fleeting dream. The day of the festival arrived, and William accompanied Belle to the temple. It was currently 5 in the afternoon, and the two were checking all the stalls along the way to the temple. William felt his heart aching with every minute that passed. He wasn't able to stop himself from checking the timer on his status page every now and then to see what little time he had remaining. I will return to my world at 10 o'clock, William thought with a sigh. Although he was feeling depressed, he kept a smile plastered on his face. Oh, what a cute couple! A charming voice called out to William and Belle as they walked past a stall. Young man, why don't you buy your girlfriend an accessory to commemorate this special occasion? William and Belle glanced at each other before walking towards the stall of the lady, who was wearing a veil on her face. For some reason, the lady's stall reminded William of the stalls found in the temple of 10,000 gods, the place where the gods gave contracts to people whom they deemed worthy to enter the temple's doors. Take a good look at these accessories, the sales lady said enthusiastically. I guarantee that all of them are high-quality items. Belle's eyes sparkled because all the accessories were very beautiful and well-made. As a young lady from a rich and influential family, she could easily tell that they were genuine and not fake accessories. Because of this, she also knew that they were very expensive. How much is this? William pointed at a golden necklace with a blue jewel embedded at its center. That would be 40 million, the sales lady answered. I'm willing to give you a discount and sell it to you for 38 million. William's hand that was about to touch the necklace immediately retreated. What? This is 40 million. Why are you selling expensive things at a stall and not a jewelry store? Aren't you afraid that people might steal them from you? Don't worry, young man. Anyone who dares to steal from me will not have a good ending. The sales lady patted her chest with confidence. I guarantee this on my name. William rubbed his face. He thought that the lady was either making fun of him or thought of him as a gullible child who didn't know who Freya was. He had also read Norse mythology during his free time, and Freya was the goddess of love, beauty, fertility, war, and death. However, among the many attachments to her name, everyone agreed that her main role was the goddess of love and beauty. While William and the saleslady were chatting, Belle's gaze unconsciously landed on a silver ring. There was nothing special about the ring. It was just a plain silver ring without any decorations, and yet it held a very strong attraction to her. How much is this silver ring? Belle inquired. The lips of the sales lady behind the veil curled up into a smile. If William and Belle were to see it, they would immediately be charmed by how beautiful her smile was. You have good eyes, young lady, the saleslady said with an approving tone. This silver ring is part of a pair. The name of this ring is called the Ring of Vega and its counterpart the Ring of Altair. Legend has it that if two people were to exchange and wear these rings, no matter how far away they are from each other, they would eventually be reunited, just like the legend of the star-crossed lovers. William looked at the silver ring and felt his heart skip a beat. Although he knew that the sales lady was merely saying these things to make a sale, the promise to be able to be reunited once again resonated with his heart and soul. How much is it? William asked. You can't buy this with money, young man, the sales lady said in a teasing tone. Then how? William inquired. Since it is in this stall, it means that you intend to sell it, right? The sales lady nodded and picked up the silver ring. Young man, the price of this ring is a promise, the sales lady said. I will sell it to you if you promise me one thing. What kind of promise? William asked. Since this ring represents love, the promise you must fulfill is also one of love, the saleslady replied. You will be unable to refuse this promise. No matter what happens, you will do it, regardless of the price you have to pay. Can you make this promise? William frowned. A voice inside his head was telling him that he shouldn't underestimate the saleslady's words. Belle, who was standing beside William, grabbed his arm and pulled him away from the stall. The black-haired beauty half dragged William towards the temple without saying a word. The saleslady watched the two of them with a smile hidden under her veil. She had already given William a choice, whether he accepted it or not, was his own choice. As William and Belle walked towards the stairs of the temple, a gentle breeze blew and whispered something in William's ears. "Star-crossed lovers, heartache and regret. When I look in your eyes, I wish that we had never met." After the incident at the stall, the two wandered around the temple before offering their prayer to the deity that was said to be the patron of the temple. Ironically, the deity of the temple was said to be the deity of love and reunions. As someone who had met real gods and deities, William closed his eyes and clasped his hands together. He prayed with all his might to allow him to spend more time with Belle. He poured out his heart in his prayer, hoping that his words would reach the patron deity that governed over love and reunions. Belle had finished her prayer and looked sideways at the handsome half-elf that had been with her for the past 2.5 days. William had told her that he would return to his world at exactly 10 in the evening. Belle had only spent such a short time with him, but something deep inside her wanted to hold on to him and never let go. And she did just that. While William was praying, she hugged him from behind. At first, William was surprised, but he once again closed his eyes and resumed his prayer. Belle was 2 heads taller than William, and if one was to look at them from the side, they would think that the two of them were brother and sister. Finally, William finished his prayer. As if both of them had an agreement, they walked away from the crowd and looked for a place where the two of them could be alone together. "According to the staff, there will also be a firework display," Belle said as she sat beside William. The two of them went to a small clearing that was located at the back of the temple. William looked up at the countless stars in the sky. These were the stars that he had not seen for many years. They looked both familiar and foreign to him. "The stars here are different," William said softly. "Will," Belle said as she held his hand. "Why don't you just stay here with me? I will look after you and make sure that you don't suffer. You don't need to fight anymore. Just be with me, please." William gazed at her eyes and felt his heart waver. He was very tempted to say, "Yes, I will stay with you." But each time he tried to say those words, the faces of several people flashed inside his head. They were the faces of the people that were important to him, who were on the other side, where Belle didn't belong. A place where the shepherd goes to tend his sheep. A place where the weaver couldn't hope to reach. "Can you hear it?" William held Belle's hand and placed it over his chest. "Can you feel it? This heart of mine yearns for you, and yet I can't say yes to your proposal." "Why?" Belle asked. "Why can't you just stay here with me? Here, where it is safe, and you don't need to risk your life to fight for a kingdom that might fall in the upcoming war." "Because they need me." Belle hugged William in a tight embrace. "I need you too, William." William felt something wet fall on his head as Belle's body trembled. "You promised me," Belle said between sobs. "You said that the next time we met that you would never let me go. You promised me." William felt like a lump was stuck to his throat as Belle poured her feelings over him. He never mentioned who he really was, but for some reason, Belle was able to guess his true identity. The half-elf wrapped his arms around Belle and held her tight. "I wish to stay with you as well. I really do," William replied. He was doing his best not to let the tears in his eyes fall. "I'm sorry, Belle, but I can't stay here with you." Belle felt her heart breaking as the emotions that she had held back for a long time exploded inside her chest. She begged William over and over, but his answer was still a no. In the end, Belle stood up and ran away with tears falling down her eyes, blurring her vision. "William, you're a liar. I hate you." Those were her parting words as she ran away from the boy, who had unknowingly crossed the multiverse just to see her again. William watched her go, and the tears that he had been holding back fell like rain. He wanted to run after her, but he didn't have the courage to do so. He just covered his eyes with his hands as his body trembled, fighting off the longing he held for her. Back then, he was not able to be with her because of his illness. Now he was unable to stay with her because he had a duty to fulfill. "Do you wish to remain in this world?" William opened his eyes as he stared at the string of words that appeared on his status page. He was sure that when the timer reset, he would be sent back to his world. However, this time, a new option appeared. "I can stay." William was half in doubt when he saw the system message blinking in front of him. For a moment, he thought he was imagining things, but after wiping the tears from his eyes, he realized that what he was seeing was real. He didn't make a decision right away. Instead, he walked back to the temple shrine, then down the stairs, until he reached the stall where the accessories were being sold. "Looks like you've broken up with your girlfriend," the saleslady teased the boy who hadn't even bothered to wipe the tear stains from his face. You said that you will sell me the ring for a promise, right? William asked. The sales lady nodded. As this ring represents the promise of love, I shall make a request as one who also loves. I wish to save the one I love. If you promise me that in the future you will help me save him, I will give you the ring. He resides in your world, so if you choose to take this ring, you will have to return to your world. The choice is yours to make. Do you want me to write a contract or make an oath? William inquired. I will do it. There's no need for that, the lady chuckled in an almost musical tone. I believe that you are someone who will not take back your word. The sales lady took the silver ring from her collection and gave it to William. Here you go, the sales lady said. The ring of Vega is yours. Thank you, William replied. No need to thank me, after all, it is not free. The sales lady patted the boy's head. Go, every second counts. William nodded his head and left the temple grounds. He ran with all of his might towards Belle's villa. He wanted to see her, to hold her, and tell her how much he loved her with the little time he had left. When William's back disappeared from view, the sales lady giggled as she leaned back on her chair. Looks like I won the bet, so what will you do, young lady? The sales lady asked. Belle walked out from behind the stall and looked in the direction where William ran. She bit her lip as she thought of the last words that she had said to him a while ago. She felt guilty and embarrassed because she tried to use William's promise to bind him to her. The sales lady presented a small box to Belle and opened it. All I need as payment is a promise, the sales lady said. The choice is yours to make. William stopped at the gate of the residence panting for breath. He had run all the way from the temple only to arrive as soon as he could. However, when he asked the guard if Belle had returned, the latter said that the young lady was still not inside the residence. William didn't believe him and entered the house to look for Belle. It didn't take long for him to realize that the guard didn't lie to him and hurriedly went out to look for her. He ran back to the temple, but the girl he was searching for wasn't there. William looked everywhere but still couldn't find her. In the end, William walked dejectedly to the place where they first met. Do you wish to remain in this world? William stood in the middle of the flower field as he looked at the stars in the sky. All it would take was for him to select yes, and the pain and suffering would end. However, he didn't do that. There were things that he couldn't leave behind. He couldn't be selfish. There were people who were waiting for his return. I just want to see you one last time, William said softly. It was at that moment when something exploded in the sky and a beautiful golden flower appeared in the darkness. Soon, several more fireworks painted the darkness with an array of colors. William watched them silently. The fireworks display lasted for 5 minutes before coming to an end. The fleeting beauty disappeared and the sky once again was bathed in darkness. Suddenly, a pair of slender arms hugged him from behind. William looked up to see a beautiful face right next to him. Belle lowered her head and planted a soft kiss on William's lips. When the kiss ended, William faced her and wrapped his arms around her. He then stood on tiptoe to kiss the girl he had loved for many years. The two kissed and kissed and kissed until they ran out of breath. Do you wish to remain in this world? I'm sorry, I shouldn't have said those words to you, Belle said. I was being selfish. William buried his face on her chest and listened to her heartbeat. Belle, I love you, always have, always will, now and forever. Belle hugged him and kissed his head lovingly. So you say, but you have so many girls waiting for you back in that fantasy world of yours. I'm sure that you will forget about me soon. I will not, William said firmly. For the past 14 years of my life, I have always kept you in my heart. Belle felt something warm spread on her chest when she heard that William had always kept her in his heart, even though he was living a new life in another world. You know, it's funny, Belle said as she brushed William's head. You spent 14 years in that world while here only a year has passed. Well, I'm not going to complain. At least you didn't find an old hag when you returned. That would be the worst. William reluctantly pulled back from Belle's warmth and softness and looked straight into her eyes. He then took out a ring from his pocket and gently placed it on her ring finger. Belle, for me, you are the beginning of a letter, the contents of a poem, the ending of a fairy tale, William said after he finished putting the ring on Belle's finger. I don't know what the future holds, but I will do my best to find you. Once again, William rose on tiptoe to kiss the woman he loved. He couldn't get enough of kissing her and wished that he had more time. If he could only pause the annoying timer on his status page, he would have paid 1 million God points to do it. After their short, love-filled kiss ended, Belle took out a ring from her own pocket and placed it on William's ring finger. William's eyes widened in shock as he looked at the ring on his finger. He then looked at Belle anxiously because he understood the meaning of her gesture. "Don't worry, it's not as bad as you think." Belle ruffled William's hair. "Do your best to find me, because if you can't do that, I will have no choice but to find you. Do you wish to remain in this world? Let us make some ground rules before you return to your world," Belle said with a serious expression. "If you marry dozens of wives, I will castrate you." "Okay," William replied. "I didn't intend to have dozens of wives in the first place. You can marry 9 people, whether they are wives or concubines, I don't care. However, you are not allowed to have more than 9. Belle stated. "If you surpass that number, you'd better not show yourself to me, or I'll make sure to fight you to the death. Do I make myself clear?" "Yes, ma'am." William nodded his head like a henpecked husband. "But why does the number amount to 9? "Because it is the—" "Never mind. Just make sure that you don't surpass that number, or I will hate you for life. Do you wish to remain in this world?" "You don't have much time left," Belle cupped William's face. "Let's not waste it." William agreed with her wholeheartedly as he raised his head. Their lips once again pressed against each other as they savored their last kiss together. "I love you too, Will. See you soon. Also that girl Wendy, treat her well." William's body glowed and slowly turned into particles of light. The light flew towards the sky and bathed Belle with its golden light. When the light finally receded, Belle knelt on the ground and covered her face with her hands. Her pained sobs echoed in the quiet night, for her star-crossed lover was no longer in her sight. William looked at the ring on his ring finger when the light around him receded. He could still feel Belle's warmth on his body and the lingering sweetness of her kiss on his lips. The red-headed boy stood there in a daze, completely oblivious of his surroundings. It was as if he was trying to hold on to the memory of his star-crossed lover that was now far beyond his reach. Suddenly, a light cough brought him out of his trance. William sighed and raised his head to look at the beautiful woman in front of him wearing priestess clothes. "Congratulations on passing the trial of enlightenment," the oracle of the Peak of Divinity said with a smile. "Come with me, our sovereign wants to have a chat with you." William nodded his head and followed behind the oracle. He wanted to meet the demigod that governed the Chirantor Mountains and personally thank him for the opportunity that was given to him. The two walked for 10 minutes before arriving at a white gate that was over 10 meters tall. Several golden runes were written on its surface, and they twinkled like the stars in the sky. The oracle raised her hand and the gate swung open. William couldn't see what was inside the room because his sight was blocked by a white mist. Even so, he walked forward with steady steps and entered the room fearlessly. He had only walked a few steps into the room when the gates closed behind him. "Over here, young shepherd," a confident and domineering voice called out to him. William walked towards the voice with a calm expression. Soon the mist started to recede, and he came face to face with a 3-meter-tall humanoid goat with its wings spread wide. A black, 5-pointed star, pentacle, could be seen on its forehead, and its golden eyes stared at William like it was appraising a rare species of animal. William felt like the goat looked familiar because he had seen it somewhere before. He pondered for a while, and his eyes widened in shock when he finally recognized that demigod that was standing before him. "Baphomet," William muttered as he unconsciously took a step back. "Oh, you know my father." The humanoid goat's gaze softened when he heard William mention his father's name. "I didn't know that he was popular in the lower realm. Even so, it's good to know that his name is not forgotten." The goat unfurled his wings as he sat on the white throne behind him. He then propped the side of his face on his fist as he crossed his legs, to once again stare at the boy whom the goddess has chosen. "I already know your name, but it would be best if we introduced ourselves to each other like civilized beings," the demigod said. "The tribes of the Chirantor Mountains call me the Great One, for I do not want them to know my real name. However, for you, I will make an exception. You may call me by my name, Takam. Threat level calamity low. Can be added to the herd. Success rate 0.0000000000000000000000000000001%. Aside from the general information of the being in front of him, William wasn't able to know more about the demigod that ruled over the tribes of the northern region. The red-headed boy pressed his fist over his chest and gave a brief bow. "William von Ainsworth, it's an honor meeting you, Your Excellency." A playful smile appeared on Takam's face as he made a gesture for William to come closer. I know you have many questions. Fortunately, I have all the time in the world to answer them all, Takam said with a smile. It's very rare for me to have guests, so I'll give you the VIP treatment. Takam snapped his finger and a small table, laden with sweets, and tea appeared in front of William. With another snap of his finger, the boy found himself sitting on a chair and holding a cup of tea in his hand. Wet your throat first, Takam said in a teasing tone. You must be feeling very thirsty after kissing your girl until the last second. William wanted to retort, but decided that it was not a good idea to argue with a demigod. The latter was treating him as a guest, so it would be best if he just went with the flow for now. The tea he drank tasted oddly familiar, and William drank again to confirm his suspicions. He had tasted tea like this during the 3 days that he had stayed with Belle, and it felt weird tasting it again here in Hestia. Although your old world is in the lower realm, it has many interesting things, especially this Lipton iced tea. Takam chuckled. Fortunately, we were able to get this item in bulk given the small time frame that we had. William's ears perked up as he listened to the demigod. He then placed the teacup on top of the table and looked at the humanoid goat sitting on the throne. Can I go back to Earth? William asked. This was the most important question in his mind right now. If possible, he wanted to find a way to travel between worlds to be with Belle from time to time. No is what I'd like to say, but since you already managed to get there once, I guess the possibility exists, Takam replied in a casual manner. To be frank, even I was surprised when the trial of enlightenment sent you to the lower realms. The trial was about testing one's resolve. If you had chosen to stay in your old world, then you would have stayed there until your dying breath. William, do you know? A god doesn't have the power to send someone from the higher realm to the lower realm. Even if 2 gods were to work together, it would still be very hard, unless both of them are extremely powerful gods. William carefully listened to Takam's explanation as if he was afraid of missing a single word. He then thought that if 1 or 2 gods can't do it, what about 4? The images of the 4 gods who had a good relationship with William appeared on his head and wondered if they were the ones responsible for his reunion with Belle. I will properly thank them the next time we meet, William swore in his heart. Back in the 10,000 temple, Lily and Gavin then stared at the 2 gods that were playing a game of chess beside them. William took a deep breath, then asked his second question. What about my friends? William inquired. What happened to them? Don't worry about them, Takam answered. All of them have passed the trial and are now waiting for you at the main hall. This might be the first time that a group of people has succeeded in overcoming the trial of enlightenment at the same time. William sighed in relief after knowing that his friends were safe. He then talked to Takam about the difficulties of the Helen Kingdom and the reason why he came to the Kyrantor Mountains. Takam listened with a smile and waited for William to finish his explanation. I am already aware of your purpose for coming. Takam rubbed his chin. Sadly, I can't agree to your request. Why? William asked. Because this war is only the start of something more sinister, and I need to preserve the strength of the northern tribes until the right moment arrives. Takam gazed in the distance, as if looking past the white mists that surrounded them. You don't have to worry about the tribes stabbing you in the back. I will not allow that to happen. However, that also means that I cannot offer you any assistance. His expression didn't change, but William could tell that the demigod had already made a decision. He would not get help from the tribes during the war, but he was thankful that their planned invasion had come to a halt. You said that the war is only the start of something more sinister. What do you mean by that, Your Excellency? William inquired. Survive the war first. Takam turned his head to look at the boy that he could easily pinch to oblivion if he felt like it. Then, and only then, can you come to the north to ask for assistance. Do I make myself clear? Yes, Your Excellency. Let's meet again when the sky falls. Those were the last words that William heard before his surroundings faded. His meeting with the demigod had come to an end, but their talk only brought more questions than answers. William was forced to put these matters aside for now because the demigod was right. He needed to survive the war first. As long as he was alive, there would be plenty of opportunities to find a way to be reunited with the beautiful lady that was waiting for him back on Earth. Wendy ran towards William and gave him a hug. Did you also pass the trial? I did, William replied, and he returned Wendy's hug. He was surprised that after meeting Belle, his feelings for Wendy hadn't changed. It meant that the straightforward girl had managed to worm herself inside William's heart, and the latter had also recognized her as his lover candidate. Belle said that I can have up to 9 wives or concubines, William thought. I guess I'll just cross that bridge when I get there. His gaze then landed on Ian and remembered Belle's warning about him. What are you looking at? Ian asked. You look creepy. Yep. It's impossible for this snot-nosed pansy to be a girl, William muttered as he averted his gaze. Belle's intuition was wrong. The oracle had already warned them that they should keep the contents of their own trials a secret, although they could share it with other people. She advised against it. She said that if other people were to know the contents of the trial, they would not be able to set foot in the northern regions again. Because of this, none of them asked each other what happened in their trials. It returned to the peak of chivalry because William still had loose ends to tie up, to his surprise. The representatives of the Anisha dynasty had already left. While the representatives of the Zelan dynasty remained, Sir Jerkins personally informed William that Crown Prince Alaric wanted to talk to him, although he was surprised. William decided to meet with him after he settled the issue with the tribes. As you may already know, the Great One has appointed me to choose the next great chieftain of the tribes. William said with a serious expression. All the different tribal chiefs looked at him anxiously and waited for his next words. The Great One has also issued a decree. William continued his speech. The tribes will not participate in the war, nor will they act as the reinforcements for the Hellen Kingdom. They are to stay in the northern regions until the war is over. Some of the tribal chiefs sighed, while others nodded their heads. Most of them didn't want to participate in the war because it would only cause the death of many of their tribesmen, although the regions of the north were harsh. They weren't lacking in anything. There's more. The nearest town of Stanmore will now fall under the jurisdiction of the tribes. William said this will be the compensation of the Hellen Kingdom to the tribes for not participating in the war earlier. Sir Jerkins had told William that the king had told him that he could use the 3 towns near the Kyrantor Mountains as bargaining chips to gain the aid of the allied tribes. However, since the demigod had forbidden them from joining the war, the bargaining chips became useless. William knew that some of the tribal chiefs still had the notion of expansion, so he was willing to compromise and satisfy their itch. Half-elf told Jerkins that in order to prevent the tribes from joining the tri-party alliance, they needed to sacrifice one of the towns on the border in order to appease them. Jerkins readily agreed to William's suggestion because he was afraid that the tribes would really switch sides if they didn't give them some form of compensation for the ambassador. Losing one border town was better than fighting on 3 fronts of the battlefield. Just like William expected, the tribal chiefs were quite happy with the new territory they had gained for free. Even Great Chief Evander gave William a nod of admiration for his ability to compromise. Okay, now that is settled. We will talk about the position of the great chieftain of the tribe. William gazed at the tribal chiefs and completely ignored Great Chief Evander, which made the latter's smile stiffen. For years, William held out 4 fingers in front of everyone seated in the great hall. For 4 years, Evander will remain in his position as the great chieftain of the tribe. After that, all the tribal chiefs will vote if he should continue to stay as the great chieftain or if he should step down from the position. If the tribal chiefs are going to ask Evander to step down after 4 years, each tribe needs to send one of their representatives to clear the trial of enlightenment. The first person to clear the trial will become the next great chief of the allied tribes. There will be no age restriction to the trial. Anyone can become the great chief. But only one representative per tribe is allowed to participate in the selection ceremony. The tribal chieftains nodded their heads in agreement. They thought that the new system was good since it prevented anyone from holding the position of great chieftain for an indefinite span of time. Great Chief Evander happily accepted the new system after confirming that members of his tribe could also participate in the selection ceremony. He knew that William had given him 4 years to remain as the great chieftain, so that Brianna wouldn't suffer. After he had settled the issues of the tribes, William asked Sir Jerkins to invite the crown prince of the Zelan dynasty to his quarters. He was very curious about what the next king of the neighboring dynasty wanted to say to him. It didn't take long before Prince Alaric came to William's tent to converse. He didn't come alone. Princess Ayla, Canal's ex-bride candidate, was with him as well. The beautiful brother and sister pair sat opposite William and looked at him with calm expressions on their faces. When I came here to the northern regions, I thought that I would only be meeting with the leaders of the different tribes. Prince Alaric said with a smile, I didn't expect that I would see a distant relative and witness his amazing battle prowess firsthand. By relative, You mean me? William asked in confusion. You might be making a mistake. Your Highness. Well, if your grandmother's name is not Urza, then yes. I may be making a mistake, the prince replied in a playful tone. Tell me, Sir William. Is Lady Urza not your grandmother? She is, William replied. Great, Prince Alaric clapped his hands. Actually, your grandmother and my grandmother are twins. Lord James went to the Zeland dynasty to personally ask her parents for her hand in marriage. Naturally, they didn't agree at the start and made things difficult for him. Prince Alaric chuckled, however. Lord James was able to beat all of Lady Urza's suitors, and finally gained the approval of her parents. She then went with your grandfather to the Helen Kingdom and would just occasionally visit our domain whenever she felt homesick. Long story short, you and I are distant cousins since we share the same heritage. I see, William nodded his head in understanding. So, what does your Highness need from me? Although he agreed on the surface, William didn't take the prince's words to heart. He would have to consult with his grandfather first and confirm whether what the prince had told him was true or not. Even so, he was still willing to hear what the prince had to say since the latter had waited for him to return to the third peak of chivalry. I want you to pass this letter to Lord James and also take my little sister, Princess Ayla. To meet him, Alaric replied, I know that this is an odd request from the crown prince of a dynasty that is planning to wage war on your borders, but it is still something I need to do for the sake of my cute little sister. You can do this for me, right? Cousin William frowned but still nodded his head. Is that all? Yes, that is all. Prince Alaric smiled, perhaps. This is the last time we will meet in such an amicable manner. The next time we see each other will be on the battlefield. Until then, make sure that you stay alive. Cousin, William returned Prince Alaric's smile, but said nothing else. He then looked at the beautiful princess who had been observing him since the moment she entered his tent. I hope you don't mind living in the countryside, Your Highness, William said, because that is where you will be staying until the war is over, as long as there is food to eat, a bed to sleep on, and a roof over my head. I believe that I will be able to manage, Sir William, Ayla replied. I am looking forward to meeting the legendary Lord James, who single-handedly defeated 100 warriors when he asked for Lady Urza's hand in marriage. Princess Ayla smiled sweetly as she gazed at William's eyes that were as beautiful as sapphires. She wanted to know more about the knight commander who was wearing a slave collar on his neck. The princess of the Zeland dynasty knew that her brother was right. It would be safer to stay in the enemy's territory than return to their domain. Because if she did return to the Zeland dynasty, all that was waiting for her was a life filled with regrets and misery. Inside the flying carriage, Wendy was seated on William's right, while Brianna was seated on his left. Little Loli was looking starry-eyed at the scenery that she was seeing for the first time. After tying up the loose ends, William and his group, along with Sir Jerkin's entourage, left the Kyrantor Mountains. The two flying carriages flew side by side as they made their way back towards the Helen Kingdom. Don't poke your head out too much, Brianna, William said helplessly. You might fall out of the carriage window if you lean more than that. It's fine, Brianna replied while still gazing at the scenery under the flying carriage. Big brother is holding my waist. I'm not going anywhere. You're so troublesome. William sighed and the little Loli just giggled in acknowledgement of his claims. The half-elf then shifted his attention to the beautiful lady with light purple hair and eyes that was seated in front of him. Ayla, the second princess of the Zeland dynasty, was also looking outside the carriage window. She had stayed in that pose ever since the flying carriage took off in the air. William wondered what her fate would have been if her marriage to Canal hadn't been interrupted. As if sensing his gaze, Princess Ayla turned her head to the side to look back at him. Is there something on my face, Lord William? Ayla asked. No, William replied. I'm still not sure what Prince Alaric was thinking when he asked me to take you to see my grandfather. My big brother might seem easygoing on the surface, but he is a worrywart at heart. Princess Ayla closed her eyes as if trying to hold back the sadness in them. He only wants the best for me, so he decided to ask a favor from you. I see. William didn't pursue the topic because he felt like Princess Ayla didn't want to continue the discussion. After a few hours, they finally arrived at the town, where a teleport gate was stationed. William and Sir Jerkins had talked beforehand about their next course of action before parting ways. The ambassador was to return to the capital to inform the king about the result of their mission. William, on the other hand, would first head to Lont and drop off Princess Ayla before going back to the Royal Academy. To be honest, William was worried that Princess Ayla was a spy sent by the Crown Prince, to monitor their movements. He hoped that his grandfather would be able to supervise her and ensure that she didn't do anything stupid while she was staying in the western edges of the Helen Kingdom. 2 days had passed after they had left the Kyrantor Mountains. It was around noon when they saw the familiar town of Lant appear before their eyes. Brianna suddenly screamed and grabbed William's arms while pointing outside the window of the carriage. There are wyverns outside," Brianna exclaimed. "They are heading in our direction." Princess Ayla, who was meditating, suddenly opened her eyes and showed an anxious expression. There had been several wyvern attacks in the Zeland dynasty, and the people there were very wary of wyverns. There was an occasion when her entourage was attacked by a wyvern while visiting the towns near their borders. Since then, Princess Ayla had been extra careful about not venturing into the territories where wyverns were said to hunt. "Don't worry," William patted the head of the anxious lowly. "They are on our side." Huh, Brianna looked back at William in confusion. A few seconds later, the wyverns flew alongside the flying carriage, as if they were guards protecting a VIP guest. It took Brianna a minute to realize that the wyverns were indeed not there to harm them. She then poked her head out of the carriage to stare at these notorious beasts that were often called lesser dragons in their domain. Princess Ayla had also calmed down after her initial shock, but she didn't let her guard down. She just stared at the wyverns outside the window with a complicated gaze as the carriage slowly descended from the sky. Dave guided Lionheart towards the Ainsworth residence and landed 50 meters away from the main entrance. James, Mordred, Anna, Eve, and Helen were already standing in front of the entrance and waited for their guests to disembark from the carriage. "I came to visit," William said with a smile. "It's good to see you again, Grandpa, Uncle, Auntie, Eve, and Aunt Helen." Eve immediately reached out to her big brother. William chuckled as he hurriedly picked up his adorable cousin and kissed her cheeks. James smiled as he looked at the guests that William had brought along with him. He was already familiar with the others, but there were several new faces that he hadn't seen before, namely Amelia and Princess Ayla, who were both beautiful ladies. The old man laughed as he patted William's shoulder. "You did well, boy. Should I start preparing for grand wedding ceremony?" Before William could even give a retort to his shameless grandpa's words, Brianna hurriedly ran towards James and grabbed his hand. "Grandpa James, we meet again," Brianna said with a big smile on her face. "Do you remember your promise? You said that you would give me a wyvern the next time we saw each other." Brianna, James almost didn't recognize the adorable girl that suddenly clung to him. "What are you doing here? Did your old man allow you to leave the mountain? Wait, don't tell me. You ran away from home and hitched a ride." Mischievous smile appeared on Brianna's face as she gave William a sidelong glance before returning her attention to James. "Grandpa, big brother William said that he fell in love with me at first sight," Brianna stated with a face filled with injustice. "He challenged a prince in order to win my hand in marriage. Right now, I am his fiancé." James almost choked on his saliva when he heard Brianna's words. He then stared at William as if he was looking at a scum. "Boy, even though I always tell you to look for girls to marry, I didn't tell you to prey on little girls," James said in a righteous manner as if he was free from sin. "However, since you can't uncook cooked rice, I will turn a blind eye on this matter. Just make sure that you treat Brianna well in the future." William snorted and raised his hand to flick the lowly's forehead. Unfortunately for him, Brianna had already anticipated his reaction and backed away while giggling. She then stuck out her tongue at William, which made the half-elf scratch his head in helplessness. Eve found William's reaction funny. She then reached out her two small hands to grab his hair and pulled on it. William ignored Eve's actions as he confronted his grandpa. "It is true that I won Brianna's hand in a duel, but I intend to pair her with Prince Ernest," William hurriedly explained because his Aunt Anna and Aunt Helen were looking at him with displeasure. He didn't want the two ladies who had helped to raise him to have any misunderstandings. He then glared at Brianna, who was hiding behind Wendy's back. "I see." James played with his beard as he accepted William's explanation. "Then how about the other two ladies whom I haven't seen before? What is your relationship with them?" William felt relieved because his grandpa readily accepted his explanation. He then started to introduce the two new faces that accompanied him back to Lant. "The beautiful lady with green hair is Lady Amelia Louise," William said. "She is a permanent member of my own night squad." "Louise, is she perhaps the daughter of Philip, the Baron of Bradford?" James inquired. Amelia, who was standing not far away from William, made a curtsy. It is an honor for Lord Ainsworth to know of our humble origins. James grinned as he waved his hand in a casual manner. Your father and I are not close, and we've only met twice in the past when I was passing through your barony. Even so, Philip is well known in the nobles' circle for not sticking his head in places that he shouldn't stick his head in. Your father is quite an admirable person. Melia blushed at James' praise towards her father. She didn't expect that the hidden overlord of the West had met her father in the past. After that brief exchange, William then introduced the VIP guest that had accompanied him from the Kyrantor Mountains. This beautiful lady here is the second princess of the Zelen dynasty, Ayla Sol Zelen, William announced. Her reason for coming here is due to the request of the Crown Prince, Alaric Sol Zelen. He also asked me to give this letter to you, Gramps. William took out the handwritten letter from his storage ring and presented it to his grandfather. James opened the letter and started to read. At first, there was a frown on his face, but his expression calmed down after he finished reading the letter. Ayla was it? James asked in a friendly manner. From this day onwards, you will be a guest of our humble town of Launt. Although the amenities we have can't compare to the things inside the Zelen Royal Palace, they aren't too shabby either. Thank you, Lord James. Princess Ayla made a respectful curtsy towards the legendary figure that once visited their domain many years ago. I will be in your care from now on. James nodded his head. According to Alaric's letter, you are studying life magic, right? Yes, Lord Ainsworth. Do you have a master teaching you? James once again nodded his head. It's quite fortunate that we have a very capable life archon here in Launt. If you wish, I can introduce you to him and ask him to take you on as his disciple. Princess Ayla's eyes widened in shock. She didn't expect that this small town had a life archon in it. There was only one life archon in the southern continent, and that person had been shrouded in mystery. The only thing that the life mages of the southern continent knew about this legendary figure was that he liked beautiful young women, and his stamina seemed endless. Lord Ainsworth, are you referring to the archon of the Spring of Life? Princess Ayla couldn't stop herself from trembling in excitement. Is he here? Is the renowned life archon, Sir Owen, here in Launt? Yes, James chuckled. Knowing that old man's taste, he would be more than happy to make you his disciple. William, who was listening to the side, had a dumbfounded expression on his face. He didn't expect that the old coot that boasted about his ability to go several rounds in bed was someone so famous. He even wondered if Princess Ayla was referring to someone else, and not the shameless and perverted old man who had secretly told William several tips on how to make a woman feel good in bed. Just because you are a princess doesn't mean that I will treat you favorably. I am a very strict teacher. Are you sure you want to become my apprentice? Yes, please, make me your disciple, Lord Owen. Very well, Owen nodded in a righteous manner. The charisma that was oozing from his body was that of a master that had faced great battles and had lived to tell the tale. William couldn't stop his lips from twitching as he stood at the side, watching this master and disciple pair. He wanted to grab the old man and shake his body so badly while shouting, "Where is the real Owen? You imposter! Tell me, where did you hide that old pervert who only knows how to boast about how he mastered the 444 positions that would make a woman go crazy?" When he saw Princess Ayla kneel and pay her respects to her new master, William almost spat on the ground. The old pervert winked at him and gave him the "now you know how awesome I am" expression while Ayla wasn't looking at him. William's reply was simple. He gave Owen the middle finger. This brief exchange between the two came to an abrupt end when Princess Ayla raised her head to look at her new master. Owen extended his hand to hold her hand, which was the procedure of accepting a disciple among the life mages. Princess Ayla stood up with Owen's assistance, completing the ceremony of apprenticeship. Rest for now, Owen said in a tone that was befitting of a monk that had abstained from worldly desires. Our training will start tomorrow. I'll pick you up when the sun rises. Yes, master. Princess Ayla bowed respectfully before walking back towards the Ainsworth residence. William and Owen watched her retreating back in silence. The moment the girl disappeared from their sight, Owen's exalted form and aura disappeared completely. Will, I'm going to tell this to you now. You'd better not extend your filthy hands onto my disciple, Owen said in disdain. Excuse me, I'm not an old cow that preys on young grass. Just look at how handsome I am. Do I even need to put an effort into making the ladies fall in love with me? William snorted. Old man, you'd better behave and not do anything untowards to your new disciple, or else I'll tell your wife. Owen summoned his staff and immediately whacked William's head. Even though he had already mastered a lot of skills and had grown stronger over the years, Owen's strike cleanly landed on William's head, which made the boy cry out in pain. "Fool, do not say such stupid things," Owen reprimanded. "Life mages don't do those things, especially between master and disciple. You'd better not spout any of that nonsense, especially in front of Ayla." "You've finally shown your true colors, old man," William grumbled. "What great Archon, what legend. Pirui, you're just a lecherous old man who likes to eat young grass." Owen was about to whack the boy again when the door of his house opened, revealing his young and beautiful wife, Sarah. "Darling, lunch is ready," Sarah said with a smile. "Little Will, it has been a while. Do you want to have lunch with us?" William and Owen smiled as both of them patted each other like they were the best of friends. Sarah smiled sweetly at the two and was very happy that the boys were getting along. "Thank you for the invitation, big sister Sarah," William replied. "However, I have guests back at the residence and I need to entertain them, perhaps next time." "All right," Sarah nodded. "Make sure to visit us again, Will, and study properly at the Royal Academy." "I will, big sister." "Darling, let's go and eat while the food is still warm." "I'm coming, honey," Owen said. "See you later, William." After the couple closed the door behind them, William shook his head helplessly as he walked back towards the residence. That old coot must have saved a planet in his past life to have Sarah as his wife, William thought. Then again, Princess Ayla becoming Owen's disciple is also a good thing. Grandpa and Owen are not fools. They will be able to monitor Princess Ayla and see if she has any hidden agendas in the Helen Kingdom. The group stayed the night in Lont before going back to the capital the next day. Although William could stay longer, he had many important matters to attend to after 2 days of travel. They finally arrived at the capital and immediately headed towards the Royal Academy, 2 hours after arriving at the academy. William was summoned to the palace. He took Brianna with him, because he intended to discuss with the king about making Brianna the fiancée of Prince Ernest, although there was no certainty that Great Chief Evander and his sons would be able to retain their position as the leader of the tribes. William thought that it would be best to officially declare Brianna as Prince Ernest's fiancée, since the two kids seemed to have feelings for each other. That was the amount of time that had passed since William had left the Royal Academy, and many things had happened while they were away. The Academy was busy preparing for the inter-division battle, and all the divisions were training seriously for the chance to become this year's champion, of course. Aside from the students, Carter had also been very busy with the help of Charlotte. The children that had been affected by the suggestion spell, the candies had made their way to the first, second, and third years of the magic division. He didn't dare try to ensnare the fourth years because there were strong individuals like Matthew and Lee who had very strong perceptions. Carter didn't want to jeopardize his plan. So he focused on these 3 divisions right now. He had successfully corrupted 70% of the student body, and the rest would be fully under his control a few days before the inter-division battle started. So Wendy and the Knight Commander have returned to the academy. Carter's face brightened when he heard Charlotte's report. He had been waiting a long time for Wendy's return and had prepared a special variety of candy just for her. This candy was more potent than the rest, and it would only take 3 to 4 days for the spell to mature inside his target's body. "Yes, Charlotte replied happily, "right now. Wendy is resting inside her room. Do you want me to give her the candy you specially made for her?" "Yes." "Please," Carter handed the pouch to Charlotte with a smile. "I'm counting on you, my love." Carter drew Charlotte close and hugged her. "This weekend, invite her to have lunch with you and bring her here to my room. That will be when we will discuss our marriage, and invite her to become my second wife. Sounds like a good plan." Charlotte nodded. She really wanted to have Wendy as Carter's second wife because she only wanted those who were close to her to share the love of her beloved man. Carter was planning to have a special time with her and Wendy on the day of the inter-division battles. All he needed to do was wait 2 more weeks before he could leave the southern continent. He would conduct a massacre, then take the talented girls of the Helen Royal Academy back to the Demon Continent. After that, he would receive the rewards that the Demon Lord promised him. Carter could feel the heat in his loins. But he endured it for now. He returned to his laboratory to make more candies. This was a crucial time, and he couldn't afford to keep thinking about the young beauties that would soon be brought back to the Demon Continent. Just wait. "My beloved little pets," Carter mused soon. "I will take all of you to the peak of pleasure and make you forget your lives in the southern continent." William was currently walking hand in hand with Brianna. Inside the palace, the little lowly was looking everywhere with an undisguised curiosity that would make anyone label her as a country bumpkin. But she didn't care because no one was around. The half-elf discovered that Brianna had an uncanny ability to change her expressions in less than a second the moment she sensed someone aside from those close to her. One moment she looked like an ignorant bumpkin, the next she looked like a dignified princess. William was quite impressed by the lowly's ability that he gave her 2 thumbs up in his heart. As they were about to reach the main hall where the king was waiting, they saw a young boy blocking their path. He tried to act calm on the surface, but his body language was saying otherwise. It was as if he wanted to run towards them, but his years of being trained as a member of the royal family prevented him from doing something unbecoming of a prince. Brianna clung to William's arm as the two neared the youngest prince of the Helen Kingdom, Prince Ernest. She had a smile on her face while looking at Prince Ernest. William, on the other hand, just played along with the adorable lowly because he, too, was interested in how the young prince would react. "So William, I am here to congratulate you for a job well done in preventing the northern tribes from turning hostile on us," Prince Ernest said as soon as William stopped a few meters in front of him. "My father is waiting at the Great Hall. Please see him as soon as possible. I will look after Lady Brianna while you make your report to my father." Brianna looked up at William with longing. "Darling, don't take too long, I'm scared." "Don't worry, honey," William replied as he patted Brianna's head. "I won't be gone for long." It was then when Prince Ernest stepped forward and pried Brianna's hands off William's arm. He then pulled her away from the half-elf. The young prince hid the lowly behind his back before glaring at William. "So William, I know that the two of you are just acting, but let me say this here and now," Prince Ernest stated. "Big sister Brianna is going to be my fiancée. I would appreciate it if you wouldn't make any further moves towards her." William looked at the little shrimp with amusement. Prince Ernest had a serious expression on his face, while the mischievous lowly behind him was covering her lips as her body trembled. Clearly, she was doing her best not to laugh out loud. "Your Highness, I won Brianna's hand in a fair duel," William said in a righteous manner. "Her father has also given me his consent. What I do with her is none of your business." "So William, your attempt to make me jealous is working. I would greatly appreciate it if we stopped this farce, right here, right now." "Gee, you're no fun." William crossed his arms over his chest with a smile. Although he wanted to tease the young prince a little more, he knew that now was not the time to do it. "Big sister, please stop teasing me as well." Prince Ernest looked at the adorable girl behind him and pouted. "Do you really enjoy seeing me suffer? Is it fun to bully me?" "Oh, little Ernie, you've grown taller since the last time I saw you." Brianna gave Prince Ernest a hug before patting his head. "Just a few more years and you'll be taller than me. When that happens, I'm afraid that the one to be bullied would be me." "I will never bully you, big sister." "You'd better not, or I'll run to Darling's side." Prince Ernest nodded his head seriously, which made William grin. "Looks like Prince Ernest will be a hen-pecked prince in the future," William mused. "Okay, I'll meet with the king first. Prince Ernest, please entertain our northern princess." Prince Ernest smiled and pulled on Brianna's hand. "Big sister, let's go to the garden. The flowers are in full bloom and you will definitely love them." Brianna waved her hand at William before allowing herself to be pulled away by a jealous Prince Ernest. The red-headed boy waved back at her before walking towards the great hall where the king was waiting for him. "And that is how our northern expedition ended, Your Majesty." William finished his report and bowed towards King Noah. Noah nodded his head. "I received Sir Jerkin's report yesterday, but I still wanted to hear your own version of the story. You did well, and the merits you earned for our kingdom deserves a reward." The king of the Helen Kingdom secretly praised himself for sending the half-elf with his foreign ambassador to the northern regions. If it was only Sir Jerkins that had gone, then the northern tribes would have successfully allied with the two dynasties and pincered the Helen Kingdom from 3 sides. Because of this, he decided to give William a reward. As for what that reward was, he couldn't think of anything that the boy might like. This was why he decided to wait for William's visit to the palace and personally ask him the reward he wanted the most. William pondered for a bit, but right now nothing came to mind, so he decided to put his reward on hold. "Your Majesty, I can't think of anything right now," William said. "For the time being, can you put my reward on hold?" "Understood," Noah smiled. "When you finally know what you really want, come and find me. No matter how many years it takes, this promise of mine will still hold true." "Thank you, Your Majesty," William bowed. After that brief exchange, William decided to discuss Brianna's matter with King Noah. He said that although Great Chief Evander and his family might not be able to retain their position after 4 years, the possibility still existed. Because of that, William insisted that Brianna be properly betrothed to Prince Ernest as his official fiancé. Surprisingly, King Noah didn't agree or disagree with William's suggestions. The only thing he promised was that he would see to it that the northern princess would be properly cared for in the palace. William sighed in his heart, but he knew that he couldn't be too pushy. He was about to ask for his leave when the king made a gesture for him to come closer. "So William, there is something that I would like to entrust to you for the time being," King Noah said with a serious expression. The king then took out a sheathed dagger from his storage ring and handed it over to William. "Hold on to this dagger for safekeeping," King Noah ordered. "In any situation, you are not allowed to divulge to anyone, not even your family, that I gave you this dagger. Also, you will not hand this dagger over to anyone, regardless of who they are or whatever position they have. Do I make myself clear?" "As you command, Your Majesty," William replied as he took the sheathed dagger from the king's hand. After taking hold of the dagger, he immediately used his appraisal skill to get more information about the dagger that was entrusted to him. How come I can't read anything?" William thought. "I'll ask the system later. It would be disrespectful to investigate further in front of the king." William stored the dagger in his storage ring and took a step back. King Noah looked at him seriously before waving his hand. "You may go." King Noah smiled. "Please, do your best and continue to protect our kingdom to the best of your abilities, Sir William. The Helen Kingdom is my homeland." William replied, "I will do my best to meet your expectations, Your Majesty." After concluding his visit, William left the Great Hall and went to find Brianna in the garden. He explained that the little lowly would be staying at the palace and be treated like a VIP guest. William also warned Prince Ernest that he should take care of Brianna, or else he would take her away. Prince Ernest made a solemn promise that made William and Brianna pat his shoulders in admiration. After bidding goodbye to the young prince and the adorable lowly, William headed towards the stables where the flying carriage was waiting for him. He was only 100 meters away from the stables when the system suddenly gave him an emergency report. "Host, the spell that was dormant in Wendy's soul of consciousness has suddenly been strengthened. Right now, 60% of her sea of consciousness has been taken over. I estimate that before the day is over, it will reach up to 65% completion." What? William almost jumped off his feet at the sudden turn of events. He had only left the Royal Academy for 2 hours and, in that short amount of time, the corruption of Wendy's sea of consciousness had already advanced to such a degree, William couldn't believe it. And he found this a very hard thing to stomach. "Tell me all the details." William ordered, "Make sure to not leave anything out." When the host left for the royal palace, Wendy returned to her dormitory to rest. An hour later, she left her dormitory room and met Lady Charlotte in the hallways, Wendy's big sister. Then gave her a pouch filled with candies. Upon contact, I successfully placed a tracker on her and started monitoring her as well. Lady Charlotte returned to her own dormitory room to handle the affairs of the third-year magic division. Wendy, on the other hand, went to the host's dormitory room in the Solaris building. She went to find me, William thought. Continue the explanation. Seeing that the host is not inside the room, Wendy didn't go out. Instead, she laid on top of the host bed and began eating the candy. William clenched his fist so hard that his nails dug into his palm. How is she now? She is currently sleeping on the host's bed. William ran towards the stable in order to return to the Royal Academy as soon as possible. He wanted to be beside Wendy right now and personally check her current condition. The half-elf knew that he was making a gamble with Wendy's life on the line and hated himself for it. If possible, he really wanted to kill the mastermind behind this whole incident and prevent the girl, who loved him so much, from suffering any harm. Half an hour earlier. It's so boring here in the academy, Wendy thought as she finished changing her clothes after taking a shower. I guess I'll just visit Will for now. I hope he's back from his meeting with the king. She had just left her room when she saw her big sister Charlotte walking in her direction with a big smile on her face. It's good to see that you're finally back. I missed you, Charlotte said as she gave Wendy a light hug. Where have you been? I missed you too. Big sister, Wendy returned the hug as she replied to Charlotte's question. We went to the north to train. That's right. So William wanted to perfect our team formation, so we had to leave the academy to train. Is that so? I hope that the Knight Commander isn't pushing you too hard. Charlotte frowned. Make sure to tell me if he bullies you. I don't care if he's the Knight Commander or not. I'll shove a fireball right up his ass. Wendy giggled when she imagined William holding onto his bum while running away in fear. Seeing that Wendy seemed to be fine, Charlotte remembered her reason for looking for her. Here you go. Some candies for you. Charlotte handed the pouch filled with candies with a "Be thankful, I care for you" expression on her face. Thank you. Big sister Wendy happily took the pouch from Charlotte's hand. You're the best. You only say those words when I give you gifts. Well then, I have to go. There are still documents that I need to work on for the 3rd years. I only came here to check up on you and see that you're in one piece. Thank you once again. Big sister, I'll treat you to something good tomorrow. You'd better remember those words. Charlotte patted Wendy's head before going back to the 3rd year dormitory. Wendy was about to eat a candy when she suddenly remembered what had happened in William's room when she gave him a candy. Her face reddened as she reminisced about the passionate kisses that she had shared with him. I'd better give him some candies as well. Wendy thought she was looking forward to another kissing session with William that would only become possible because of the candies that were in her possession. Wendy had been a regular visitor of the Solaris dormitory that the guards only nodded at her and allowed her to pass without question. They knew that the beautiful lady was a member of the Knight Commander's personal night squad and gave her the respect she deserved. William's room had a special enchantment in it that prevented anyone from entering without permission. Fortunately for Wendy, she was one of the few exceptions that could enter the room without using a key. He's still not here. Wendy thought as she scanned the room, it's fine. I'll just wait for him to arrive. The blonde beauty immediately headed towards William's bed and sat on top of it. She then opened the pouch of candies and started eating. I'll only eat half and share the rest with William, Wendy thought as she put a red-colored candy inside her mouth. This way it's a win-win for both of us. After eating 8 candies, Wendy suddenly felt drowsy and slept on top of William's bed, while hugging William's pillow. Captain, please wake up. We are being dispatched to the battlefield to collect the souls of warriors. We are the team that is currently on standby, so we have to hurry before our superiors deduct our wages. Just let me sleep for 5 more minutes. What are you talking about, Captain? A beautiful lady with dark brown hair raised her voice as she shook the sleeping beauty violently. If we don't go soon, Commander Gunner will deduct our wages. I plan to have a date with my boyfriend this month. I need to buy a new dress. You're so annoying. The sleeping beauty finally relented and propped herself up from the bed. Her long, silky, blonde hair shimmered briefly as the rays of the sun fell upon them. I'll be ready in 5 minutes. Wait for me outside, understood? Please hurry. Captain, okay. Stop nagging and just wait for me to finish changing my clothes, sheesh. The blonde beauty, who seemed to be in her early 20s, walked up to her closet and began to put on her lightweight armor that was designed for the battlefield. After strapping on her protective gear, she walked towards the mirror in order to fix her hair, the image of a beautiful lady with long blonde hair and a pair of blue eyes that were as clear as the skies of Asgard were reflected in the mirror. She then began to comb her hair until she was satisfied with it. The blonde beauty then picked up the winged circlet lying on top of her table and looked at the mirror one last time before going out of her room. As the captain of her squad, it was her duty to lead the other Valkyries on the battlefield to collect the souls of the brave warriors that had fallen in battle. An hour later, 12 Valkyries with their captain in the center descended towards Midgard, where a battle had just ended. They had done this duty countless times before, and they were already used to guiding the souls of the brave warriors to Valhalla. However, this time, the scene they encountered was different. There are no souls, one of the Valkyries that were hovering above the dead bodies stuttered. Captain Wendy, there are no souls on this battlefield, one of the Valkyries reported. It was as if they have vanished into thin air. This has never happened before. Calm down. Wendy raised her hand as her eyes scanned the bloody battlefield that was bereft of any signs of life. Go in teams of 2 and investigate. Maybe there are still lingering souls somewhere on this battlefield. We need to know what happened. Usually, hundreds, even thousands of souls be harvested on the battlefield where the fighting had just ended. Not all souls could go to Valhalla. Only those that fought bravely and for a righteous cause were invited to the great feast that the gods had prepared that watched over the 9 realms of Yggdrasil. The Valkyries investigated the battlefield in pairs, and just like Wendy mentioned, they did indeed find souls. But their number didn't even surpass 10. While the rest of the Valkyries were doing one last sweep of the battlefield, Wendy flew towards its center and saw a young man with arrows sticking out of his body and a bloody hole in his chest, clearly. The young man was already dead, but Wendy couldn't help but admire the warrior because he was the only one in the battlefield that had remained standing even after he died. The young man had long silver hair that fell behind his shoulders. His face was stained with blood, but that didn't prevent his good looks from showing through. Wendy caressed the warrior's face and felt a very subtle fluctuation in his body. Wendy immediately used her powers and coaxed the warrior's soul, that had refused to separate from its mortal vessel, out. I, Wendy, the Valkyrie captain of Lady Brunn, have come to take you. O brave warrior, to come with me and enter Valhalla, Wendy said in a respectful tone. This was an etiquette that the Valkyries had learned during their training when addressing the brave warriors that had died on the battlefield. Soon, the soul of a young warrior appeared before Wendy. According to her estimate, the young man was still in his late teens and hadn't even grown a beard, which was very uncommon among the warriors that had ascended to Valhalla. What is your name, brave warrior? Wendy asked. William, the young man answered. William Pendragon. Wendy extended her hand in a gesture of invitation. Come, brave William. Wendy said softly, the halls of Asgard are waiting for you. Your duty in the mortal world is over. Your duty to protect the 9 realms is about to begin. William looked at Wendy's delicate hand before reluctantly raising his own. The Valkyrie captain could see the unwillingness in his eyes. Those were the eyes of someone that still had unfinished business in the mortal realm. Wendy had seen these kinds of eyes many times in the past. However, she knew that the young warrior would gradually forget about his ties with the mortal world the moment he stepped into the halls of Asgard. The beautiful Valkyrie firmly gripped the young man's hand and flapped her wings to ascend to the sky. Soon, the other Valkyries joined her in flight as they took the surviving souls to their final destination. William glanced at Midgard one last time before he closed his eyes to weep. He still had promises to keep, promises that he would no longer be able to keep. Wendy mumbled in her sleep as she unconsciously tried to reach out for something. William, who sat beside the bedside, caught her hand and held it firmly. Perhaps feeling the familiar touch, a smile appeared on Wendy's face as she continued to sleep. You're such a handful, William said softly as he brushed away the strands of hair that blocked the sleeping girl's face. The spell inside her had finally stabilized. Right now, 65% of her sea of consciousness has been invaded. William sighed as the internal struggle in him waged on. After putting a tracker on Charlotte, the system had been monitoring her every move. However, she still hadn't met anyone that the system had deemed suspicious. Because of this, William still couldn't do anything aside from making sure that the girl that was holding his hand wouldn't suffer any harm. He had already steeled himself for this scenario, but when it actually happened, he still felt bitter in his heart. After 3 hours, Wendy sleepily opened her eyes. She had a good dream, and it made her feel refreshed after waking up. The first thing she saw was a sleeping half-elf's face in front of her. It took a moment for the gears in Wendy's head to start churning. Half a minute later, her eyes widened when she found herself lying in the young man's embrace. Ironically, her hands were wrapped around William as if she was holding a hug pillow. The boy, on the other hand, had his arms wrapped around her in a protective embrace. Wendy didn't know what to do at the moment. A part of her wanted to stay in William's embrace and let this moment last a little while longer, while the other part of her wanted to plant a kiss on his lips. She was afraid that if she took the initiative to kiss William, the latter would wake up, and the feeling of warmth and security she was experiencing would disappear. Fortunately, before she could finalize her decision, the boy's eyes opened. Blue eyes met green, and the two stared at each other for a long time before William pulled her closer to him and planted a kiss on her forehead. Did you have a good rest? William asked. Although he tried to hide it, there was a tinge of worry in his voice. Yes, Wendy replied as she breathed in his scent. I always sleep well when you are around. Then sleep here with me tonight. The two embraced each other for a while before reluctantly separating. I had a good dream, but I can't recall anything about it when I woke up, Wendy said while fixing her messy hair in front of the mirror. Even so, I have a feeling that you were in that dream as well. William crossed his arms over his chest and gave Wendy a smile. I don't know what your dream was about, but if I was in there then, that means that it was an awesome dream. Although I can't recall much of my dream, I have a feeling that your expression in that dream of mine was a very sad one. It was as if you lost or had forgotten something very important." The smile on William's face stiffened when he heard Wendy's reply. "It's just a dream," William said as he walked towards the girl who was currently fixing her hair in the mirror. William then gave her a light hug as he tried to bury the anxiousness he was feeling in his heart. "Just a dream, so you don't have to think too much about it." Wendy replied as she placed her hand over William's. "In the far east, where the kingdom of Frisia was located. Sidoni, the Helen kingdom seems to be having some difficulties right now," the king of Frisia said with a serious expression. "Because of this, I've decided to send you there as my envoy." "Understood," the third princess of the kingdom of Frisia, Sidoni, replied. "Will I be going alone?" "No, you will be accompanied by 4 teams of aerial cavaliers. Also, I will give you full command over them. Do what you see fit in order to help our allies. We mustn't let the Helen kingdom fall. The moment they fall, it will be our turn next." "Don't worry, father," Sidoni replied. "I will support our allies to the best of my abilities. When will I be leaving?" "You will be leaving by midnight. Prepare the things that you need to bring. Don't forget to take your maidservants along with you." "Understood. Be careful while I am away, father." The king of Frisia smiled, but he was standing at least 10 meters away from his daughter. Any closer would make it impossible for him to resist the effect of her powers. Princess Sidoni, like always, was wearing a veil, not only to hide her beauty, but to protect anyone from being ensnared by her powerful charm. No one is safe from it. Men, women, and even some beasts under the centennial rank wouldn't be able to resist her. Although the king felt reluctant to let her leave the kingdom, his advisors had strongly suggested that they send her to the Helen kingdom as his representative. This was a way to show their support and help them understand that Frisia hadn't abandoned them. After Princess Sidoni left the room, the king's expression became serious as he called upon his trusted subordinates to update him of the current movements of the 2 dynasties. This upcoming war made him feel anxious because the decisions of the 2 dynasties were too sudden. Although there was an unwritten rule between the 4 major powers in the southern continent that they wouldn't attack each other, no treaties had been signed to enforce it. This unwritten rule had lasted for a few hundred years, and Redmond Val Frisia, the current king of Frisia, thought that it would last for 100 more before the southern continent was once again embroiled in strife. His advisors had already mentioned that there was something fishy about this war, but their spies hadn't discovered any credible information about why the 2 dynasties suddenly made an alliance and teamed up to attack the Helen kingdom. Naturally, King Redmond was aware of the series of unfortunate events that had happened to their staunch ally in the West. Even he thought that the back-to-back events seemed to have been planned by someone hidden in the shadows. "The only thing we can do is prepare for war," King Redmond said softly as he stared towards the west. "Since this war is already inevitable, I need to make sure that Frisia would not suffer too many casualties." King Redmond wanted to help the Helen kingdom survive the storm that was slowly creeping on its borders, but they were just too far to offer any real assistance. All he could do was send his daughter, Princess Sidoni, with their prided aerial cavaliers to at least tell King Noah that they were in this war together. "I just hope that we are not being used as a chess piece by some higher power," King Redmond thought with a frown. "Because if that is the case, then this whole farce will have a very tragic ending, not only for the Helen kingdom, but for everyone that lives in the southern continent." Princess Sidoni walked towards her quarters with even steps. The maidservants following behind her had been unable to resist her charms and were now her loyal subordinates. If she wished for them to die, they would gladly stab their hearts in front of her with smiles on their faces if Sidoni wished it. She could easily bring down an entire nation on a whim, however. She didn't have any interest in dominion over the southern continent. What she wanted in life was very simple: to find someone that would make her understand the true meaning of love, which was something that was far beyond her reach. "I knew that you would be here," Wendy said as she descended from the sky. The silver-haired young man didn't turn his head and continued to stare at the bridge that connected Asgard to the other realms of Yggdrasil. "Listen, I know what you're thinking, but it's not going to happen." Wendy stood beside the warrior whom she had personally brought back from the battlefield a week ago. "You can't return to Midgard, just give up." William didn't say anything because he knew that she was right. He was already dead, and it was impossible for him to return to Midgard. The young man knew this, but he was still unwilling to give up. "Is there something you need to do?" Wendy asked. "Pass a message, perhaps. If you ask nicely, I'll find a way to deliver your handwritten letter the next time I go to Midgard to gather the souls of warriors." This time, the young man finally had a reaction. He stared at Wendy intensely as he grabbed her arm. "Can you really send a letter back?" William asked. "Will you do it?" "That will depend on my mood," Wendy replied with a smile. "Also, it depends on the contents of the letter. Take note that coded messages are not allowed. If you play something fishy, I will personally hand you to Lady Freya to have your memories erased completely." The young man flinched when he heard Wendy's warning. He was planning to send a coded message to someone very important to him, but if the price was to have his memories erased, then it would all be for naught. Wendy gave him the "I knew you'd do that" expression and pried away the hands that were holding onto her arm. The man snorted and walked away. Since his plan to send a message could no longer be achieved, he had to find another way to contact that person in Midgard. William thrust his spear and pierced the eye of an orc champion that was wreaking havoc on the battlefield. The monster screamed in pain and waved its giant axe at random in order to protect itself from further attacks. Finding a gap in the orc champion's attack, William charged in and slid between its legs. He then used his full strength to cut off its head from behind, ending its life and making its subordinates scatter in fear. The green fountain of blood rained upon the beheaded champion's surroundings, which made the warriors that accompanied William regain their morale and attack the orc champion's subordinates with renewed frenzy. "Good job," Wendy landed beside William. "With this, we have successfully defended this elven outpost. I'm sure that the lords of Alfheim will reward us generously. What's wrong?" Wendy noticed that William was looking absent-mindedly at a dead elven warrior not far from him. Since this was an outpost that belonged to the elves, it was only natural that the ones protecting it were the elven warriors of Alfheim. "Don't tell me that the standoffish William has suddenly awakened to necrophilia," Wendy asked in a teasing tone. She had already noticed that the elven warrior that had died was a woman and wondered why William was looking at her with such an intense gaze. "Do I know any elves?" William asked absent-mindedly. "I can't remember anything, but for some reason looking at her is making me feel anxious. It's as if—" The silver-haired warrior paused mid-sentence before holding his head, as if he was suffering from a headache. "The cleansing has already reached this stage," Wendy thought with a sad expression. "He stopped going to the Bifrost Bridge 2 weeks ago and just stays within Valhalla to train every day." The so-called cleansing was the gradual loss of memory after a warrior had entered Asgard. Most warriors completely lose their memories within a month of their arrival. As they helped the gods of Asgard safeguard the denizens of the other realms from invaders that were allied with Jotunheim and Muspelheim, those who had broken free from the shackles of their past lives were baptized by the light of Yggdrasil and were born anew as an Einherjar. William was a very rare existence because he had held on this long and still kept a few of his memories intact, however. It wouldn't be long before those precious memories of his also vanished into thin air when that day came. He too would be reborn as an Einherjar. Wendy had watched over the cold, yet brave warrior who would always fight on the front lines in order to protect his comrades. She watched him save the weak and helpless from the monsters that invaded their lands without even thinking of his own safety. Part of her wanted to see William free from the shackles that hounded him. Even in the afterlife, the other part of her wanted to preserve the memories of the brave warrior that had wormed himself into her heart. "Let's go back." "Will," Wendy said softly as he patted the warrior's shoulder. "Let's go back to Asgard." William blinked and looked at her absent-mindedly. Soon, he nodded his head and accepted Wendy's invitation. The Valkyrie captain transformed into a Pegasus and allowed William to mount her. This was a special privilege to a select few. Usually, only those that a Valkyrie had chosen to become her life partner would gain this right, naturally. William wasn't aware of this hidden rule among those that ferried the souls of brave warriors to the halls of Valhalla. He was busy trying to grasp the fleeting memories in his hands, before they, too, disappeared for eternity, inside William's quarters in the Solaris dormitory. Wendy opened her eyes and found herself inside William's room. She had been sleeping with him since the day they had returned from the north, and rumors were starting to spread in the Martial Division that she was their commander's lover. To her surprise, William didn't deny or affirm the rumors. He simply brushed them aside as if they were something insignificant and not worth his attention. Wendy's twin. Spencer was very vocal about it and would confront William from time to time, however. After William threatened that he would kick Spencer out of the martial division, the Siskin brother had no choice but to back off. William was not only the commander of the Night Order, but also the head prefect of the martial division. His words were law, and no matter how aggrieved he was, Spencer wasn't able to do anything in front of William instead. He would often tell his sister that the half-elf was a wolf in sheep's clothing, and if she wasn't careful, she would be eaten up in a heartbeat. Little did Spencer know that Wendy was looking forward to being eaten by William. It was quite unfortunate that, aside from simple hugs and kisses, William wouldn't do anything that was beyond his bottom-line good morning. William said when he noticed that Wendy was already awake, "I brought you some breakfast." William went early to the kitchen to smuggle breakfast for both of them. He had done this for the past few days, and Wendy loved these simple gestures that made her feel as if they were newlyweds after eating breakfast. Wendy returned to the magic division because today was Saturday. It was also the day that she promised Charlotte that she would accompany her to train. "Big sister, this is not the way to the training grounds," Wendy said after she noticed that they had left the premises of the magic division. "There is a place that we need to visit first before we start our training." Charlotte replied with a smile, "I need to meet the maker of those candies that you love so much. He said that he has finished making another batch and asked me to pick them up." "Really?" Wendy was pleasantly surprised by Charlotte's words. "I've long wanted to meet the one who makes those delicious candies." "Don't worry. Now is a good opportunity to meet him." Charlotte patted Wendy's head. "I'm sure that you will love him too, Wendy, this way. The two of us can become his brides and live happily ever after." Charlotte guided Wendy towards the residences that were reserved for the teachers of the Royal Academy, the place where a certain candy maker was looking forward to her arrival. "Are the rumors about you and Wendy true?" ESD asked as soon as William sat down inside the meeting room for the first year. Representatives of the martial, magic, and spirit divisions. Priscilla, who accompanied William to this gathering, perked her ears up in order to listen to their conversation. The rumor about the half-elf commander and the beautiful lady that was part of his personal night squad had been circulating throughout the martial division. No one was brave enough to ask their commander whether it was true or not, for they didn't know how he would react to the question. Spencer had been a very good example of how William dealt with those who were trying to raise a ruckus. Wendy's twin was currently undergoing a mission to gather rare herbs that could be used to craft healing potions. This was the decree that William had given after Spencer confronted him about his relationship with his twin sister. After that incident, no one dared to talk about the rumors in William's presence. William propped his chin up using his hand and gave ESD a smile. "I didn't know that you like gossip." "So is it true or not?" ESD raised an eyebrow. He really wanted to know how far the two had gone in their relationship. "No comment," William replied with a smug expression. Although he didn't mind admitting that he had already recognized Wendy as his lover, he still had to consider his grandfather's and Lawrence's faces. After all, Rebecca was still technically his fiancée, and he still had to deal with that issue before officially declaring his relationship with Wendy. ESD scoffed while Ian looked at William in disdain. During the course of their journey in the Kyrantor Mountains, William had shown through his actions how much he cared about Wendy. They were always holding each other's hands, and they even slept together. It was more than enough evidence to tell that the two were already in a romantic relationship. Even so, Ian was unwilling to recognize it. He would rather turn a blind eye on the two's public display of affection than to hear William officially announce that he and Wendy were now a couple. The head prefect of the Spirit Division, Owen Bowes, was the last one to arrive in the room, followed by his vice prefect. When all the leaders of the first-year divisions had gathered, the head instructors of the divisions, Grant, Layla, and Lourdes, started the meeting. "In 2.5 weeks, the inter-division battle is going to begin," Grant said. "We are waiting for a special guest to arrive from the Kingdom of Frisia, so the opening ceremony might be delayed a day or two." Grant then nodded to Lourdes so that she could continue the explanation. "We have already informed you of the rules of the competition," Lourdes stated. "We will conduct a brief review to ensure that all of you are familiar with the rules." Lourdes then asked the head prefects to recite the main rules of the tournament to ensure that they had memorized them properly. After that, the meeting veered in the direction of how they would conduct the battles and the point system that they would be using for the event. The meeting only lasted an hour, and the three instructors were satisfied because all the head prefects were very capable. All of you do your best, Grant smiled. It doesn't matter whether you win or lose, just enjoy this event and hone your skills to fullest. All of you are now dismissed. The head and vice prefects bowed their heads respectfully to their instructors before leaving the conference room. It's finally over, William said after he stretched his arms and waist. I'm really not used to attending these kinds of meetings. Priscilla, have you covered everything? Yes, Sir William, Priscilla replied. Good, please, make sure that everyone is informed about the topics that were discussed in the meeting. Priscilla gave William a brief nod before heading towards the Solaris dormitory. Deep inside, she must really hate you, Ian commented with his arms crossed over his chest. You just shove your responsibilities onto her, then laze around all day long. Do you really see it that way? William asked back. What do you mean? Ian frowned. Aren't you just dumping the workload on her? Of course not. This is what you call trust. Yes, trust, William said with his chin raised in an arrogant manner. I trust Priscilla that she will be able to handle the job more effectively than I would. Since that is the case, why should I get in the way of her role? Ian scoffed at William's shameless way of sugarcoating his laziness. ESD and Isaac, who were standing beside the two, sighed in helplessness. Ah, that reminds me, ESD. William shifted his attention to his good friend. Have you thought about whether we should continue our bet or not? ESD frowned. He had thought long and hard about his bet with William, and he was still on the fence whether he should agree or not. However, William's answer to his earlier question about his relationship with Wendy was brushed aside, so he was feeling irritated. Because of this, he decided to accept the half-elf's proposal and agreed to his bet. Let's do it, ESD replied. I agree to the terms of our bet. Good, William chuckled as he extended his hand. May the best man win. ESD firmly gripped William's hand and shook it. Suddenly, the smile on William's face vanished as a serious expression crossed over his face. What's wrong? You look like you've just swallowed a fly. ESD teased the handsome half-elf that was looking at him as if William was seeing him for the first time. Host, SC of consciousness, has been fully invaded by the Mind Weaver spell. Put a tracker on him. Include all the add-ons. William unconsciously tightened his grip on Est's hand as he did his best to control the rage that was building inside his heart. Too far. Whoever this person is has gone too far. William's breathing became heavy as he forced himself to calm down. ESD was the very first friend he had made outside of Lant, and he was very special to him. For his good friend to be under the subtle control of someone from the shadows pained his heart. I'm sorry, William said softly. This was the only thing he could do for his friend. He didn't know if the mastermind was alone, or he had many helpers in the background until he managed to capture their trails. He couldn't afford to dispel the Mind Weaver spell inside Est's body. Doing so would only alert the mastermind because the spells were directly connected to their consciousness. Sorry. For what? ESD asked. Don't tell me you're apologizing to me because you're confident that you'll be the one to win our bet. Will, you might be strong, but don't underestimate me. I will make you taste my true power when the two of us face off in the arena. William was about to say more, but his words stopped in his throat when the system gave him an emergency notification. Host. The spell inside Wendy's body is rising at an alarming rate. The invasion on her sea of consciousness has suddenly risen to 95%. She is now currently in a trance, and is now in the presence of someone who could potentially be the mastermind behind all of this, according to my estimate. Will only take 20 more minutes before her sea of consciousness has been taken over completely. If you don't want to feel anxious and constipated for the remainder of the day, make sure to follow my advice. I don't want to hear any complaints and people telling me that I didn't warn them beforehand. Read this chapter at your own risk. Half an hour earlier. Big sister, isn't this the area where the instructors have their own residences? Wait, you mean to say that the one who makes the candies is an instructor? Wendy asked in disbelief. That's right, Charlotte replied with a smile, and we have arrived at our destination. Wendy gazed at the small gate that led to a 3-story house. This house was located on the outskirts of the teachers' residences, and no other houses were around it. Let's go inside, Charlotte said as she firmly held Wendy's hand and led her inside the gate. Big sister, can we really enter without permission? Wendy inquired. Charlotte chuckled and patted Wendy's head. You're such a worrywart. Of course, I have already gotten permission from the instructor. Just relax your little head and follow me. Wendy's big sister opened the front door and invited her in as if she was the owner of the place. Charlotte then guided her to the second floor where Carter's room was located. For some reason, Wendy suddenly felt a sense of anticipation in her heart. She thought that it was just her curiosity about finding out who the candy maker really was making her heart beat a little faster than normal. Charlotte then knocked on the door to announce their presence. "Professor, it's me." "Come in," a gentle voice replied from the other side of the door. Charlotte opened the door to the room and signaled for Wendy to enter before her. The latter obeyed her big sister's gesture and entered the room obediently. After Wendy had entered the room, Charlotte also stepped inside and closed the door behind her. She made sure to lock the door properly to ensure that no one would be leaving the room without Carter's permission. Wendy's gaze landed on a handsome man who seemed to be in his early 20s, seated on a chair with a book in hand. He seemed to be reading the book before they arrived, and Wendy thought that the image of an esteemed scholar fit him perfectly. "Allow me to do the introductions," Charlotte said with a smile. "Wendy, this is Professor Carter. He is the magic teacher of the 3rd years that specializes in magic combat. He's also the maker of the candies that you love so much. Professor, this is Wendy Armstrong. Although we are not blood related, I treat her as my own little sister. I hope that the two of you get along well." "It's a pleasure to meet you, Miss Armstrong," Carter greeted as he stood up from his chair and gave Wendy a respectful bow. Wendy curtsied like a proper noble and returned Carter's greeting. "The honor is mine, Professor Carter. It's a pleasure meeting the maker of those delicious candies. Are all of them really handmade?" "They are," Carter answered with pride. "Charlotte has been telling me over and over again how beautiful and talented you are. Seeing you face to face, I have no choice but to agree with her words." Charlotte giggled as she walked towards Carter. "You mean to say that you didn't believe the words I said, Professor?" Charlotte playfully pounded Carter's shoulder, and the latter only laughed. Seeing the two of them side by side made Wendy's heart beat faster. The scene reminded her of how she and William would normally interact when it was only the two of them inside his dormitory room. "Ah, I almost forgot." Carter lightly tapped his head as if he had really forgotten something important. "I just made a new product, and I am looking for someone to do a taste test. Miss Armstrong, are you willing to give it a try?" Carter took something out from his pocket and unwrapped it. Inside was a red candy that was as dark as blood. Wendy swallowed unconsciously the moment her eyes landed on the candy. It was as if she had been unable to direct her gaze anywhere save on the crimson candy that lay harmlessly in the professor's palm. Carter smiled and lightly swung his hand to the left. Wendy's gaze followed the candy as if her eyes were stuck on it completely. The professor then walked towards the beautiful young lady and extended his hand. "Do you want it?" Carter inquired. Aye, Wendy stuttered. Carter was using the spell that was inside her body to control her emotions in a subtle manner. "Do you want it?" Carter repeated. "I want," Wendy replied. Carter chuckled and glanced at Charlotte, who was standing beside him. "Feed this to your little sister," Carter ordered. He wanted Charlotte to personally do the act because it was more interesting that way. Charlotte obeyed and picked up the candy from the professor's palm and slowly approached the young lady who seemed to have lost her ability to think. "Open your mouth," Charlotte ordered. Wendy obediently opened her mouth, which made Carter grin internally. Charlotte then softly pressed the candy against Wendy's lips and moved it ever so slowly, like she was applying lipstick on her luscious pink lips. After completing a full cycle, Wendy's big sister finally slid the candy inside Wendy's mouth and watched as the girl in front of her fell into a trance-like state. The candy dissolved the moment it entered Wendy's mouth. The sweet taste washed away all thoughts that she was currently thinking. Devoid of all thoughts, Wendy felt as if she was floating. She was like a painting that was slowly being stripped of her colors. Carter watched with a satisfied smile as he looked at the girl that was slowly succumbing to the power of his spell. Charlotte returned to his side and wrapped her arms around the professor before kissing his lips. It was as if she wasn't the least bit worried about what was happening to Wendy. All she cared for was the love of the man whose hands were firmly grabbing her waist. It didn't take long before a sigh escaped Wendy's lips. She blinked once then twice as she looked at her big sister kissing the handsome professor in front of her. Her heart started to beat wildly inside her chest, and a sudden heat washed over her body, making her face flush in embarrassment. "What's wrong? Is this your first time seeing a kiss?" Carter asked. "And no," Wendy stuttered. "Oh," Carter raised an eyebrow. "Then have you kissed someone before?" Wendy replied, the Knight Commander of the Angorian War Sovereign. Ah, him, Carter smiled. He didn't mind Wendy having her first kiss stolen from her. What was important to him was the girl's chastity that was still intact. He even sneered at the Knight Commander for being too young and too naive to take advantage of the girl that was clearly infatuated with him. Carter's gaze, that was fixed on Wendy's face, slowly shifted downwards. It stopped on her ample chest for a brief moment before continuing to move down her body. The professor gazed at that part, as if his eyes could see past through Wendy's clothes, and smiled. "How is the Knight Commander's kiss?" Carter asked. "Does it feel good?" Wendy could feel the warmth spreading into her entire body, like an aphrodisiac, as Carter empowered the spell that had almost taken over her sea of consciousness. "It feels good," Wendy replied, as she once again fell into a trance. She couldn't take her eyes off the handsome professor in front of her. Wendy felt confused, but her thoughts were muddled right now. She couldn't think straight as the professor raised her chin with his fingertip. "Would you like to kiss me?" Carter inquired while strengthening his hold over Wendy's consciousness. Aye. Wendy's thoughts had turned completely blank. She couldn't muster any resistance to the spell that was urging her to say yes. Such sublime pleasure, Carter thought as he watched the internal struggle in Wendy's eyes. He then slowly lowered his head to taste the girl's luscious lips that were begging to be kissed. When the professor's lips were mere inches away from her own, the image of a red-headed boy appeared in Wendy's head. And no, Wendy hastily pushed Carter away and took a few steps back. Carter was surprised, but soon an evil smile appeared on his lips. It was as if Wendy's last-second struggle was turning him on. "No," Carter asked. "No what?" Aye, Wendy stuttered, but the image of the boy inside her head suddenly disappeared when Carter fully activated the spell inside her sea of consciousness. Wendy's expression slackened as her beautiful blue eyes clouded over. Carter's smile widened as he neared the girl. His prey had already been cornered. All he needed to do was to reach out and make Wendy fall into the abyss of darkness. Charlotte watched from the side as Carter reached out his hand towards her little sister. However, just as the professor was about to claim his prize, a sudden knock on the door of his room stopped him in his tracks. "This is the Knight Commander of the Angorian War Sovereign," a commanding voice sounded from outside the door. "There is an emergency situation, and I am gathering the members of my Knight Order for a mission. I was told that my subordinate, Wendy Armstrong, was seen entering this house. I would like the residents to please cooperate with our Knight Order's mission." Carter frowned because he was once again foiled from having his way with the young noble lady in front of him. However, he was someone who knew when to step back in order to obtain the bigger picture. Wendy was already under his full control. The girl wouldn't be able to escape even if she wanted to. "I guess putting it off for later will make the main dish more delicious," Carter thought as he calmed the heat that was surging in his body. He took a step back and glanced at the door before looking back at the dazed girl in front of him. "Let's continue this later," Carter said softly. "Visit me tonight here in my room, do you understand?" "Yes," Wendy muttered absent-mindedly. Her clouded eyes slowly returned to normal. Wendy blinked as she looked at the professor in front of her and tilted her head in confusion. She couldn't remember what happened after the professor had asked her to taste the candy. The blonde beauty couldn't even remember if she had tasted the candy or not. About the candy," Wendy fidgeted. "You were asking me earlier to test it right, Professor." "Don't worry, you can come back later and taste as many as you want." Carter grinned as he crossed his arms over his chest. "Okay," Wendy smiled and nodded her head. Another knock was heard on the door as William's voice passed through Wendy's ears. "Wendy, are you here?" William asked. "We have an emergency mission. I came to find you." Carter walked towards the door and opened it. He then came face to face with the boy who had prevented him from conquering his target. "I've long heard about the Knight Commander's fame, but I didn't have the opportunity to make your acquaintance." Carter extended his hand for a handshake. "I am Professor Carter Arakeli, third-year magic instructor." William replied as he shook the professor's hand. "William von Ainsworth." Carter was about to say more when a faint fragrance that came from the young boy's body entered his nose. His pupils shrank in their sockets as he stared directly at the boy's chest. "Professor," William asked, "is there something wrong?" "And no," Carter stuttered. "It's a pleasure to meet you, Sir William." "Same here, Professor," William said as he waited for the professor to release his hand. For some reason, Carter was holding his hand in a vice-like grip, unwilling to let it go. "Professor, You can let go of me now." As if awakening from his daze, Carter awkwardly released William's hand and scratched his cheeks. "I'm sorry. It was my first time shaking the hand of a knight commander, and I lost my composure for a while." "I see," William nodded. "Professor, we really have an urgent mission. If you don't mind, can you tell me if my subordinate Wendy is here?" Hearing her name, Wendy opened the door wider and showed herself to William. "Let's go. We need to go on an emergency mission." "Understood," Wendy replied. "Sorry, I have to go now, big sister, Professor Carter." "Don't worry about me and do your job properly." Charlotte waved at her. "Be safe and may the gods watch over the two of you." Carter pressed his fist over his chest. "Thank you," William and Wendy said at the same time. Carter and Charlotte even walked the two of them to the front door and gave them one final wave of farewell before returning inside the house. "Professor, why don't we return to your room and continue where we left off?" Charlotte proposed in a seductive manner. "There's no need to rush, my love." Carter caressed the side of her face before giving her a kiss. "Handle your duties first and return here tonight. I suddenly remembered that I needed to do something important." A look of disappointment flashed over Charlotte's face, but she still accepted Carter's excuse. "I will return tonight then." "I love you too, Professor." The two shared a passionate kiss before parting ways. Carter returned to his room in a hurry and closed the door behind him. His hand was trembling in excitement, and there was a look of joy in his eyes. God's essence? That was definitely God's essence. Carter's eyes went bloodshot when he remembered the subtle power that pulsed within William's chest. To think that I would find someone with God's essence in this kingdom, and he seems to be completely oblivious of it. What a waste. Carter's handsome face contorted as he paced around his room. "I can't be wrong. That is definitely the scent of God essence, and it is stronger than the one that the princess possesses." In the past, he had encountered the same feeling when he was introduced to the princess of the demon race. The demon princess was hailed as one of the 7 deadly sins, and the God essence inside her had the power to devour anything in existence. What should I do? Carter thought as he paced around the room. Should I report this? Carter immediately rejected this idea. Only a fool would report such a find to his superior, and he was not stupid. Since he was the one who found it, he would claim it for himself and not share it with anyone. I need to rethink my strategy. Carter muttered, "The current one is no good. Wait, that girl Wendy is close to him. I can use her. This is perfect." Carter began to laugh as a plan started to form inside his head. Being a knight commander is far superior than being a talented instructor at the Royal Academy. "I guess it's time to switch bodies again." The professor grinned evilly. He never thought that he would find the perfect vessel that held limitless possibilities in a kingdom that was assigned to him, although he felt sorry for betraying his superior's orders. He was certain that once he got hold of William's body, no one in the world would be able to stop him. "Where are we going?" Wendy asked. "What mission will we be doing this time?" William didn't answer as he led Wendy through the Solaris dormitory. The students that saw them together immediately made themselves scarce because Williams was radiating a "do not FCK with me right now BTChes" aura. Wendy was oblivious of William's current expression because the red-headed boy was walking ahead of her. All she knew was that something was very different about the boy whom she had been with for the past few days. When the two finally arrived inside William's room, the red-headed boy turned around and hugged Wendy all of a sudden. The blonde beauty was caught by surprise because she didn't expect that William would suddenly hug her out of the blue. Also, the boy's body was trembling as if he was trying to hold himself back from doing something. Wendy instinctively hugged him back and caressed the back of his head. "What's wrong? Did something happen?" William didn't answer. Instead, he held her tighter. The scene where Carter almost kissed Wendy played over and over inside his head, and it made him feel like killing someone. He had used all of his willpower to stop himself from attacking the professor after he opened the door in his room. He knew that he still didn't know whether the professor was the true mastermind behind it all, or if he had acquaintances that were working with him inside the academy. All he knew was that he couldn't allow Wendy to be tainted by a man who would resort to such lengths to ensnare the girl that he wanted to protect. A girl that had found a place inside his heart. After calming down, William reluctantly took a step back and faced the worried-looking girl in front of him. "Wendy, I want to give you something," William said as he took out a lollipop from his pocket. He removed its wrapping and presented it to the girl who loved to eat candies. "This is my candy," William said. Try it. I'm sure that it tastes way better than all the candies that you have eaten in the past." Really, Wendy took the candy from William's hand and appraised it. "This is the first time I've seen a candy like this. What is it called?" "It's called a lollipop." Yes, William nodded. "Try it." Wendy smiled and placed the pink lollipop inside her mouth and started to lick it. It wasn't as sweet as the candy that the professor gave her, but there was an addicting taste to it that she couldn't explain. A few seconds later, she felt lightheaded and leaned helplessly against William's body for support. "Don't worry," William whispered in Wendy's ear. "You're going to be fine now. Everything is going to be all right." The lollipop inside Wendy's mouth dissolved completely, and its divinity washed over Wendy's body like a gentle breeze. It felt so good that the girl sighed once before burying her head into William's chest to sleep. William sighed in relief as he gently lifted her body and carried her towards the bed so that she could sleep more comfortably. After taking off her shoes, the red-headed boy sat beside Wendy and held her hand. He had already made his decision to remove the spell inside Wendy's body. He wouldn't allow Carter to use the Mind Weaver spell to force her to do something that she didn't want to do. The scenes that the system had shared with him while he ran full speed towards Carter's residence made him want to murder Carter 1,000 times over. If he was only a few seconds late, Wendy might have already been. Killing intent rose within William's heart as his gaze sharpened like a blade. He had already considered Wendy his lover, and he wouldn't allow Carter, or any man, to lay their hands on her. William wouldn't allow it. No matter who it was, whether it was a teacher, a knight, a prince, or a king, he would kill anyone who tried to hurt Wendy. He didn't mind dirtying his hands as long as the people that were important to him lived happy and carefree lives. Soon, the killing intent receded as William got hold of his senses. The system was currently monitoring the changes in Wendy's body, and her vital signs had already returned to normal. Host, the Mind Weaver spell has been completely erased from Wendy's sea of consciousness. She is no longer under its effects. Also, with the power of the lollipop, she has gained a high resistance against charm spells that are not reinforced by divine powers. "Thank you for the report," William replied. "Did you succeed in planting the tracker on the professor's body when we shook hands?" "Yes, currently, the professor is sitting in his room with his eyes closed. I assume that he is just meditating, or perhaps controlling those under the effect of the Mind Weaver spell from his location." "Continue to monitor him," William ordered. "If he does something suspicious, let me know right away." "William, do you want to join my team?" A beautiful Valkyrie with red hair asked with a smile. "Your performance in the last battle against the orcs was amazing. I'd like to have a brave warrior like you on my team." "I'm sorry, but I'm already a member of Captain Wendy's team," William replied. The Valkyrie chuckled as she leaned her voluptuous body over William's. "I'm sure that I can give you more benefits than that tomboy could ever give you. If you like, I can even hold it right there." BTCH, an enraged Wendy stormed towards William and pushed the red-haired Valkyrie aside. "How many times do I need to tell you?" "Heard ya that William is my teammate," Wendy asked with a glare. "Stop poaching the warriors from our legion." Heard ya crossed her arms over her chest and fearlessly returned Wendy's glare. "I'm just giving William an option. I mean, warriors are allowed to go to another legion if they want to. You can't make them stay by force. This is the rule that Lady Freya has decreed. Is it not?" "Yes." "What you say is true," Wendy replied with a smile that didn't reach her eyes, however. "Blatant poaching of a warrior from another legion is not included in Lady Freya's decree. You are overstepping your bounds. If William wants to leave my legion, then I will allow it. What I will not allow is for you, or any of the other captains, to take him away by force." Silly Wendy. Heard ya grinned. "I'm not forcing anyone. Like I said, I am only giving William an option. I am not the first, nor will be the last to ask him to jump ship. Others have already done so before me. So it's only normal for me to join the trend as well." Herja was stating a fact and Wendy couldn't refute it. Among the new warriors that were brought to Valhalla, William was simply too eye-catching. His silver hair, coupled with his handsome looks, already made him an eye candy to the ladies, however. Aside from his good looks, he was also a strong and very capable warrior. A warrior who didn't shy away in the face of danger in order to protect his comrades and allow them time to escape from an enemy that was stronger than them. Valkyries may be warriors, but they were also maidens. They were constantly looking for a life partner that could protect their backs on the battlefield. Wendy understood this. That's why she was always in the lookout for those who were bold enough to seduce William and whisk him away from her hold, seeing that the look on Wendy's face was close to a breaking point. Urja decided to take her leave, although they were both Valkyries. Wendy was stronger than her. It could even be said that Wendy was among the top 3 strongest Valkyrie captains because she was blessed with superhuman strength. She could easily turn an orc warrior's head into meat paste with a single slap. This was why most Valkyries didn't want to get on her bad side. The only reason why they dared to was because of William. The silver-haired warrior was simply too irresistible for the Valkyrie captains to ignore. "Take your time and think about it," William Herja said as wings sprouted behind her back. "You are welcome in my legion anytime." After saying those words, Herja flew towards the sky and gave William one last wink before flying away in the direction of her residence. Wendy looked at the retreating figure with disdain. She was so close to summoning her spear and turning the hateful Valkyrie captain into a skewered pig. "William," Wendy said as she turned her head to look at the warrior who was looking at her with a calm expression, "I have something to ask of you." William placed his hands behind his back as he stood straight like a sword. "Is it another mission? I am ready to go anytime," Captain Wendy chuckled. This was the sort of person William was. As long as it was a mission, he would do it in a serious manner that earned him the admiration and respect of warriors and Valkyries alike, and because of this, "I can't allow others to have you," Wendy thought, as she walked towards the warrior that she had personally taken from the battlefield of Midgard. She looked at his silver hair, his beautiful light green eyes, and his face that had made the ladies in Valhalla look at him like wolves finding their prey. Wendy looked at the confused teenager with a smile on her face. Her hands wrapped around his body in a light embrace. It was loose enough to allow William to not get suffocated, but firm enough to prevent him from escaping. The tomboy Valkyrie captain under Gunnar's Legion had finally decided who her partner for life would be. She would not allow anyone to take her silver-haired warrior away from her. So she decided to marry him and stop anyone from making advances on him. "Will you marry me?" Wendy repeated, "I swear that if you say no, I'll break all of your bones and drag you to Lady Freya's quarters there. We would exchange our vows and become partners for life, don't worry. I'll ask the goddess Idun to give me some of her golden apples to help your body heal after our wedding is done." Wendy narrowed her gaze as she looked straight into William's eyes. They were the eyes of a woman that wouldn't take no for an answer. "So, are you going to say yes, or must I drag you kicking and screaming like a little girl? The choice is yours to make. Also, remember this, William, pain is temporary, but my fists are eternal if you don't want to suffer eternal pain. You should already know what answer you are going to give me." "Yes." The sound of birds singing and water flowing from a small fountain reached William's ears as he found himself in an unfamiliar place. Didn't know how or when it happened, but he was now half submerged in what seemed to be a pool filled to the brim with spring water. The water was so clear that he could see the bottom without any problems. William scanned his surroundings to get an idea of where he was, but what he saw made his eyes widen in shock. A vast and beautiful valley that was dyed in the red and yellow colors of autumn appeared in front of his eyes. Several women with a pair of white wings behind their backs flew in the distance. They were wearing a type of armor that reminded William of the Valkyries in the games that he had played back on Earth. It was late in the afternoon, and the sun was slowly descending in the west. He estimated that it was only an hour or two away from sunset. It didn't take long for him to realize that he was bathing in a pool that was on top of what seemed to be a mountain that overlooked everything around him. It felt so surreal and luxurious that the red-headed boy didn't know what to think. "Aren't you finished bathing yet, husband?" A bold voice filled with eager expectation sounded behind him. When William turned his head to look, he found himself staring at a beautiful lady who seemed to be in her early 20s looking at him with a satisfied smile. Her long blonde hair rested on her waist, while a pair of light blue eyes looked at him as if she was looking at the love of her life. The 4 pairs of wings behind her back flapped softly as she landed on the ground. William looked at the lady in front of him and recognized her instantly. Although she was a bit older, taller, and more curvy, there was no doubt in his mind that the girl he was staring at was his girlfriend, Wendy. Like the Valkyries he had seen earlier, Wendy was also wearing a set of revealing lightweight armor that made William wonder if it really offered any kind of protection. "What's wrong, haven't you finished bathing?" Wendy inquired as she moved closer. "Ah, maybe you are waiting for me to finish my duties so that I can join you, as expected of my beloved. You really do love me." William didn't know how to react because things were happening way too fast for him to process. Before he could even reply to the lady in front of him, the latter had already removed her armor and waded into the pool towards him. Wendy, William inquired. You're Wendy, right? Of course I'm Wendy, Wendy frowned. What's wrong? Do you not even recognize your own wife? Wendy had already arrived beside William and playfully caressed his chest. The moment her soft, delicate hands touched his skin, a surge of electric current passed through William's body. That was when he realized that there were a few things about his body that were different. He was a head taller than the lady in front of him, and his body was more muscular compared to his 14-year-old self. William grabbed his hair and found it long enough to rest on his shoulder. The surprising part about this was that the color of his hair was silver. He tried to reel in the surprise and confusion he was feeling and decided to ask the beautiful lady some questions. Wendy, where are we? William asked as he stopped Wendy's flirtatious hand from moving downwards. Where are Priscilla, ESD, and the others? The air suddenly became tense as Wendy narrowed gaze. Who is this Priscilla, ESD, and the others you're talking about? Are you having an affair with the other Valkyries behind my back? Wendy released a powerful pressure that descended on William like a mountain. The expression of the beautiful young lady suddenly changed into a warrior princess who had just caught her husband cheating on her. Hey, why aren't you answering my questions? Wendy asked as her hand gripped William's wrist. The sound of something breaking and the pain that followed after made the silver-haired young man wince in pain. Seeing his pained expression, Wendy immediately released her hold on his wrist, and the tense atmosphere disappeared completely. Sorry, Wendy apologized as she cradled William's injured hand. You know that I'm a very jealous person. You should know better than to mention the names of other girls in my presence. She then took out a small slice of apple from out of nowhere and made William eat it. This apple came from the golden apples of the goddess Idun, Wendy explained. It will heal most injuries, and we usually only use it when we are injured in battle. I only have 3 more slices, so you'd better not hurt yourself, okay? William wanted to say that the one who hurt him was her, but he knew better than to argue with the lady who looked like the grown-up version of Wendy, but with a more brutal personality. A few seconds after eating the sliced apple, William's injury was healed completely. He moved his hand, an arm, and deemed that everything was working properly. Wendy simply watched from the side, as if she was amused by William's actions. You said I am your husband. When did we get married? William inquired. He needed to get more information about his wife and this world that felt familiar to him. Has your head injury still not fully recovered? Wendy asked back. The healers said that some of your memories might have been affected because of your injury, but I didn't know that it was this serious. Wendy suddenly became anxious as she cupped William's face. I'm sorry. I wasn't able to control my strength and pushed you away during our wedding night. I didn't expect that it would hurt so much after you put your... Wendy gulped as she lowered her head to look at the little William that was currently poking her belly. William was secretly admonishing his little guy for getting excited without his permission. Even so, he kept a calm expression as he listened to Wendy's explanation. I knew you were a true warrior when I brought your soul back from the battlefield. But I never expected that you would be very manly down there as well. Wendy blushed as she averted her gaze. We only got married 3 days ago, but because of your injury, I had no choice but to wait until you were fully healed to continue the consummation of our marriage. My senior said that since we have done it once already, it shouldn't hurt as much when we do it the second time. Don't worry, they gave me ropes that can withstand the strength of a Valkyrie. You can tie me up later, so I won't be able to hurt you again. William did his best to prevent his lips from twitching after hearing Wendy's explanation. He was still finding it hard to match the crude and bold lady in front of him from the delicate and straightforward girl who would instantly blush the moment he smiled at her. So we got married 3 days ago, but when I jammed it in during our honeymoon, she got hurt and gave me a serious head injury. William thought as beads of sweat formed on his forehead. She also managed to acquire ropes so that I could tie her up to prevent me from getting hurt again. I didn't know that I'd be able to experience bondage play for the first time in my life, in a dream. William looked at his wife and pulled her close to him. He then brushed her long, silky, blonde hair as he organized his thoughts. Wendy, on the other hand, closed her eyes and wrapped her arms around William's back, their bodies pressed against each other. As the light of the sunset slowly disappeared on the horizon, half an hour later, Wendy flew in the air holding William in a princess carry. She headed towards a residence that was located on the cliff of the mountain. The two of them had a light dinner, and then the ever-excited wife half dragged William towards the bedroom. Although William had no experience on how the deed was done, he had watched enough to understand the basics, not to mention, a certain old man that specialized in stamina training taught him the tricks on how to make ladies feel good. I didn't think that Owen's 444 love-making techniques would be used in a dream. William mused as he tied the beautiful lady up, according to her wishes, although he still didn't understand why he had suddenly appeared in Valhalla. He decided to go with the flow for now, after tying Wendy's arms and legs to the four corners of the bed. He kissed her forehead before looking straight into her eyes. "Are you sure you want to do this?" William asked. "You can still say no, and I will untie you right away. You are my husband and I am your wife." Wendy answered, "I had to fight the other Valkyries to call dibs on you first. You know, it's your fault for standing out too much. Will, I have been waiting for this day for months. Don't make me wait any longer, please," seeing Wendy's pleading gaze. William finally let go of all inhibitions and kissed her lips passionately. He then moved downwards to kiss her neck, her collarbone, and the two majestic peaks that stood proudly on her chest. William did his best to control his emotions and did his best to be gentle. At first, he thought that everything he was seeing was just a dream, but the pain he had felt when Wendy crushed his wrist was so real that he was finding it hard to treat everything like an illusion. Wendy's sighs of pleasure reverberated in the room, and it made William's breath ragged. He was only caressing her body, and yet Wendy was already driving him crazy with her seductive voice filled with pleasure. In the end, he was unable to resist the urge and gave into his instinct. He gently spread Wendy's legs as he prepared to finish what he had started. William gave her one last kiss on the lips before he lowered his hips, and when William opened his eyes, something golden appeared in his line of sight. Soon, the sound of a soft and steady breath of a sleeper reached his ears. He was still not fully awake, but he did recognize the girl that was within his embrace. It was at that moment when images of passionate love-making filled his head. William's body stiffened, and all the drowsiness that was still lingering in his body disappeared completely. Slowly but surely, William disentangled himself from the blonde beauty in his embrace. He then looked at Wendy with a serious expression and noticed a few things that made him sigh in relief. It was just a dream, William thought as he patted his chest in relief. Wendy was still wearing her school uniform, and her youthful face showed that she was still in her early teens. The red-headed boy wasn't able to stop himself from comparing the young and beautiful Wendy to the curvaceous adult Wendy in his dreams. In a few years, she will definitely make the heads of every man turn towards her, William mused as he brushed away the lock of hair that had fallen over her sleeping face. He had turned the protection of his dormitory room to its highest setting, which made it impossible for anyone to leave the room without his permission. William still remembered Carter's order to Wendy to meet him last night, so the half-elf locked her inside his room to prevent her from sneaking off towards the professor's residence. Although the system had said that the spell had been completely wiped away from her sea of consciousness, William didn't want to take any chances and took the matter into his own hands. He then asked the system to do one final check on Wendy's body to see if there were any anomalies. Host, all the parameters on Wendy's body and sea of consciousness are all normal. There are no side effects from the Mind Weaver spell, and there is no chance for it to work on her in the future. After the system had made its report, William once again looked at the girl who was sleeping peacefully on his bed. Once again, he was reminded of the love-making that he had done with the adult Wendy in his dreams. "I can't believe we did 30 rounds, William covered his face that had turned red from embarrassment. "This won't do. I need to cool myself down." The half-elf left the bed and headed straight into the bathroom. For some reason, he could still feel the lingering warmth of Wendy's body, and it was making his own body heat up. William was a healthy 14-year-old boy. Having that kind of dream, and waking to see himself embracing a beauty in his arms, it was impossible not to have any kind of reaction. Little William was already rearing his head as if he was prepared to fight for another 30 rounds. William didn't know if he should laugh or cry that his dependable Junior had awoken its eagerness for a night battle soon. The sound of running water could be heard from the bathroom as William soaked his body with cold water. He hoped that it would be enough to drive away the sudden heat that had awakened inside of him after ascending the steps of adulthood. Inside his dream, Wendy slowly opened her eyes the moment William entered the bathroom. It didn't take long before her entire face turned a shade of red as she recalled the dream she had. In her dream, she watched as her adult self and the silver-haired William made love to each other. I can't believe they did it 30 times. Wendy thought as she rolled on top of the bed. It was her first time seeing the actual deed, and it made her face blush in shame and embarrassment. After rolling for a few more times on top of the bed, the blonde beauty hugged William's pillow and wondered if the boy she liked would be able to accomplish the same feat that the silver-haired William had done in her dreams. She knew that William had no intention of doing those things to her at this point in time because they were still too young. But her heart wouldn't stop beating wildly inside her chest. Wendy didn't want to admit it, but she felt envious of the adult Wendy in her dreams. She looked so satisfied afterwards. Wendy thought with a reddened face, I wonder if I'll have the same face after Will finally decides to embrace me. Inside Carter's room, Carter was finalizing the plan he had concocted after realizing the limitless potential that was hidden in William's body. His desire to obtain this new vessel made it become his top priority. After taking control of the Knight Commander's body, he would marry Wendy, Charlotte, Annie, and 2 more noble ladies in the Helen Kingdom and build his influence. He would stage an act on the day of the inter-division battle where he would die. Under the Knight Commander's hand, Carter needed to do this in order to fool the demon general that was his superior. He would then take his time to train his new abilities, as well as his brides, and slowly chip away at the power of the king of the Helen Kingdom through schemes and deceit. Afterwards, he would stage a civil war and crown himself the new king. Carter believed that it would only take him 10 years at most to put this new plan into motion. By then, he would have mastered the powers in William's body and taken over the entire southern continent. By then, he would no longer need to take orders from anyone. He would be the supreme ruler of the entire continent, and everyone would bow under his feet. A few hours ago, he felt that the control he had over Wendy disappeared completely. It surprised him at first, but he soon accepted this outcome. For someone that had God essence inside his body, it was very possible for him to erase the spell that had been planted within Wendy's sea of consciousness. This discovery didn't make Carter feel anxious. There was no way for anyone to know that the spell originated from him. He had ensured that the spell couldn't be traced back to him. This was why he was confident that William wouldn't become suspicious of him after his connection to Wendy was cut. Carter immediately formulated a new set of plans in his head. Although he would have to do it in a roundabout manner, he was confident that he would succeed in luring William to his location. He had many pawns in his hands, so he was not worried that he would run out of subordinates to carry out his orders. First, he would conduct a massacre in order to create a diversion. Then he would lure the boy to a safe location and deal with him there. He had done this countless times in the past, and he was confident that he would succeed this time as well. He had taken over the bodies of individuals far stronger than William, but he had never taken over a body with a god essence inside it. The thrill of conquest made him feel anxious and excited at the same time. Anxious because he didn't know what to expect, and excited because he was confident that even though there were unknown factors, he was still confident that he would be able to take over William's body using the methods he had developed over the years. William von Ainsworth, Carter thought. His eyes glinted in delight for the future that was laid out for him. Enjoy the last few days you have in this world, for they will soon come to an end. He was confident that with the preparations he had planned, William's body was already as good as his. Gained X points, 1000. Gained X points, 1000. Gained X points, 1000. Gained X points, 1000. William sat in a meditative position inside a spacious cavern at the Thousand Beast Domain. This is where he had deposited the magic crystal cavern that he had acquired in the Kyrantor Mountains during their special mission. Not far from him, Dia, Thor, and Ragnar lay in a special nest where they slept peacefully. They were still in the midst of their hibernating period. The system told William that letting the 3 kids stay inside the magic crystal cavern would greatly help them with their growth. Since that was the case, William decided to let the 3 rest inside the cavern for the remainder of their hibernation. The other beasts within the domain also didn't want to miss out on this and gathered inside the cavern as well. The Kasaganaga, Fenrir, and the Trollhounds, the Blood Eagle, Cercops monkeys, as well as the Angray birds were all inside the cavern to strengthen their bodies. All of them were magical beasts, so having a steady source of magic power was beneficial for all of them. Ella laid beside the nest of the three kids and looked at them with gentle eyes. She hoped that Dia, Thor, and Ragnar would soon awaken from their slumber and aid William in his undertakings. With the help of the magic crystals and the 3 centennial ants that it had eaten, the Kasaganaga's rank has increased to a Class B beast. It was currently the strongest creature that resided inside the 1,000-beast domain, followed by Fenrir and the blood eagle Skadres, who both became Class C beasts not long ago. The trollhounds, angray birds, and the Cercops monkeys had also increased their ranks to the middle stages of Class D beasts. William was very satisfied with the rapid growth of his small legion that would become his main fighting force, aside from his knight order. Every time the half-elf visited the 1,000-beast domain to check on the kids and his legion, he had spent an hour or two absorbing the magic essence in the air to increase the level of his ice wizard job class. Gained X points 1000. Gained X points 1000. Gained X points 1000. When he was inside the cavern, he would gain 1,000 experience points every 5 minutes. With such an ideal place to cultivate, William wished that he could stay there for a long time. Sadly, he was too busy and could only stay for a few hours inside the domain every day. After exactly an hour, William stood up and left the cavern. Like always, he visited the different places inside his domain and consulted with the system about possible add-ons they could include after they gained more god points. Suddenly, William's body trembled and a searing pain spread across his chest. The pain was so intense that William felt that his chest was being ripped apart by an invisible force. "System, what is happening?" William asked through gritted teeth. "Host, the seal on your magic powers is about to break. The pain you are feeling right now is due to the re-emergence of the magical power that had been suppressed for the last 5 years." William's eyes widened in shock when he heard the system's reply. Soon, the surprise was replaced by happiness, but the pain he was currently experiencing made it hard for him to laugh out loud. It was then when realized that the seal on his powers broke a few weeks earlier than he initially estimated. When he asked the system about this matter, the latter told him that it was due to the absorption of the dark energy from the twin dungeon cores, which sped up the seal's duration. As if waiting for that exact moment, a powerful shockwave pulsed around the half-elf as the shackles that bound his magic powers broke one by one. The ground froze solid, and ice spikes protruded out from the ground as William's first magic-based job class, Ice Wizard, resurfaced. A blizzard suddenly appeared out of nowhere, covering his surroundings in a snowy haze. The sky of the 1,000-beast domain darkened as thick storm clouds covered the sun. Dark energy oozed out from William's body as the chains binding his dark magic broke apart as well. Thunder rumbled and lightning snaked across the heavens. Some lightning bolts descended into the dark blizzard that was rampaging on the ground. A few seconds later, a terrifying tornado of ice, darkness, and lightning spiraled towards the heavens. Kasaganaga opened its eyes after sensing the disturbance within the domain. It hurriedly ran outside the cavern to investigate when a white blur streaked past it. Ella had also felt that something was happening to William, so she decided to temporarily leave her wards as she went out to check on his condition. The other creatures, except the 3 hibernating beasts, also rushed out of the cavern to see what was going on. When they saw the giant tornado in the distance, they instinctively knew that William was at the center of it all. To this, the Kasaganaga's mouth dropped open as it sensed the overwhelming magic power that was congregating in the location of the dark tornado. As a demigod, it had seen many things in its long life, but it had never seen someone wield so many powers inside their body. Aside from the prevalent ice, darkness, and lightning magic, Kasaganaga also felt several powers which belonged to fire, wind, earth, and water. What was surprising was that it also felt that there were other powers in the mix that were almost too subtle to notice. Can a half-elf really wield all of these powers inside his body? The Kasaganaga thought as it tried to understand what it was currently seeing. No, even those bastard elves could only wield 3 kinds of powers at most, and they were among the races that are proficient in wielding magic and spirit powers. The deity of the sky shot down its initial assessment because William's current state was something that it had seen for the first time. After their talk during the battle at the Kirin Tor Mountains, The Kasaganaga understood that William wanted to visit the Silver Moon continent to see his mother and also find a way to save his father because of this. The two had come to an understanding that they were not enemies and could even cooperate with each other in order to return Kasaganaga to its former glory. This is also a good thing. Kasaganaga mused, currently. I don't have the power to drown those long-eared bastards to oblivion, however. Having a strong ally would help me get stronger as well, while the Kasaganaga was deep in its thoughts. The denizens of the Thousand Beast domain looked at their master with awe and admiration. I knew that following him was not a mistake, Fenrir. The leader of the Trollhounds looked at the violent tornado with happiness. After it received William's blessing, it became smarter and stronger than the average Trollhounds. After it hit rank C, it unlocked the ability to communicate with William. The other members of his King's Legion via telepathy, Fenrir glanced at the other Trollhounds, sensing their leader's gaze. The Trollhounds looked back at Fenrir with undisguised happiness. Grow strong, my brothers. Fenrir gave a low growl. Someday, our master will need our strength. We mustn't disappoint him. The Trollhounds howled in unison in reply to Fenrir's words. All of them vowed that they would become strong in order to fight by their leader's and master's side whenever their aid was needed. The Cercops monkeys, who were usually rowdy, had quieted down. The same could be said for the angry birds who liked to curse at others. Skadres, the blood eagle, perched on top of the Hyperion tree as its bloody eyes locked onto the half-elf that was at the center of the tornado. Unlike the others, it was a creature that could see past through most things and focus its gaze on anything that had blood. In it, William had promised it that he would supply it with beasts to eat in order for it to become stronger. So far, it had only preyed upon the goblins inside the goblin crypt. To be honest, it was growing tired of eating goblins. It hoped that in the future, William would be able to let it eat its fill of stronger and more powerful monsters outside the Thousand Beast domain. Half an hour later, the unprecedented phenomenon had ended. William stood with his eyes closed as orbs of power made up of ice, darkness, lightning, fire, wind, earth, and water circled around his body. A ray of light fell from the sky. As the dark clouds parted, the golden radiance of the sun joined the other elements as they moved around William's body as if they were dancing. It was as if they were celebrating that they had regained their freedom and could once again aid the half-elf in the battles that he was about to face in the future. William opened his eyes as the flow of magic power circulated inside his body. Glacial lance, William said softly. Although he could summon the lance with just a thought, he decided to voice it out loud in order to declare that he was once again able to use his magic powers. With a thought, he shot it towards the sky. Leaving a trail of white mist as it ascended into the heavens, William threw several more glacial lances in rapid succession as he once again tested the extent of his powers. The red-headed boy then bought a giant solid boulder from the god shop that cost 1 god point. He planned to use it for target practice to test his other powers. William pointed his finger at the boulder as his hand imitated that of a gun. Bang! William shouted as he shot a void arrow at the giant boulder. Although this skill's main purpose was to blind its target, it also dealt a bit of dark magic, making it a nice alternative to deal both status and damage to William's enemies. The black arrow hit the boulder and small shrapnels of rock burst from its body. Feeling like a child again, William fired void arrows using both hands like a gunslinger in one of the movies that he watched when he was still back on Earth. Seeing his playful attitude, the Kasaganaga decided to join in on the fun as it curled up into a ball and charged towards William's direction. Soon, the two engaged in a mock battle, sending spells flying in all directions. Ella shook her head as she watched the two children play their hearts out while they cursed at each other. It had been a while since she last saw William this happy. She hoped, more than anything else in the world, that the half-elf would continue to smile for more years to come. After having a fun spar with Kasaganaga, William exited the Thousand Beast domain. Ironically, the moment he left the domain, Wendy knocked on the door after finishing her morning lessons to ask him if he wanted to have lunch with her. William happily agreed to Wendy's proposal and went to the usual spot where they would always have a picnic together. When they arrived at their destination, EST and the twins were already there and had already spread out the food on the picnic blanket. The lovebirds have finally arrived, EST said in a sarcastic manner. Ian, prepare the melon seeds. I heard that half-elves love them. William smiled and sat down in front of EST while Wendy sat beside him. I do love melon seeds. Ian, do you have some? My seeds are too good for you. Better find someone else's, Ian replied with a snort. Wendy lightly patted William's shoulder and whispered, I'll buy you some later. I didn't know you liked them. Thank you, William replied as he unconsciously kissed her forehead. Yesti and Ian stiffened because the half-elf didn't even try to hide their PDA in front of them. Isaac, who was watching from the side, lit a candle in his heart. He prayed for the half-elf's swift and painless death after his young master and twin brother had their way with him. The two of you should just get a room, ESD said with a fed-up expression. Aren't you afraid that lightning will strike you down for acting lovey-dovey like this in public? For some reason, he couldn't stop the irritation that was slowly surfacing in his heart from showing. William, on the other hand, smirked. He was not afraid of lightning falling down from the heavens. After all, his job class, Prince of Thunder, was not just for show. Calm down and cool yourself down. William grabbed the jug of fruit juice with a mischievous grin plastered on his face. Here, let me help you. Suddenly, the exterior of the jug was covered with a thin layer of ice. Est's, Ian's, Isaac's, and Wendy's eyes widened in shock as they looked at the frozen jug before shifting their attention to William. You recovered your magic power, ESD inquired with a serious expression on his face. When did it return? To be honest, ESD felt very guilty for the sacrifice that William had made in the trial of courage. He had long wanted to find a way to repay the half-elf for helping him clear the trial. His initial thoughts were to have him knighted and added to the Knight Order of Gladiolus. However, never in his wildest dreams did he consider that the half-elf would found his own Knight Order that was recognized by the king. Just an hour ago, William replied. It's quite unfortunate that I can't use it in the inter-division battles. I bet everyone's jaws would drop off if I start shooting ice shards in the middle of the fight. Wendy frowned as a sudden realization came to her mind. Since you have your magic back, shouldn't you be in the magic division as well? How about you tell the professors about a transfer? I'm sure Professor Layla would be extremely happy to have you. After their relationship had become more serious, William had also told her the story of how his powers were sealed. Back then, Wendy felt sad because if William hadn't lost his powers, he would be in the magic division with her. That's right, Ian seconded Wendy's claim. It is only right for you to be in the magic division since you have regained your powers. ESD, however, shook his head. Although he could do that, he won't. Isn't that right, Will? William nodded to acknowledge Est's words. I will stay in the martial division, William replied. At least until this school year ends. I still have a lot of things to do, and leaving the martial division at this time will lower their morale. I can't do that. Everyone quieted down after hearing William's reply. They knew about William's responsibility as the commander of the Angorian war sovereign. Right now, the half-elf was the pride of the martial division. If he suddenly switched to the magic division, they would be devastated. Let's not worry about this for now. William cleared his throat to change the topic. For now, you should just focus on thinking of ways to beat our lineup. Mind you, even if all the big shots among the first years were to band together, you guys won't get an easy win. Don't worry, ESD commented in a calm manner. I'll make sure to beat you up in the arena. Oh, you sound confident. I wonder where that confidence of yours is coming from. Just you wait. I'll wipe that smug smile on your face and win the bet we have agreed upon. Wendy, who was eating from the side, raised her head to observe William's and Est's banter. Deep in her heart, she thanked the gods that ESD was born as a boy. Her boyfriend and her head prefect get along so well that it would often make her jealous. Fortunately, head prefect is not a girl, Wendy thought. If he was, he would be a more dangerous love rival than Rebecca, after eating their lunch. Wendy, ESD, and the twins returned to the magic division for their afternoon classes. The half-elf had already decided to skip classes for the day because he had more important things to do. I just hope he will believe me, William muttered as he walked towards the dean's office. Since the issue with Carter concerned the entire school, it would be appropriate to let Simon know about it before it was too late. Tell me. William, how did you come to know this information? Simon inquired. The elf looked at the red-headed boy with a serious expression. They were currently inside the dean's office, and a powerful enchantment had been put in place to prevent eavesdroppers from getting wind of their conversation. I can't tell you how I got the information, William replied with a calm expression on his face. However, I can guarantee that this information is credible, really. Simon narrowed his eyes as he stared at the youngest knight commander of the Helen Kingdom. Let me get this straight. You're saying that Professor is subtly taking control of the students inside the academy through the use of candies. Do you have any proof? I brought some candies with me, William said as he placed the pouch of candies that he had confiscated from Wendy on top of the table. Please. Check them yourself, sir. Simon nodded and opened the pouch. He then took one candy from it and used his spirit power to give it a closer inspection. A minute later, the elf returned the candy inside the pouch and nodded his head. You're right. Simon commented, there is indeed a strand of spirit power embedded inside it. If not for my strong spiritual sense, I would have not discovered it. What are you going to do? Sir, William asked. If this continues, I am afraid that more of the students might fall prey to this dangerous scheme. Simon took the candy pouch and stored it inside his storage ring. He then looked at William in contemplation, as if weighing the words that he wanted to say. Rest assured. I will take precautions to handle this matter, Simon stated. For now, I want you to keep this secret to yourself in order to not alarm the mastermind behind this candy incident, not a word to anyone. Do you understand? We should be ready for the possibility that the professor doing this behind the scenes is able to tap into the memories of the people under their control. If word of this spreads, then our chances of capturing the mastermind will disappear completely. Who knows, he might also have acquaintances hiding in the background. For now, act as if nothing is wrong also. There's no need for you to look for me again if you discover something else. I have my own ways of monitoring the people inside my own backyard. William nodded his head. He felt a little relieved that Simon took his words seriously. In the beginning, he was afraid that the dean of the academy wouldn't believe him and might even accuse him of spreading fake news. Fortunately, that was not the case, and William left the dean's office feeling slightly better, with Simon's help. He was confident that they would be able to catch all those who were involved with Carter if the two of them worked together, a few minutes after William left the room. Simon sighed and knocked on the top of his table. You can come out now. Simon said, it seems that your young master is very able. To think that he managed to know about this scheme without any of you telling him is quite a feat. A black mist gathered in the center of the room. Soon, a man wearing a hooded black robe materialized in front of the dean of the academy. So far, everything is in order, Ezio replied, while the commander feels a little guilty in not telling young Master Matthew and young Master William about the details of our operation. It is for their own good, also. It limits the person in the know, which would prevent the leakage in information. Are you sure that William will not tell anyone else about his discovery? He won't. The fact that he came to you with this secret is because he also understands the meaning of discretion. So, for his sake, and the sake of all the students in the academy, we mustn't fail. Failure is not an option. You also understand this, right? Simon sighed before nodding his head. In fact, he knew that Carter was only a pawn behind the candy incident, which was something that William was not aware of, although the academy looked peaceful on the surface. There were many things being done behind the scenes, in preparation for the battle that was about to come. William was like an overprotective boyfriend as he accompanied Wendy wherever she went. This caused the rumors about the two of them to spread to the other divisions, and it made Wendy secretly happy. How could she not be happy? She could still remember the passionate words that William told her a day ago, which made her feel like she was on cloud 9. Wendy, will you be my girlfriend? William asked. Yes, Wendy replied in a heartbeat. She was afraid that if she was a second late in her reply, William would change his mind and tell her that he was just joking. This was why, when she confirmed that the handsome half-elf was serious about asking her out, she let go of all of her worries and kissed him passionately for 2 minutes. When their lips parted from each other, she buried her face into William's chest and hugged him tight. Is this a dream? Wendy asked anxiously. Am I dreaming? William gently patted the back of her head and assured her that she was not dreaming. All he asked of her was to keep their relationship a secret for the time being because he didn't want to make things difficult for his grandpa, James, and the old fox, Lawrence. I'm sorry, William apologized. Although you are now my girlfriend, and I will do my best to always be by your side, I'm afraid that I can't declare it publicly. You already know that I still have an agreement with Rebecca, and I still need to give my grandpa and Sir Lawrence some face. I will only be able to give you hugs and kisses when the two of us are behind closed doors. I'm sorry if you find my affection for you lacking when both of us are in the outside world. Wendy kissed William's cheeks as she looked him in the eye to give her reply. I understand. However, you'd better make up for it when it's just the two of us, all right? Okay, William replied. Wendy fidgeted before asking the question that was nagging at her mind. She knew that nobles usually had many wives, and she was afraid to confront William about this matter in fear that he would think that she was a nosy lover. However, in order to prepare herself for the future, she still decided to ask to put her mind at ease. Will, how many wives do you plan to have? Promise me that you won't get angry at me if I give you my answer. Wendy thought that William was going to say a dozen, because some nobles really did have a dozen wives and even secret mistresses that they hid in the shadows. She hoped that William wouldn't go that route because she knew that she was the very jealous type of girl. 9 wives, William said. 9 wives, Wendy gasped. Although the number of women her boyfriend planned to marry was many, it was still better than William having a dozen wives. Wendy grudgingly nodded her head before looking at William with a pout. Will I be the first wife? Wendy asked. This was an important matter that she had to know. In every household, the position of first wife was important. It had the highest rank among the other wives, and the woman that held this rank was considered to be the groom's main wife. Yes, William said softly, you will be my first wife. Good, Wendy nodded her head and hugged William. Will, I love you. I love you too, Wendy. William kissed her forehead and held her tight. Now that he had already made his feelings known, his heart was finally at peace. If you don't look where you are going to trip. William reminded the daydreaming girl who seemed to have her head in the clouds as they walked towards the training area for their night order. Wendy looked left and right to ensure that no one was around them. After seeing that the coast was clear, she then moved close to William and whispered words of love in William's ears. The red-headed boy smiled and gave her a quick kiss on the cheek before arriving at their destination. Today was an important day, because William planned to ensure that none of his members were going to be affected by the Mind Weaver spell that was slowly spreading throughout the academy. Although he felt guilty, he didn't remove the spell inside Est's and Isaac's bodies. The system had already informed him that Carter had distinctly felt the loss of his connection to Wendy when William fed her his lollipop. He didn't want the latter to become more suspicious, so he refrained from openly targeting those that were still affected by the spell. William still didn't know the professor's motives and those of his acquaintances, if he had any, within the Royal Academy. Everyone line up, William ordered as soon as he arrived at the training grounds. Today, I will give all of you a special treat for all of your hard work. He then took out a few pouches from his storage ring and handed them to his officers. Each of you takes 1 lollipop, William said in a commanding tone. This is your reward for all of your hard work. Now, all of you eat it before we start today's training. Although everyone felt confused why their commander was suddenly distributing a snack for everyone, none of them complained. Each of them stuck the lollipops inside their mouths and began to eat it. The system had informed him ahead of time that there had been a few members of his night order that had been affected by the Mind Weaver spell. So it's concentrated in the magic division, William thought. Affirmative. Fortunately, the 4th years seem to be untouched by the effect of the Mind Weaver spell. It seems that Professor Carter has only targeted the 1st year delete S up to the 3rd year students of the magic division. William nodded in understanding. He thinks that those without magic power are useless, so he's left the martial division alone, William mused. Also, the spirit division has very strong awareness in their sea of consciousness. They would immediately detect a spell that tried to invade their minds, causing them to conduct an investigation, although he was an enemy. William had to admire Carter's meticulous planning. Now, all that was left for him to do was uncover the professor's agenda, as long as he was able to know it. He would be able to stop it. William's gaze scanned the members of his night order with a serious expression. He wouldn't allow anyone to take control of the organization that he had built from scratch, for they were the sword and shield that would protect the Helen Kingdom from those who wished to harm it. Meanwhile, at the borders of the Helen Kingdom, a legion of hippogriffs flew in a battle formation as they entered the borders of their allied kingdom. They had already been informed beforehand of the upcoming war between the Helen Kingdom and the 2 dynasties that were just outside their borders. Because of this, they had been very vigilant during their travels and had been on high alert ever since. In the middle of the battle formation was a flying carriage pulled by a blade wyvern. This wyvern was a centennial beast and boasted incredibly high fighting abilities, just like its name suggested. This wyvern specialized in physical combat, and its whole body was as hard as adamantium, its beak. And wings were razor-sharp, and could easily split steel armor into two. It was one of the protectors that ensured Princess Sidoni's safety from anyone who wished her harm. Inside the carriage, the third princess of Frisia glanced at the scenery outside the carriage window. She had visited the Hellen kingdom a few years ago, and she found it to be a strong kingdom that equaled their own, although she was not interested in politics. She still studied the history and current situation of the three kingdoms that were outside the borders of Frisia. Her reason for doing this was simple. She was looking for a candidate that might help her understand the true meaning of love. A love that was strong enough to overcome the power of seduction that had been with her from the day she was born. Currently, her followers had reported a few interesting individuals that appeared in the Hellen kingdom. When she browsed the contents of the list, one particular name stood out from the rest. Name: William von Ainsworth, spiritual power. None assessment overview. Excellent physical prowess, but no magic power, recommended to be placed under the martial class division. Currently the youngest knight commander in the history of the Hellen kingdom. According to the reports, his fighting abilities are either at the peak of the silver rank, or in the initial stages of the gold rank. He wears a slave collar on his neck. There is no information on who his master is. A half-elf, so his looks are very pleasing to the eyes. Holds a high position due to being a knight commander of the Angorian war sovereign. Has no spirit power. He calls a goat his mama. Slave and a knight commander at the same time. Princess Sidoni mused. Now, this is something that I have to see for myself, I wonder. Will he be able to resist my charm? Or will he be like the rest that would happily kneel and kiss my feet with infatuated smiles on their faces? Silver Moon Continent. Finally, the time has come. A middle-aged elf looked at the elven battleships anchored at the port with his hands behind his back. Patriarch, the representatives of the Sale, Nasir, Reese, and Iron clans have arrived. The middle-aged man met the representatives of the different clans at a villa overlooking the ocean. There, the teenage elves looked at the flagships that floated on the water with determined expressions on their faces. When the middle-aged elf arrived, all of them stood at attention and pressed their fists against their chests in greeting. All hail the great elder. Be at ease, let's start the meeting. The middle-aged man sat on a raised chair, while the other elves sat on theirs. This is an important mission that I will be assigning to all of you, young prodigies of the proud elven clans of the Silver Moon Continent, the middle-aged man said in a confident tone. This mission will be dangerous, but the rewards are equally high. Everyone's gazes were locked on the middle-aged man's face as they digested every word that he said. The patriarchs of their respective clans didn't tell them anything. All they said was that the geniuses of their bloodline would undertake a mission for the glory of the entire elven race. The middle-aged man scanned the eager faces of the young elves and nodded with approval. Your mission is the conquest of the southern continent, the middle-aged man explained. Once you arrive there, you will find that the four kingdoms will be ripe for the picking. I want all of you, in the fastest possible time, to subjugate them in one fell swoop. The one that will oversee this mission will be my grandson, Elandor. The middle-aged man made a gesture, and a handsome elf with blonde hair and green eyes walked towards him. From all angles, Elandor looked like a young man in his late teens. He was radiating a charm and charisma that made the young ladies among the elves look at him with great interest. As I mentioned earlier, he will be the commander of this operation. I expect all of you to obey his orders, for I believe that he is more than capable enough to lead all of you in this great undertaking. The middle-aged man continued his speech. The other clans are unaware of this mission, and I would like to keep it that way. Now go, capture the southern continent and make it the new territory of the elves. Gone are the days when our brethren are hunted down to be turned as slaves. It is now our time to turn humans into slaves. The elves will finally end our 100 years of silence and begin our conquest of the human lands. May the goddesses of the moon bless us all. May the goddesses of the moon bless us all. Man with graying hair stood on top of a pyramid, overlooking the young warriors that had gathered from all over his empire. He had already been alerted that the war in the southern continent was about to begin, and it was now time to take a share of the conflict. His name was Leonidas, the great emperor of the Creator Empire, a force that not many dared to offend in the southern continent. It was well known for its military might that had brought many nations to their knees and made them part of its vast empire. Just like the four kingdoms of the southern continent, the Creator Empire was one of the 8 overlords of the central continent. Being one of the top 8 factions in a continent that was 20 times bigger than the southern continent proved how formidable it was. Go with haste and reach the shores of the southern continent in a month's time, the great emperor of the Creator Empire ordered. It's time to stake a claim on distant shores, conquer them in the name of the Creator Empire, capture those who submit and kill those who oppose us. All of you are the proud warriors of our empire. Glory to Creator. Glory to Creator. The young warriors raised their weapons in unison. Make my granddaughter the queen of the southern continent, great Emperor Leonidas ordered. Let them know the might of our empire. Glory to Creator. Zagal Ranath, the demon commander and Carter's direct superior, gathered his forces. Only 10 days remained before the inter-division battle in the Helen Royal Academy was to occur. Carter's reports were very positive, and it made him look forward to the great harvest that they would have in a few days' time. He was currently making his final preparations to bring back the broodmares that Carter had ensnared in the academy. Commander Zagal wouldn't be participating in the retrieval operation, because he was guarding their borders against the persistent invasion from the Dark Elves who had, for some unknown reason, broken off their alliance. This day, Commander Zagal had no idea what the dark-skinned race was thinking. All he knew was that the other forces within the demon continent were also looking forward to the aftermath of the conflict between the two sides. Because of this, he had assigned his right hand to oversee the mission personally to ensure its success. Their plan was very simple. Enter the southern continent through the hidden teleport gate that they had built long ago and connect to Carter's makeshift 2-way dimensional gate within the academy. It would help Carter conduct a massacre, but their main role was to capture the young ladies to bring back the demon continent. It would be a blitzkrieg attack that would last for less than half an hour before they returned to the demon continent in haste. In order to facilitate the teleport gates, the demon race had prepared 1/10 of the magic crystals that they had stored over the years. That was a lot of resources, so their mission mustn't fail at all cost. Aside from young ladies of the magic division, the demons would also capture the ladies from the spirit division. What the demon race needed were warriors that would be born with magic and spirit power. They already had strong bodies, so taking captives from the martial division would just be a waste of their time. 10,000 demon warriors. This was the number that Commander Zagal had gathered for this massive undertaking. Their accomplices in the Helen Kingdom would create a barrier around the academy to prevent reinforcements from getting in their way. Commander Zagal was very confident with this plan, so he wasn't worried about the results. All that he was worried about was that the demon warriors would accidentally break the girls once they were brought back to their domain. Unlike demons, human women were more delicate and prone to injuries. This was why he had repeated over and over again that anyone who dared to indulge themselves during the mission would be killed on the spot. This was the only way to prevent the unnecessary loss of broodmares that would give birth to the next generation of demons that held powerful abilities. What he didn't know was that his trusted agent within the Royal Academy had had a change of heart and formulated his own plan as well. Although Carter still felt loyal to the demon race, the temptation of the divinity inside William's body was too much for him to ignore. Because of this, there would be slight deviations to the demonic invasion that Commander Zagal thought was already in the bag. The Crown Prince of the Helen Kingdom looked at the mirror with a serious expression. Behind him, several of his aides were holding different ceremonial clothes, all of which were made from the finest materials and made by the best tailors of the kingdom. "Those clothes look perfect on you, Your Highness," Prince Lionel's right-hand man said with admiration. "Are you sure?" Prince Lionel turned his head in an anxious manner. "Will this really be good, or should I change clothes once again?" "Your Highness, believe me when I say that your clothes are perfect. There's no need to change anything." Prince Lionel's right-hand man was doing his best to keep the smile on his face from breaking. The prince had already spent 2 hours in front of the mirror to find the most appropriate clothes he could wear in order to receive the special guests that would be arriving in a few hours. The Crown Prince had always been confident in whatever he did. However, since the special guest that would be arriving was the love of his life, he wanted to look more presentable than he usually did in order to impress her. "Just know that if you lied to me, I'll have your head cut off," Prince Lionel said in a serious manner, Do I make myself clear? Why, yes, your highness, the man stuttered as he did his best to prevent his body from trembling all over. After looking at the mirror one last time, Prince Lionel left his room to join the delegation that would be welcoming the third princess of the Kingdom of Frisia into the Helen Kingdom. We are to mobilize and escort a VIP guest that just arrived at our border, William asked with a frown. Can't the other knight commander do it in our place? We also have the Griffon Brigade. There's no need for my knight order to participate in this welcoming ceremony. Commander, this is an order from the king, the messenger from the castle stated. The Knight Order of Gladiolus is more of a land-based unit. They only have a handful flying mounts at their disposal. Also, the Griffon Brigade is the natural enemy of hippogriffs. We can't possibly send them because it might cause unnecessary conflicts between the magical beasts. William scratched his head because he had to admit that the messenger's words held some truth in them. In the end, he reluctantly agreed to the request and gathered the members of his Knight Order that were given flying mounts. Half an hour ago, the king gave me a direct order, William said as he faced his subordinates. The third princess of Frisia has already entered our airspace and has requested an escort from our kingdom. Because of this, we will be leaving in an hour to meet them. Make your last-minute preparations and meet me at the training field in less than an hour. Dismissed. The members of the Angorian war sovereign hurriedly went to their mounts that were currently staying at the special stables that were awarded to them by the academy. All the magical beasts, including the Griffon, Lionheart, and Conrad's Wyvern, were stationed there. Priscilla was surprised by William's announcement. Soon, a very sweet smile appeared on her face as she hurried back to the Solaris dormitory to prepare for the escort mission. What a pain, William said as he scratched his head. Don't be like that, Wendy commented from the side. Aren't you curious about the third princess of the Kingdom of Frisia? Many say that she is a peerless beauty. No matter how beautiful she is, I bet she won't be as beautiful as my master, William replied with confidence. I can't make a comeback if you put it that way, Wendy pouted. Indeed, Celine was very beautiful, and as a girl, Wendy felt inferior to her. However, William had already told Wendy many times that she didn't need to compare herself to other beautiful women. William would always say, "For me, you are already very beautiful. That's why you don't need to feel insecure in regards to others. Even my ex-fiancée, Rebecca, doesn't hold a candle against you." Although Rebecca was more beautiful than her, Wendy could genuinely feel that, for William, she was really more beautiful than Rebecca, which made the blonde beauty overcome some of her insecurities. However, when Wendy asked William what he thought of his master Celine, the half-elf would suddenly have a devilish look on his face and simply answer, "Someday, I will give my master a good spanking. That will be repayment for all the suffering I've experienced under her hand." Wendy tried to ask more about what these sufferings were, but William would silence her question with a hug or a kiss. Clearly, the red-headed boy didn't want to share his experiences, and Wendy decided not to pry any further. Less than an hour later, William and the rest of his Knight Order had gathered in the training field. William's personal flying carriage that held the insignia of the Angorian Knight Order was also there for him to ride in. Like always, the one that would be pulling the carriage was Dave and his partner Lionheart. This time, Priscilla summoned her alpha hippogriff and asked William to personally give her the honor of leading their Knight Order to meet their special guests. The half-elf readily agreed, because he wasn't too interested in meeting the third princess of their allied kingdom. "Commander, I can see them now," Dave reported. "Carry on," William ordered. Wendy was currently taking a nap, with her head on his lap. William looked at the scenery outside of the flying carriage while firmly holding the girl's waist so that she wouldn't fall off of the couch. Those accompanying him inside the carriage had already gotten used to this scene, and none of them said anything about it, including Ian, who was also looking outside the carriage window to prevent himself from feeling envious of the girl lying on William's lap. After the trial at the Peak of Enlightenment, Ian had unlocked the seal on his body to a certain extent that allowed him to harness the powers that had been sealed for just as long. He didn't say anything to ESD and his brother because he was afraid that the two would get jealous of him. Still, what's the point of having this power if I can't use it out in the open? Ian thought as the entourage from the Kingdom of Frisia appeared in front of them. After sending their greeting, the members of the Angorian war sovereign spread out and joined the flying formation towards the capital of the Helen Kingdom. The aerial cavaliers of the Kingdom of Frisia looked at these young knights with surprise and admiration. They could tell that their escorts were still teenagers, and it made them feel very complicated, seeing them riding hippogriffs alongside them. In their kingdom, only those that had done great deeds for their homeland would gain the honor of riding on the backs of hippogriffs. These magical beasts were the main fighting force of their kingdom, and not many were allowed to ride them willy-nilly. There was even a teenager that was riding on top of a wyvern. Looks like the second knight commander of the Hellen kingdom is not just for show, the knight captain of the aerial cavaliers from the kingdom of Frisia thought. It was not only him, almost every one of his subordinates was thinking the same thing. How rude, one of Princess Sidoni's attendants, who was riding inside her flying carriage, complained. Shouldn't that knight commander personally come to offer his greetings to our princess? How come he's staying inside his flying carriage and not even making his presence known? HMP, I guess being a knight commander and being a gentleman are two different things, another attendant complained. We came here to aid them in the war, and yet they don't treat us like VIP guests. Princess Sidoni frowned when she heard her attendants, but she didn't say anything. Deep inside, she was looking forward to meeting the knight commander of the Angorian war sovereign. The reports she received about him were all very interesting, and she wanted to catch a glimpse of the narcissistic half-elf that was said to have hair that resembled a blazing fire. Unfortunately, the said half-elf had other things in his mind, and they were not even about the third princess. How come Carter still hasn't made a move in all this time? William thought. He clearly knows that Wendy had been freed from his control, so why isn't he sending Charlotte to investigate? Something doesn't feel right. The professor hadn't done anything suspicious as of late. Most of the time, he just stays inside his room meditating. He even stopped making those candies, and simply does his duty as the teacher of the academy. Perhaps he is waiting for something. What do you think? I don't have sufficient data to answer the host's question. William sighed internally. Carter's silence was making him feel anxious. It was as if there was a sharp guillotine that was hanging over his head, waiting for the right time to end his life. I hope that I'm just being too paranoid, William sighed in his heart. I have a nagging feeling that something very bad is going to happen inside the academy soon. Welcome, Princess Sidoni, to the Hellen Kingdom, King Noah said with a smile the moment Princess Sidoni disembarked from her flying carriage. It is our pleasure to be here, Your Majesty, Princess Sidoni replied and did a curtsy. The silver veil that hid her face fluttered gently in the wind, but it still kept her face from being seen by anyone in the vicinity. Greetings, Princess. Prince Lionel bowed his head respectfully. He wasn't able to stop himself from making his presence known to the lady of his dreams. It has been a while since you visited our kingdom. It would be my honor to be your tour guide during your stay in our humble kingdom. King Noah's face remained calm, but there was a slight hint of disapproval in his eyes. However, this disapproval didn't last long because Lionel's action was a normal thing for a prince of the kingdom to do. Thank you for your offer, Your Highness, Sidoni replied. However, the journey has been long, and if possible, I want to rest for a few days before seeing the attractions of the Hellen Kingdom. I hope you don't mind my selfishness. Not at all, Princess. It was me who had forgotten how to be a good host. Please, allow me to escort you to your quarters. Prince Lionel bowed apologetically. This time, Princess Sidoni nodded her head and acted how a proper guest should act. King Noah nodded internally and didn't get in the way of Lionel's initiative. He was not stupid. With a single glance, he could tell that his son was smitten with the third princess of Frisia. In fact, a year ago, he had asked him to play matchmaker and proposed that Princess Sidoni be wed to him in a marriage alliance. The king of the Hellen Kingdom thought that this was a good idea. However, the recent events that had happened inside his kingdom had prevented him from putting this proposal into motion. Maybe this is a good opportunity for the two of them to get closer, Noah thought as he made a gesture for his aides to take care of the aerial knights from Frisia. Since their purpose for coming was to be their reinforcements, King Noah prepared the best rooms for them as well as the best accommodations for their magical beasts. While his aides were busy guiding their guests, King Noah walked towards the flying carriage that belonged to his second knight commander, who hadn't even poked his head out to greet the princess of their allied kingdom. King Noah had conflicting feelings towards William because he was also someone that praised highly. As a father, he could see the signs that indicated that his son was very attached to the half-elf and hoped that it was just due to admiration. Commander, the king is making his way here, Dave reported. How can't he just leave me alone? William grumbled as he gently lifted Wendy's head from his lap and used a soft cushion as replacement to allow the sleeping beauty to continue sleeping. He then stepped out of the carriage to meet the king of the kingdom, with a smile on his face. "Greetings, your majesty," William said as he placed his right fist over his chest. "I have accomplished the mission that you decreed upon me." "You did well, Commander William," King Noah replied. "I'm sorry for calling you out of the blue and asking you for an escort mission. I hope you don't mind the inconveniences I caused you." "There was no inconvenience, your majesty," William replied with a smile. "As long as it is for the kingdom, I will do my best to meet your expectations." King Noah eyed the young half-elf with a critical gaze. There had been many nobles that had voiced their criticism for allowing a slave to hold such a prestigious position as a knight commander within their kingdom. However, King Noah ignored them all because William had proven himself very capable for his age. He understood that the nobles were only whining because a slave suddenly held the authority to punish them if he found them guilty of a crime. This was a deterrence that knight commanders possessed, and they were afraid that William would use his influence to bring them down. After the incident with Kingsley of the Misty Sect, the Rhodes family had been very low-key as of late. In the past, they had been very domineering since they were one of the dukedoms of the kingdom. All of that changed when William knocked the living lights out of Kingsley and made the Rhodes family more subservient to the orders of the king. "Lord William, are you getting along with the head prefect of the magic division?" King Noah inquired. Yes, the two of us get along very well," William replied. "I treat him as a very close friend of mine." "I see." King Noah remained calm on the surface, but deep inside he felt anxious. "There have been rumors flying around that you are in a relationship with Miss Wendy. How much of that is true?" William only smiled but said nothing else. King Noah felt a headache incoming because he understood William's silence. As a king of the kingdom, he already knew how to read the unspoken words between a king and his retainer. William had silently admitted his relationship with Wendy, and King Noah didn't know how to feel about it. The only thing he could do was to pat William's shoulder and whisper something in his ears before walking back towards the palace. The half-elf looked at the king with a stiff smile on his face. He didn't understand what the king meant when he said the words. "If you make her cry, I'll personally whip you 100 times. Finally, that nosy prince is gone," Princess Sidoni's attendant exclaimed the moment Prince Lionel left her room. The prince stayed for over an hour and chatted with Princess Sidoni about the current affairs in Frisia. Prince Lionel had been sorely tempted to snatch the veil covering his beloved's face so he could admire her beauty up close. However, he didn't want the princess to hate him, so he fought this impulse, while keeping a smile plastered on his face. If not for Princess Sidoni hinting that she was very tired and wanted to rest, Prince Lionel might have stayed longer. Fortunately, the crown prince knew when to advance and retreat, so he decided to take a step back and allow the princess to finally rest. Before she left the kingdom of Frisia, the king gave her several powerful artifacts to suppress her powers. This allowed her to safely interact with King Noah and the rest of the representatives of the Hellen kingdom. Still, she felt a certain dislike for the crown prince of the Hellen kingdom. He was like the other men that had pursued her because they were charmed by her powers. If Princess Sidoni wanted to, she could make all of them do whatever she wanted, but she chose not to. However, there was someone that didn't like to live the life of a pacifist. "Where's the fun in making ordinary men grovel at our feet?" A voice sounded from inside Princess Sidoni's head. "Sidoni, let's hurry to find a man that can awaken the power inside you. Don't forget our deal. 4 years from now, if you still haven't found the man that would make you know the meaning of love, you will switch places with me." "I'll keep my promise. Why are you in a hurry, Morgana? It's because I don't want you to become a late bloomer." "Is that the only reason?" "No, the real reason is because I am bored." "Come on, why don't you swap with me for an hour or two? I promise I'll behave," Princess Sidoni sighed. She didn't know when or how it happened. But on her 10th birthday, a voice started speaking to her inside her head. This was also about the time that her powers had awakened and almost caused a disaster inside their kingdom, for Princess Sidoni. Morgana was an overprotective older sister that would nag at her whenever she acted timid in front of other people. Sometimes Morgana would forcefully take over her body whenever she was in grave danger and protect her from harm. After living in the same body for many years, Princess Sidoni and Morgana had grown extremely close to each other. Sometimes, when Princess Sidoni didn't want to deal with other people, she would hide inside her sea of consciousness and allow Morgana to take over. Morgana also knew that Princess Sidonie was at the age where she would be interested in the opposite gender, however. The little girl was a romantic type. What she wanted was someone who could love her without being affected by her powers. Because of this, Morgana proposed that whenever Princess Sidonie found a candidate, Morgana would assess the man to see if he was worthy of her little sister. Princess Sidonie agreed to this condition because she knew that Morgana only wanted the best for her. Sadly, all the candidates that Princess Sidonie had chosen succumbed to her powers. Even before Morgana could swap with her to assess them, well, don't give up. We will be staying in this kingdom for some time. Maybe we can find someone among the good-looking guys here. Well, we still have 4 more years before our deadline ends. Princess Sidonie thought. For now, she decided to play along with her older sister. Meet the candidates of the Helen Kingdom that had been listed by her pets that were staying inside the Helen Kingdom. 3 days before the inter-division battle, due to the arrival of the third princess of their allied kingdom, King Noah decided to hold a banquet for her and the knights that came to assist them in their time of need. Naturally, all the nobles headed to the capital in order to take part in the festivities. Ironically, all of the students of the Royal Academy were also asked to participate in this event, which made the students that were born commoners very happy. This was a very rare chance to see the nobles and members of the royal family up close, not to mention seeing the third princess of a neighboring kingdom in the flesh. Every student in the academy was excited, except one person. What a pain, William sighed after leaving the conference room of the academy. The half-elf had been suffering anxiety as of late because Carter hadn't been making any suspicious moves since he'd snatched Wendy out from under his nose. He was also feeling guilty about ESD and Isaac, who were still under the control of the Mind Weaver spell. Because of this, he didn't hesitate to plant trackers on them as well, which cost him 3,000 God points. Although the God point expenditure was high, William didn't bat an eye and did it anyway. For him, ESD and Isaac were more important than God points. There were times when he had to stop himself from giving them his lollipop in order for the spell to be broken completely, because he was afraid that if he continued, Carter would cease his activities altogether. William wanted to know the professor's goal and if he had other acquaintances that were helping him from the shadows. "You have that sad expression on your face again. What's wrong?" Wendy asked as she moved towards her boyfriend and gave him a hug. "Are you worried about something?" "Yes," William replied as he hugged her tightly. "I am feeling very anxious as of late. Not only that, I am also feeling guilty." Wendy hummed as she gently patted the back of William's head. After becoming William's not-so-secret girlfriend, the blonde beauty had gotten to know that her lover would tell her the things that he wanted her to know. Since William wasn't telling her the reason behind why he was feeling anxious and guilty, she knew that it was not because he didn't want to tell her, but he couldn't. Because of this, she didn't pry any further and just helped him to calm down. "I love you," Wendy said as she kissed his lips. "I love you too," William replied and kissed her back. Wendy had officially moved into William's room, bringing half of the clothes in her closet with her. Ever since she and William had dreamt about that passionate night in Valhalla, the two's relationship had become much closer than before. Ironically, they would often dream about the continuation of those dreams, where the silver-haired William and the adult Wendy would go to the realms of Yggdrasil to protect them from invaders who wished to conquer them. Naturally, aside from fighting, the two would spend intimate moments together. These dreams would often make Wendy's face turn beet red each time she woke up before William and saw him sleeping next to her. Of course, those intimate, adult scenes were restricted to their dreams. William didn't do anything to her, aside from hugs and kisses when both of them were awake. "Feeling better?" Wendy asked. "Much better," William smiled and kissed her forehead. The beautiful blonde then dragged William to the bed in order to talk about their plans for the banquet, which would be held tonight. "I heard that the third princess is so beautiful that she has to cover her face with a veil," Wendy said like an auntie who liked gossip. "I wonder if the rumors are true. If we go by the script, she would definitely be an earth-shaking beauty that would make all the men fall on their knees and beg for her good graces," William replied. "Including you?" Wendy inquired. "I haven't seen her face, so I can't say for certain. However, there is one thing that I am sure of," William answered with a smug expression on her face. "She will definitely fall in love with me." Wendy pouted and pinched William's waist. Instead of feeling pain, the half-elf just smiled and enjoyed Wendy's jealous action. You're so full of yourself. Wendy wrinkled her nose in annoyance. William pinched his lover's nose with a teasing smile. And that's the reason why you fell in love with me, right? HMP. Wendy pounded William's chest, and the latter only laughed as he caught her fists. The hours passed as the two prepared for the banquet. Although Wendy tried to hide it, she was looking forward to introducing William to her father in a discreet manner at the banquet. She had asked William if it was fine for her parents to know about their relationship. The half-elf had no qualms about informing Wendy's parents because he planned to take this relationship seriously. The only request was that it wouldn't be made public until after his duel with Rebecca was over. Wendy agreed to William's condition and silently apologized to Rebecca inside her heart. Although she knew that Rebecca and William didn't have any feelings for each other, she still felt like a thieving cat that got in the way of her good friend's love relationship. Beautiful, simply beautiful, William praised Wendy after he helped her put on her dress for the party. He was even the one who helped brush her hair and chose the accessories she was going to wear. The half-elf was almost half tempted to not let her go to the banquet and lock her up in his room to prevent other men from looking at her. I bet that you say that to all the girls, Wendy replied in a sarcastic manner, but deep inside she was very happy to be praised by William. Not to all the girls, William corrected her. I only say that to the girls close to my heart. Oh, aside from me, who else do you call beautiful? My master and a black-haired beauty that is waiting for me to sweep her off her feet. Priscilla, Wendy raised an eyebrow as she looked at the handsome red-headed boy who was wearing the ceremonial black attire of the Angorian war sovereign. Not her, William shook his head. Someone that holds my heart close to her chest and thinks about me every single day. Wendy tilted her head as she tried to recall the names of the girls that were close to William. Her memory was good, so she easily concluded that she hadn't met the girl named Belle before in her life. Where is she? Wendy asked as she looked straight into William's light green eyes that reflected her image back to her. William sighed before answering Wendy's question. The short reunion with Belle was one of his most precious memories. In a place far from my reach, William answered with a sad expression. He then caressed the side of Wendy's face and looked at her with a serious expression. I hope that the two of you can meet soon. I wish for that as well. Okay, Wendy nodded her head. William then bent his elbow in a gentlemanly manner to escort the beautiful lady outside the Solaris dormitory, where Dave was waiting for them. They were already an hour late for the party, but William didn't care. For him, this party was just a way to blow off steam and meet Wendy's parents. Although he couldn't publicly announce their relationship, that didn't mean that he wouldn't meet with his girlfriend's parents. William wanted them to know that he was serious in having a relationship with their daughter. Now, whether Wendy's parents would accept him or not, that could only be answered by Wendy's father, Joaquin Armstrong. When they arrived at the banquet, the party was already in full swing. The performers took center stage at the center of the hall and wowed the crowd with their amazing performances. The moment William's name was announced by the head butler of the palace, all eyes went towards the main entrance to see him. William walked confidently with Wendy by his side. The two of them looked like a perfect couple, which made the ladies and men sigh in admiration. Fortunately, Rebecca wasn't at the party because she had already traveled to the central continent to start her training at the Misty Sect. After their humiliating defeat, that was witnessed by the nobles of the kingdom, the representatives of the Misty Sect left in haste in order to save what little dignity they had left. Unfortunately, even though Rebecca wasn't at the party, Rebecca's grandfather, Lawrence, and her father, Duke Dillion, were there due to the king's summons. Duke Dillion hatefully glared at William, not because he was escorting Wendy at the party, but because he felt that he had been slapped in the face due to the Misty Sect's loss under William's hand. Lawrence, on the other hand, had a calm expression on his face. Originally, he was thinking of having a one-on-one talk with William in regards to the rumors that were flying around about his relationship with Wendy. However, he could tell with a glance that the beautiful young lady and the half-elf did have feelings for each other. The old fox sighed in his heart because he knew that William also had his interest at heart since he had not declared their relationship officially. As long as the Knight Commander kept mum about his relationship with Wendy, even though their feelings for each other were obvious for everyone to see, no one could say anything unless William confirmed it himself. William's and Lawrence's gazes met, and the two gave each other a brief nod before averting their gazes. It was an understanding between gentlemen, and Lawrence had no qualms with William having Wendy as his secret fiancée. At the table reserved for the special guests of the kingdom, Prince Lionel chatted with Princess Sidonie with a big smile on his face. The third princess did her duty as expected of a princess of a kingdom and tolerated Prince Lionel's mindless chatter. If not for Morgana telling her that the one she was waiting for had arrived, the princess might still be chatting with Prince Lionel about how the hippogriffs give birth to their young. Well, he is indeed a looker. Morgana's voice sounded like a purring cat as Princess Sidonie gazed at the handsome half-elf that had just arrived in the banquet hall. Seeing her attention was diverted from him, Prince Lionel frowned and followed her gaze. When he saw William and the beautiful blonde beauty accompanying him, the frown on the crown prince's face deepened. Of course, this only lasted for a brief moment before it returned to its usual calm expression. He is the youngest knight commander of our kingdom. Prince Lionel took the initiative to introduce William to Princess Sidonie. His name is William von Ainsworth, a country bumpkin and a slave who somehow managed to catch father's attention. Princess Sidonie didn't miss the contempt and ridicule in Prince Lionel's voice when he mentioned William's name. He must have done something exceptional if he was given the position of knight commander, Princess Sidonie said, to test the waters in order to gain more information from Prince Lionel. If not, he wouldn't be given such an important role at such a young age. Prince Lionel chuckled as he reluctantly nodded his head. This is true. However, only my father knows about this exceptional merit that he did for the kingdom. Lord William was like a mushroom that suddenly popped out of the woodwork and surprised not only me, but all the nobles within our kingdom. Are you interested in him, princess? The question sounded so harmless, but there was slight tension in the air as Prince Lionel stared at the veil that was blocking his beloved's beautiful face. It is impossible for me not to be interested in such a young prodigy, Princess Sidonie replied. I would be extremely grateful if His Highness would introduce me to your knight commander. Of course, princess. Prince Lionel smiled and nodded his head. As the host, it is our duty to grant the wishes of our esteemed guest. Prince Lionel subtly clenched his fist under the table. His gaze landed on the smiling half-elf in the distance and wished that he could strangle him then and there. For William to be noticed by the lady of his dreams made Prince Lionel jealous beyond compare. He then organized his thoughts to think of a way to humiliate the commander of the night order in front of the princess. That is the only way he could calm the rage in his heart that was fanned by his jealousy. Naturally, Princess Sidonie and Morgana noticed the subtle changes in the crown prince's mannerism. Morgana giggled from within Princess Sidonie's sea of consciousness because she liked to drive the men around her little sister crazy. If not for the fact that she really cared about her, she would have already taken over her body and brought the Helen Kingdom to her knees. Sadly, she couldn't do that, for the time wasn't ripe. Princess Sidonie's full power would only be unlocked the day she came of age, and that was still 2 years away from happening. For now, she decided to just let nature take its course, as Princess Sidonie enjoyed her teenage years under her protection. William, who was completely oblivious of the crown prince's jealousy, walked towards the tables that were designated for their night order. He was doing his best not to glance in Carter's direction, who was seated among the staff of the Royal Academy. The professor had finally broken his isolation and participated in the banquet for the guests of their kingdom. Since his senses were honed in the professor's direction, he felt Carter's stare directed at him and Wendy. William didn't know what the professor was thinking at this point in time because the system was not omnipotent enough to do that. It could only monitor what Carter saw, heard, and the fluctuation of his emotions. Right now, Carter was eyeing William like a wolf that had found its prey. He was observing the boy's expression and every gesture and imprinting them into his subconscious mind. That way, when he finally took control of William's body, he would be able to act the way he did and fool everyone around him. 3 more days, Carter thought. 3 more days and I will have a new vessel, if possible. Carter wished that the days would pass quickly, so that the day of the inter-division battle would arrive sooner. The plan that he had painstakingly concocted from the shadows had already been laid out. He had already placed a subtle command on those that were under his spell. And it would activate on the day of the welcoming ceremony. Carter's plan was really simple. Use the people that were close to William as the knife that would stab him from the back, and force him to make a difficult choice, a choice that would make the half-elf regret that he didn't kill Carter sooner. The Angorian war sovereign and the members of the Ariel Cavaliers of Frisia hit it off pretty well. since they all had something in common. The young knights asked the veterans in the aerial cavalry for some pointers about how to take better care of their dependable mounts. The aerial knights had years of experience when it came to handling hippogriffs, and the wisdom they shared made the young knights look at them in admiration. William was quite happy because the veterans were sharing their information to the next generation without asking for anything in return. Because of this, his impression of the representatives from Frisia was raised a few levels. The night was still young and guests were still arriving. Half an hour after William arrived at the banquet, the king appeared with the other two princes. William found an adorable lowly holding Prince Ernest's hand. It was none other than Brianna, the granddaughter of the great chief of the northern tribes. When Brianna's wandering gaze found William, the little lowly winked at him and blew him a kiss. This gesture of hers made the prince holding her hand pout, but Prince Ernest didn't make a scene. Instead, he gave William the stay away from Brianna glare, which made the half-elf chuckle inside his heart. Silly little shrimp, William mused as he returned Brianna's wink and flying kiss. I worry about your henpecked future. William laughed at the young henpecked prince in his heart, not knowing that he would suffer the same fate a few years from now, like always. King Noah made his speech for everyone to enjoy the banquet. His words were greeted by loud cheers from the commoner students of the Royal Academy, who were visiting the palace for the first time, while Wendy and William were talking. The crown prince went to stand at the podium and gathered everyone's attention. Good evening. Ladies and gentlemen, Prince Lionel said with a flawless smile that made the young ladies feel their heart flutter. Tonight, our special guest from Frisia has a humble request. She has long heard of the valiant knight commander of the Angorian war sovereign and wishes for him to entertain her with a performance. Princess Sidonie, who was looking at William, suddenly turned her head to gaze at the crown prince. She didn't mention anything about asking William to perform for her. All she wanted was for the crown prince to introduce William to her. However, a part of her was also interested in finding out whether or not William could show her something interesting. Morgana, who was watching everything from within Princess Sidonie's sea of consciousness, curled her lips up in a sneer. Such a petty person. But this is also good, Morgana thought. I'm looking forward to an entertaining performance. Do your best. Pretty boy. William's smile stiffened as he looked at the crown prince, then at the veiled princess in the distance. After that, he gave Wendy a glance and whispered something in her ears. Told you the princess was going to fall in love with me at first sight, William whispered. Instead of answering him, Wendy pinched his waist with a sweet smile on her face. Feeling the pain of his lover's jealousy, William chuckled and gave her hand a light squeeze before standing up. Since the crown prince decided to put him in the spotlight, the half-elf decided to humor him and make him regret his decision. It's times like this that make me glad I acquired the bard job class, William thought as he walked to the center of the hall and bowed to the third princess, who was looking at him from behind her veil with anticipation. I am honored that Princess Sidonie chose me to perform for her, William said with a smile. Unfortunately, my skills are only subpar. I hope that Her Highness won't get offended if I don't meet her expectations. Princess Sidonie was amused by William's introduction, so she decided to give him some encouragement. I've heard many things about Lord William even in our distant kingdom of Frisia, Princess Sidonie said with a voice that was akin to hearing an angel sing. I look forward to your performance. William smiled and nodded his head. Since Her Highness wants to see me perform, this humble shepherd will sing you a song. William summoned his lute and strummed it a few times at first. He just intended to sing the nursery song, Twinkle, Twinkle, Little Star, but decided against it. This was the first time Wendy was seeing him perform, so he decided to get a bit serious. His eyes subtly scanned the crowd and found his music teacher, Fayrite. Smiling at him from the audience, William gave the handsome elf a gesture, which made the latter's lips curl up into a smile. It was the gesture that the two of them had made in Launt, when Fayrite was to do the gesture. It meant that he wanted William to play with him as support, and vice versa. Since this is your first bardic performance, I will do my best to make you shine. Fayrite mused as he summoned a flute, seeing that his teacher was all set. William then looked at the third princess of the kingdom of Frisia. I dedicate this song to all the young ladies that are present in this banquet tonight, William said as he firmly held the lute in his hand. May all of you find courage even in your darkest hour. The title of this song is Isle of Hope. Isle of Tears. Job class successfully switched to Bard after hearing the system's notification. William took a deep breath and deftly strummed the strings of his instrument. The rich and melodious sound of the lute, accompanied by the soft and gentle sounds of the flute, reverberated within the hall. William then started to sing. Everyone's eyes in the room widened, especially the first years from the Martial Division. They were looking at the handsome half-elf as if seeing him for the first time. They already knew that their commander was a strong and brave person, but they didn't expect him to be a good singer as well. William sang and serenaded everyone in the banquet hall and poured out his feelings to his song. In a little bag she carried all her past and history, and her dreams for the future. In the land of liberty. And courage is the passport when your old world disappears, but there's no future in the past when you're 15 years. William's captivating voice and the melody of the instruments plucked the heartstrings of the ladies that were looking at him with infatuated gazes. Princess Sidonie unconsciously placed her hand over her chest as she listened to the heart-provoking song that William was singing. Prince Lionel, who was paying close attention to Princess Sidonie's every action, cursed William internally and regretted his decision to ask him to perform. He thought that the half-elf was a crude person who only knew how to fight. If the crown prince knew that William was also a good singer, he wouldn't have forced him to perform even if it killed him. However, it was now too late. Prince Lionel hoped and prayed that Princess Sidonie's expression behind her veil wasn't that of infatuation or admiration. He was afraid that if he were to see her face right now, he might decide to ask the organization to assassinate William in order to appease his jealousy. William, who had immersed himself in the song, was not aware of what Prince Lionel, Princess Sidonie, and the rest of his audience were thinking. This was one of his favorite songs back on Earth, and the power of the bard class amplified his feelings of longing tenfold. The result of this combination made those who were listening to him tear up. William continued to sing. And even though he was smiling, a tear still fell down on the side of his face as he sang the final lyrics of the song, Isle of Hope, Isle of Tears. Isle of Freedom, Isle of Fears. But it's not the isle you left behind. The half-elf's rendition had captured everyone's hearts, making his teacher, Fayrite, very proud of him. William stopped playing and allowed his own voice to finish the final verse of the song, giving it a more soulful ending. The handsome half-elf closed his eyes as he released the emotions from his heart. There was a brief silence before it was broken by a clap that came from Princess Sidonie. She continued to clap, and it broke everyone out of their daze. Cheers and applause reverberated in the banquet hall as all of the guests showered William with their praises. Prince Lionel reluctantly clapped his hand, while using all of his willpower to keep the smile on his handsome face. If there was a medicine for regret, he would have already bought it all. The crown prince knew that the little interest that Princess Sidonie had for William a few minutes ago had now grown exponentially after this single performance. Meanwhile, inside Princess Sidonie's sea of consciousness, the smile on Morgana's face had disappeared long ago. She had been enraptured by the song, just like everyone else, and closed her eyes to listen to it intently. After William's song ended, she kept her eyes closed as she basked at the lingering afterglow of William's voice. When she finally opened her eyes, she looked at William as if he was the only man on earth. Morgana unconsciously muttered something as her gaze lingered on the handsome half-elf in the distance, Princess Sidonie, who was also looking at William. Heard the words that her other half had said, and it made her face redden. Fortunately, there was a veil covering her face, so no one was able to see her current expression. I want to make babies with him. Those were the words that Morgana said that made Princess Sidonie want to dig a hole and bury herself inside it due to embarrassment. After bowing to Princess Sidonie and the audience, William returned to his seat. Everyone wanted him to sing more, but he made the excuse that his hands were suffering from arthritis and couldn't play the lute anymore. Everyone laughed at his witty joke and allowed him to go. How could a 14-year-old boy suffer from arthritis? Clearly, William didn't want to sing anymore, and they didn't have the heart to force the handsome half-elf to remain. They were still enraptured by his voice and melody that they didn't want to force him to do anything. William returned to his table with a smug expression on his face, and the Martial Division students clapped their hands once again to welcome their commander's triumphant return. After seating beside Wendy, the beautiful girl leaned to him and whispered in his ears, "Sing for me when we get back to the academy, okay?" The two were about to go into their own little world again when they were interrupted by a light cough from Ian. "The two of you should do that when people are not around," Ian stated with a fed-up expression. Everyone's eyes are on the two of you, and you still haven't made your relationship official. Why don't you use this opportunity to make an announcement?" William and Wendy reluctantly let go of each other's hands and looked at Ian with a fine, "I get it" expression. The snot-nosed pansy snorted before picking up the glass of fruit juice from their table. After William's performance, 2 more performances were held before the musicians came up on stage. It was now time for the people to dance, and William took the lovely Wendy to the dance floor and danced without a care in the world. After he finished dancing, Brianna came up to him and proposed to switch partners. William readily agreed and asked Wendy to dance with Prince Ernest. Since her partner was a little boy, Wendy didn't have any objections and curtsied in front of the prince. Ernest had no choice but to dance with Wendy as the half-elf, and the lowly exchanged a knowing glance at each other. "You're good," Brianna said. "How come you didn't tell me you could sing?" "You didn't ask," William replied. "Don't make little Ernie jealous too much. He is a good boy and I don't want him to hate me." "This is just my way of warning him that if he ever cheated on me, I'd dump him and run to you," Brianna said in a mischievous tone. "As per the result of the duel, I belong to you. Although I know that Ernest has strong feelings for me, he is still young. In the end, the one who gets to decide who he is going to marry is not him, but the king." Brianna's tone became cold as she remembered when her father and grandfather had almost forced her to marry the prince of the Anisha dynasty. Back then, Brianna felt betrayed. The people whom she thought loved her more than anything in the world were the same people who threw her into the jaws of a lion. "I thought the king was going to announce your betrothal to Ernest." William frowned. "I was the one who proposed this to him. Didn't he tell you anything?" Brianna leaned on William and said in a low voice that only he could hear, "The king is still on the fence because my grandfather might lose his position after 4 years. If our clan isn't able to retain the position of chieftain, marrying Ernest to me would hold no value whatsoever to the Helen kingdom." The little lowly sighed as she rested her head on William's chest. "You have to understand that Ernest is still young. Many things can happen in 4 years. Once I lose my value as his fiancé, I'll just be tossed aside like a used rag and would not be given a second glance." William unconsciously tightened his grip on the hands of the young girl in front of him. Brianna was only 11 years old, but her mindset was that of an adult. It was clear that being around her grandfather had taught her how to pay close attention to her surroundings. Because of this, she viewed the world with the eyes and thoughts of a great chieftain. William softly patted her head. "Don't worry, if the king or Ernest bullies you, I will make them pay tenfold. This is my promise to you." "Lord William, don't make promises you can't keep." "This promise I will keep." Brianna just smiled and didn't say anything. The two danced silently until the song ended. When the adorable lowly walked towards Ernest, the young prince glared at William. The half-elf brushed it off and mouthed something towards the prince. Prince Ernest frowned, but he still nodded his head. He then held Brianna's hand and escorted her back to their table. "That was very thoughtful of you," Wendy commented as the two walked towards their own table. "You even dared to threaten a prince to ensure that Brianna would not be treated badly." "She is my responsibility," William sighed. "I was the one that took her from her family and brought her here in the capital. The least I can do is make sure that the king and Prince Ernest know that there is someone on Brianna's side." When the two were almost at their table, a young lady wearing a veil on her face blocked their path. "Lord William, can you please give me the honor of this dance?" Princess Sidonie asked. William wanted to say no, but there was no way he could turn down the special guest that had come with reinforcements to their kingdom. He was not an ungrateful person, and knew that he had to accept this invitation even if it made him the target of every man in the room. "It will be an honor to dance with you, Your Highness," William bowed. "Wendy." "I know," Wendy replied. William was about to hold Sidonie's hand when he felt a soft sensation touch his cheek. Wendy gave Princess Sidonie a sidelong glance after she kissed William. She then headed towards the tables reserved for the Angorian war sovereign without looking back. Almost everyone in the room saw this, and whispers started to spread among the guests in the banquet hall. "Lord William, you are loved," Sidonie giggled as she placed her hand on William's arm. "I'm sorry if I'm being the third wheel on this occasion." "You're not being a bother, Your Highness," William replied with a smile. "That is just Wendy's way of showing her thank you." Princess Sidonie nodded her head. "Is that so? I'll keep that in mind, Lord William." Like everyone in the banquet, William was also curious about the face that was hidden behind the veil. However, unlike others, he didn't have any strong feelings or desire to unmask the third Princess of Frisia. His was only pure curiosity, while the rest of the men looked at Princess Sidonie as if they were undressing her body. Although her powers were sealed, her body still released natural pheromones that were strong enough to attract any man or woman that was too close to her. "You're quite capable, Lord William," Princess Sidonie commented as the two of them arrived at the center of the hall. "My power doesn't work on him, currently." The one dancing with William was not Princess Sidonie, but Morgana, although Princess Sidonie wanted to dance with William. She was in truth a very timid person. She acted confident on the outside. But when push came to shove, she would take a step back and allow Morgana to take her place, the longer the two danced. The sweeter Morgana's smile became, Princess Sidonie, who was also observing from within her sea of consciousness, noticed the half-elf's expression. Both girls could see the smile on William's face. But they knew he was just faking it. This made the two of them more interested in him, and left them to plan what they might do so they could get to know more about him during their stay in the capital of the Helen Kingdom. "Looks like your princess is captivated by a boy that is 5 years younger than you." Prince Rufus chuckled as he stood beside his older brother. "You need to step up your game. Big brother, shut up." Prince Lionel said in a voice that only Rufus could hear. His tone was so dangerously close to his breaking point that Rufus, who always bantered with him, raised his eyebrow in genuine surprise. "You can have your little ice princess." "Rufus," Prince Lionel smiled at his little brother like a snake that was about to strike. "But if you say another word, I swear by my name that I will make you regret it." Lionel leaned close and whispered in Rufus's ears. "Annoy me and I promise that I will rape that BTCH in front of you. Let's see if you can keep that smug expression on your face then." The crown prince walked away and left the banquet. He was afraid that if he stayed any longer, he would do something he wasn't supposed to do and make a fool of himself in front of everyone. "Since when did your threats scare me?" Prince Rufus watched his older brothers retreating back with a sneer. "You're not a snake, big brother, but a worm that I can easily crush under my foot. Your days of playing crown prince are already numbered." Prince Rufus placed his hands on his back as he glanced at the corner of the room. A man wearing a noble's clothing met his gaze and gave him a brief nod. Prince Rufus nodded back and looked at his father. "King Noah, the one who will get the key is me." Prince Rufus vowed after that. "Let's see what kind of face you'll be making, dear brother of mine." William glared at the giant worm in front of him. He was currently in a weakened state and couldn't use his full power. But nevertheless, the battle between the two raged on until the very world itself started to distort. "Just surrender, half-elf," the worm said via telepathy. "Your resistance is futile. You can't fight the inevitable." William firmly held Stormcaller in his hands as lightning crackled from its spear blade. "The only thing that is inevitable is your demise, worm," William replied hatefully. "I will not forgive you for what you have done." With a shout, William charged forward like a lightning bolt, while his opponent turned into a beam of dark light. The two clashed repeatedly, causing cracks within the world, but William didn't care. He would kill the bastard in front of him, even if he died in the process. William abruptly opened his eyes and sat up from the bed, panting for breath. He knew he had a very bad dream, but he couldn't remember everything that happened. The only thing he could remember was him lying on the ground in a pool of blood. A sleepy voice sounded beside him as Wendy rubbed her eyes and sat up from the bed as well. She was wearing a one-piece, black, nightdress. This was the first time she had worn something like this while sleeping beside William. Spencer would definitely faint in shock if he saw it. Unfortunately, William was still too shaken by the dream to appreciate his girlfriend's nightdress. "I'm fine," William replied hoarsely, "just a bad dream." Wendy moved closer and gave William a hug. The red-headed boy wrapped his arms around her and buried his head in her chest. Wendy's whispered words of assurance in William's ear as she patted the boy's head to help him relax his nerves. 5 minutes passed, and William's breathing stabilized. Wendy's voice, warmth, softness, and the delicate hand brushing his hair helped him to calm down. He continued to hug her as the tension in his body disappeared completely. "In a few hours, the inter-division battle is going to start," Wendy said after she felt William's body relaxing. "Are you perhaps anxious about the outcome of the battle?" "Maybe," William answered. "I've been suffering from anxiety this past week." "Don't worry, I promise I'll take it easy when we meet in the arena later." Wendy lightly pressed on William's ears, hitting the pressure points in them to help him calm down more. William hummed as he enjoyed the sensation of Wendy's soft hands on his ears. "A whole lot better, thank you, Wendy." "You're welcome," Wendy replied. She then looked at the clock hanging on the wall. It was only 2 in the morning and there were still 4 hours before sunrise. "Let's go back to sleep," Wendy proposed. "We will need it before morning comes." William nodded his head as the two lay on the bed together. Wendy rested her head on William's shoulder and placed her hand on his chest. William held her waist firmly and closed his eyes to sleep. Wendy was right. He would need all the rest he could get in order to prepare for the inter-division battle that would be held at the Grand Colosseum in a few hours. Although it wasn't easy, the red-headed boy was able to sleep after an hour. This time around, he had a dreamless sleep and woke up at 6 in the morning. When he opened his eyes, Wendy was no longer beside him. The half-elf almost panicked, but immediately calmed down after he heard the sound of running water in the bathroom. "What is wrong with me?" William rubbed his face with his palms in order to remove the last dregs of sleep from his system. "Get a grip. Everything is fine. All is well." William gave himself some assurance before talking to the system about Carter's activities. Like always, the system didn't find anything suspicious and reported Carter's actions throughout the night. Maybe I should just kill him and get this over with. William's eyes sharpened as a faint killing intent oozed out from his body. He was seriously considering killing Carter today, but decided to push it aside until after the inter-division battle. A professor dying during this important event would surely cause a big ruckus, and an extensive investigation would be conducted. Although William was confident that he could cover his tracks, he was still inside the academy. There could be someone powerful enough to detect the faint traces he would not be able to erase and link the crime to him. This was something that he didn't want to have happen because it would cause many complications and would affect the morale of his night order. Family and friends, while William was pondering about his next course of action. The bathroom door opened, and Wendy came out with a towel wrapped around her body. She was using a hand towel to dry her hair as she walked towards William, who was sitting on the bed. William extended his hand. Wendy handed the towel to him. The half-elf then took over the role of drying Wendy's hair while the latter sat beside him. "Isn't it hard to maintain long hair?" William asked out of curiosity. "A bit." Wendy replied, "By the way, what do you like more, long or short hair?" "Long hair." "Please don't cut your hair, Wendy, don't worry." "I prefer to have my hair long as well." After drying Wendy's hair, William went to the bathroom to bathe as well. Half an hour later, the two were fully dressed. They shared a parting kiss before leaving the room since Wendy still had to return to the Magic Division and wait for the tournament to start. William, on the other hand, went to dining room of the Solaris dormitory. The majority of students were already there. But not all of them had an appetite. Anxiety could be seen on their faces, which was perfectly normal because they would be fighting against the magic and spirit divisions this time. They wouldn't be sparring, but fighting for real the moment William entered the dining hall. All eyes locked onto him, he gave them all a brief nod as he walked to his seat and ate heartily. Unlike the rest of the martial class, he was confident that he could beat anyone he faced in the arena, seeing that their commander was enjoying his meal. The rest of the students also regained their appetite and started to eat. The instructors, who saw the change in the students' mood, nodded their heads in relief. They had already tried earlier to cheer the students up by offering rewards. But it didn't help their cause, fortunately. William's confident actions inspired them to eat their breakfast in preparation for the big fight ahead. Another hour passed as the students of the Martial Division walked towards the Grand Colosseum of the Royal Academy. Each division had their own Colosseum, but the Grand Colosseum was the biggest of them all. This was where the major events of the Academy were held, and it could easily seat more than 300,000 spectators. William was in the lead, and he walked with even steps and radiated confidence. Soon, he stopped and stood still at the entrance of the Grand Colosseum that was reserved for the first-year Martial Division students. William turned around to face the students under his wing and smiled. "Are all of you ready to beat up some snot-nosed pansies?" William asked. Only a handful of people said yes. They were mostly the officers under William's night order, clearly. The majority of the students were not confident in their chances of winning. William crossed his arms over his chest and decided to give them some encouragement. "Sons and daughters of the Helen Kingdom," William said in a confident manner, "and also comrades that came from foreign lands. My brothers and sisters in arms." William placed his hands behind his back and scanned the anxious faces in front of him. "I see in your eyes the same fear that would take the heart out of me. A day may come when the courage of men fails. When we forsake our friends and break all new title acquired. People die if they are killed. Receives +5 enhancement bonus to agility. Receives +5 enhancement bonus to vitality. Receives +5 enhancement bonus to intelligence. William almost choked on his saliva when he saw the notification that appeared on his status page. He then cleared his throat and continued his speech. In life, we will encounter many defeats, but we must not be defeated, William said firmly, a few years ago. The disciple from the Misty sect defeated me in a duel back then. I felt really depressed and was on the verge of giving up. The ears of the students perked up because they remembered the day when William arrived at the academy for his knighting ceremony. There, he dueled the disciple of the Misty sect, Kingsley. I trained hard. Very hard. William raised his chin in arrogance. Even if all of you combined all the training that you have done in the past 4 years of your lives, I dare say that you wouldn't even come close to the training and suffering that I experienced in those 4 years because of this training. I was able to easily defeat that disciple of the Misty sect in our rematch. I will not lie to all of you. Punching that bastard felt good. The half-elf smiled evilly, and it made the students of the martial division smile as well. Did you see how far he flew after taking a single punch from me? That, my brothers and sisters, is the sweet taste of revenge. William then turned around to face the grand stadium. He still didn't move from where he stood because he was still not finished with his speech. Today, we may encounter many defeats, but you must never be defeated. Just remember the name of the person that beat you. We will gang up on them after the tournament and drag them to the back of the academy to beat them until their parents won't be able to recognize them anymore. Let's go. Make sure to raise your chins and show them the might of the martial division. William walked proudly towards the entrance of the stadium. While the students of the martial division cursed him silently after saying all those encouraging words. Their shameless commander ruined it all with the ending of his speech, ganging up on a single person. How shameless, Kenneth chuckled as he walked toward the entrance of the Grand Colosseum. Priscilla sighed while holding her forehead. As she, too, walked towards the entrance, Spencer and Drake exchanged a glance at each other with a smile. Before following their shameless commander, it didn't take long before the rest of the martial division marched towards the entrance as well. They were no longer feeling anxious. Instead, they were now looking forward to the great battle that was waiting for them. Their commander was right. They may suffer losses, but they must never be defeated. Carter carefully checked his professor's uniform as he looked at his reflection in the mirror. Didn't know how it happened, but he felt something foreign inside his body and went on high alert. Carter was sure that the foreign entity had appeared the day that he had met William face to face. Because of this, he decided to play it safe and just stayed inside his residence. Fortunately, the entirety of the students in the first, second, and third-year students of the Magic Division were already under his command. He ordered these students to complete the tasks he had left for them to do. Deep down, Carter was feeling incredibly excited. He tried to remove the foreign invader inside his body, but none of his methods worked. He assumed that this was done by William's god essence, and his interest in his future vessel grew exponentially. I wonder what other secrets are waiting for me to uncover, Carter thought as turned his head to leave his room. Time to start the first phase of my plan. The professor activated the suggestion spell and gave out a command. He was looking forward to seeing the expression on William's face when he saw Wendy. Come with me for a while, ESD said with a smile. There's something that I forgot in the Magic Division, and I will need your assistance. ESD then turned to look at Ian, who stood beside him. Ian, stay here and take command of the students while I am away. I will return as soon as possible. Understood. Young master, Ian nodded his head. ESD left the Grand Colosseum with Isaac and Wendy following behind his back. The system didn't detect anything suspicious with their conversation since Wendy was the Magic Division's secretary and one of EST's officers upon arriving at the premises of the Magic Division. ESD took Wendy to the garden. It was the same garden where Wendy had brought William. When he accidentally wandered inside their division, Wendy was quite familiar with the path because it was the same path that led them to her. Secret place, just as she expected. ESD stopped in front of the statue head prefect. What are we doing here? Wendy asked. ESD looked at the statue as if he was admiring its beauty. A few seconds later, a sigh escaped his lips as he said the words that had been locked up inside his heart for a very long time. It's not fair. EST said with his back still facing Wendy, I was the one who saw him first. Why must you get in the way, Wendy? Why must you get in the way? Can't you just find other boys to become your boyfriend? Why must you choose William of all people? EST then turned to look at Wendy with a hateful expression. Why must you get in the way of my love? Answer me. Why? Wendy was shocked by the sudden change in Est's expression. She didn't expect to see the hate-filled look on the handsome boy's face, and she could tell that he really hated her to the bone. I don't understand. Wendy stuttered, what does the head prefect mean by getting in the way of your love? What does this have to do with Will? You don't understand. EST laughed in contempt. What is there to not understand? I was the one who saw him first. I was the one who loved him first. For 4 years, I always thought of him then. Someone like you came along and snatched him from me. Tell me, how should I deal with this hate I am feeling right now? Answer me, aside from the Mind Weaver spell. Carter had also added another spell called Dark Desire in the latest batch of candies that he had distributed among the students of the Magic Division, like the name suggested. It is a spell that would bring out the deepest and darkest desire within a person's heart. Est's love for William was distorted due to the corruption of his sea of consciousness, and the spell Dark Desire multiplied this corruption tenfold. Right now, EST hated Wendy with a vengeance. The only reason why he hadn't attacked the young lady in front him was due to Carter's absolute order to keep her alive. Head Prefect. You love Will? Wendy asked. But both of you are before Wendy could even finish her words. She felt a sudden pang of pain behind her neck before her world descended into darkness. Isaac was there to support Wendy's body and prevented her from falling on the ground. After the deed was done, the statue moved aside, revealing Carter with his hands behind his back. Bring her inside. Carter ordered. EST and Isaac nodded and brought Wendy inside the secret passage. The two spells had firmly taken hold of their sea of consciousness, and they thought that what they were doing was the right thing to do. After the 3 children were inside the secret passage, Carter then looked in the direction of the Grand Colosseum and sneered, I don't know if you can hear me or not. But if you don't hurry, I might get impatient and have fun with your girlfriend. I'll only give you half an hour to get here. Carter smiled in a lecherous manner. Don't keep me waiting. Or else, Carter chuckled as he entered the secret passage. Not long after, the statue moved to block the entrance as if the earlier incident had never happened. I'll kill you. William screamed internally as he rushed towards the Magic Division. The moment Isaac attacked Wendy, the system immediately informed William of what was happening. William's eyes were already bloodshot as he used his movement technique to its limit. The Grand Colosseum was not that far from the Magic Division. At most, it would only take him 5 minutes to reach his destination, however. Every second that passed felt like years to him, for some reason. The system's trackers weren't working inside the secret cavern that was hidden in the garden of the Magic Division. What William and Wendy didn't know was that the underground lake had another secret exit near the teachers' residences. The moment Carter stepped into that place, the system's tracking on him had been cut off naturally. The system had reported this anomaly to William, but as the head prefect of the first years, he just couldn't leave them when the tournament was about to start. He planned to investigate Carter's whereabouts after the opening ceremony had finished. However, William and the system didn't expect that the professor had this trump card hidden up his sleeve. The half-elf had never run this fast in his lifetime. He was pushing himself to the limit just to arrive a second sooner, so he could save Wendy from the clutches of the lecherous professor who had been targeting her from the start. When William arrived at the garden, he immediately moved the hand of the statue to allow him entry into the secret passage. A few seconds later, he arrived at the underground lake and saw Wendy tied up on one of the walls of the cavern with steel chains. William breathed a sigh of relief because aside from being unconscious, she was completely unharmed. Well, that was faster than I expected, Carter said with amusement. He was leaning on the cave wall not far from where Wendy was chained. EST. And Isaac, on the other hand, stood beside Wendy with their weapons drawn and pointed at her body. What do you want? William roared, release Wendy right now. Okay. I'll release her, Carter replied with a smile. That is what you wanted to hear. Right, Carter sneered. He then waved his hand and erected a magic barrier around Wendy. EST and Isaac, he didn't want to take any chances, and he knew that he had the upper hand in this situation. He had waited for this moment for days. He would not allow William to escape his grasp as long as he had a hostage. The half-elf would be forced to listen to his demands. "What do you want?" William said through gritted teeth. The half-elf had been secretly calculating the best way to save Wendy. But the professor's magic barrier prevented him from doing anything reckless. It was at this moment when he realized that he wasn't dealing with a small fry, but a cautious person that had planned this scenario in order to lure him into a trap. Carter appraised William from where he stood. The longer he looked, the more satisfied he was with the new vessel that he would soon be inhabiting. "Drink this first," Carter said as he threw a vial that contained a purple liquid towards the boy. "Only by drinking this will we start our conversation." William caught the vial and appraised its contents. He hesitated after reading the information of the vial, but he still drank it in the end. Soon, William felt his world spin around him as he fell down on his knees. Carter's smile widened as he walked towards the fallen boy who was suffering from the effect of the special serum that he had made. "Such strong willpower," Carter said as he lifted William's chin with his finger. "Very admirable, FCKU." William said through gritted teeth. Carter didn't seem to be offended by William's words. Instead, he took out another vial from his pocket. He then used his hand to pry open William's mouth and poured its contents inside it. "I know that you're not an ordinary person, so I'm not taking any chances," Carter stated. "Here, have another." After emptying the second vial, Carter took another one and forced William to drink it. William's eyes rolled into the back of his head as he lost consciousness completely. After checking the boy's vital signs, the professor lifted the boy's body with one hand. The half-elf hung limp in Carter's hold like a puppet waiting to be manipulated by a puppeteer. "The two of you guard the entrance," Carter ordered. "Do not leave your spot until I tell you." "Understood, yes." ESD and Isaac walked towards the passageway and left the underground lake. ESD gave the unconscious William a brief glance before turning his head away. As he walked towards the exit of the cave, a single tear streamed down the side of his face. He wiped it away in a casual manner as if it was a nuisance. Carter didn't see this because he wasn't paying attention to anyone aside from the boy in his hand. The reason why he ordered ESD and Isaac to leave was because he would start the process of taking over William's body, although the two teenagers were under his spell. There was a small chance for the both of them to regain control over their senses after seeing Carter's true form, when Carter felt that the two kids were now outside the cavern and guarding the entrance. He then activated the spells embedded in the students inside the Grand Colosseum to proceed with the next phase of his plan. "Go on, my little pets," Carter said as he empowered the spell that lay dormant within the consciousness of the students under his command. "Start a massacre. Kill as many as you can. Cover the Colosseum grounds with the blood of your friends and acquaintances. Kill for me. Offer your lives as a sacrifice for my rebirth." Carter's laughter echoed off the walls surrounding the underground lake. The moment he had been waiting for was finally at hand. King Noah walked towards the podium and scanned the thousands of students that were gathered in the Grand Colosseum. There should have been more, but they had fallen due to the dungeon outbreaks that had suddenly erupted in many places in the kingdom. That event greatly saddened him and the dean of the Royal Academy, for the students were the seeds that they were supposed to nurture in order to keep their kingdom strong. After taking a deep breath, King Noah stood in front of everyone and started his opening speech. "For many years, our kingdom has stood tall within the southern continent," King Noah said in a voice that was magnified using a magic artifact. 4 years ago, we withstood the beast tide that dared to threaten the people of our lands. We were victorious in that battle at the price of many of our brave countrymen. A few months ago, another major event happened without warning. This time around, we were forced to seek the help of every able-bodied young man and woman to protect the land that we call our home." King Noah paused, and a profound silence fell upon the students that were standing in the Colosseum grounds. The first years, up to the 4th years of the martial, magic, and spirit divisions were all gathered and looking at King Noah with sad expressions. Some of their good friends had fallen during the dungeon outbreak, leaving only their memories behind. King Noah raised his voice as he commended the bravery of the students that had stood their ground, so that many of their countrymen could keep living a peaceful life. "Hellenians are strong," King Noah said firmly. "We will never cower, we will never surrender, we will face all that threatens our lives and freedom." The students raised their hands and roared in unison. King Noah's speech made their blood boil with determination to protect their kingdom. "This tournament is a way for you to know your strengths and your weaknesses. a way for you to experience fighting against many different kinds of people, King Noah explained. Naturally, all of you will be rewarded, not just the winners, also those who fought bravely. I look forward to the exciting matches that I will see today. Without further delay, I now declare the start of the inter-division battle of the Helen Royal Academy. Suddenly, an ear-piercing screech resounded inside the Grand Colosseum as a red portal appeared on the east side of the spectators' gallery. Thousands of stone gargoyles flew out of the portal and started to attack those who were seated near it. The audience screamed and scattered in fear as the demons started a massacre. Knights, King Noah roared, "Protect the citizens." The knights of the kingdom immediately charged towards the eastern side of the Colosseum, while the Grand Archmage hurried towards Noah in order to protect him. Magicians, protect the citizens. Matthew ordered the fourth years, fight in groups of 4 and protect each other's backs. The fourth years immediately moved out towards the east to help the knights subdue the threat that suddenly appeared in their inter-division ceremony. The head prefects of the martial and spirit divisions also ordered the students under their wing to reinforce the defenders. Damn you demons! A third-year student from the spirit division summoned spirits in order to fend off the gargoyles that were flying around them. Be careful, a lady cleric summoned a barrier to prevent the barrage of stone bullets from hitting his companion. At that moment, a second year from the magic division appeared beside them. I came here to help, the second-year magician said as he stood beside the 2 third years. Good, make sure to support our healer, I'll handle the rest. The young spirit user was about to summon more spirit beasts when he was blasted away by a fireball that came from the second-year student. Mark, the healer, shouted. She was about to deploy a barrier to protect himself, but the second-year student was faster than her and knocked her unconscious, using the back of his sword. Gargoyle then descended from the sky and scooped the unconscious healer from the ground and flew back towards the portal in haste. Their role was to bring back the talented ladies of the Royal Academy to become the broodmares of their demon race. What are you doing? Shouts of anger and disbelief reverberated on the Colosseum as the first, second, and third-year students of the magic division backstabbed their fellow students. The magicians are in league with the demons. Kill them! An enraged swordsman from the fourth-year martial class roared as he charged towards a fourth-year magician that was standing not far from him. Wait, we are on your side. The magician raised his hand to prove that he had no intention to fight. Unfortunately, the widespread backstabbing of the magicians had already made it impossible for anyone to believe his words. Die, the swordsman pierced the magician's chest, killing him instantly. The magician died and fell on the ground with shock written on his face. He couldn't believe that his friend had attacked him without showing any shred of mercy. Soon he, along with the rest of the people that had died in the Colosseum, turned into particles of light. Fourth years, rally to me, Matthew shouted in order to recall the fourth years of the magic division. Defend yourselves, but do not attack anyone. I repeat, defend yourselves, but don't attack anyone. Lee, who was standing beside him, created a water barrier to protect the two of them from the attacks that were coming from the spirit and martial division. Just like the rest of the students, both of them were caught by surprise by the unexpected turn of events that decimated almost a third of the students within the Colosseum grounds. The fourth-year magicians hurriedly went towards Matthew and resisted the combined attacks of their fellow students, while also defending against the gargoyles that were firing stone bullets from the sky. Tens of thousands gargoyles suddenly appeared in the battlefield, and it was almost impossible to wipe them all out using an area of effect spell. What made things even harder was that the magicians had turned coat and attacked the defenders from all sides, increasing the chaos in the battlefield. Angorian knights, attack the younger magicians, but do not target the fourth years, Priscilla commanded after killing one of the magicians with an arrow. Remember, target only those that are actively attacking the other students. Brutus and Bruno's eyes were bloodshot as they attacked their classmates who were wantonly killing the students from the other divisions. They didn't know what was happening, but all the people that they knew were acting like berserk spellcasters who couldn't distinguish between friend or foe. What is happening to your classmates? Spencer shouted as he fought his way towards the twin brothers who were in the middle of the crossfire. Where's Wendy? Brutus summoned an earth wall to defend against a fireball that came from a third-year student. The fireball exploded, but the stone wall remained firm and stable. Wendy left half an hour ago with the head prefect. Bruno answered as he fired multiple fire bolts at the third year that attacked them. Unfortunately, the third year was well versed in fire magic and easily neutralized Bruno's attack. "Where did they go?" Spencer asked as he channeled his aura on his spear. He then threw it towards the third-year magician without waiting for Bruno's answer. Spencer's weapon aura allowed him to increase the speed of his attacks exponentially, whether it was thrusts, slash, or throwing attacks. All of them were multiplied tenfold once he imbued his aura into his weapon. The spear flew like a bullet and pierced through the magician's chest, ending his life in the process. "The last thing I heard from the head prefect is that they left something in the magic division," Bruno answered as he fired several fire bolts at his classmates who were running amok. "Maybe they're still there." "I got it, both of you stay alive." Spencer ran towards the fallen magician to retrieve his spear. As soon as he retrieved his spear, the magician turned into particles of light, which made Spencer sigh in relief. He then hurried towards the exit of the arena in order to find his twin sister and protect her from the demons that had suddenly invaded their academy. Just as Carter ordered, the first, second, and third-year magicians had positioned themselves among the members of the Spirit Division. These students were rich in spirit powers and would be the perfect incubators for the next generation of demons. This was why Carter ordered them to only knock the girls unconscious, while killing the boys using a surprise attack. A black gargoyle that was 3 times bigger than the rest stood near the portal and observed the mayhem that was happening. His name was Ottos, the right-hand man of Commander Zagel. The demon commander ordered him to carry out the plan and ensure that Carter would be able to safely leave the academy under his watch. So far, the plan was proceeding smoothly as the students of the Royal Academy died left and right. This was all in accordance with their commander's order to start a massacre. Ottos was extremely happy that in a short span of time, hundreds of girls had already been captured by the gargoyles and were taken to the red portal to be brought back to the demon continent. "Just where are you, Carter?" Ottos thought as he scanned the crowd, looking for his comrade at arms. "At most, we can only stay here for 10 more minutes. If you're not here by then, we are going to leave you behind." Although Ottos was ordered by Commander Zagel to bring Carter back safe and sound. He had long hated the sly worm for sucking up to their commander, although he was the right-hand man of the demon general. Carter was always given special treatment by his superior, which made Ottos hate Carter to the bone. He just pretended to be civil on the surface. But if there was an opportunity to backstab his rival, he would not miss the opportunity to do so. "I can always say that we were forced to retreat because the human reinforcements arrived quickly." Ottos thought, "Yes, let's go with that plan." The black gargoyle smirked because it thought that it had found a good excuse to leave his comrade behind in the academy. What he didn't know was that his comrade had no intention of returning to the demon continent. Instead, the professor was busy stuffing potions inside William's mouth. In order to weaken the half-elf's resistance, he intended to personally enter William's sea of consciousness to devour his soul and completely take over his body. While the massacre was rampaging in the Grand Colosseum, a few individuals had appeared inside the academy grounds and scattered in different directions. No one saw them come, and no one would see them leave. "Princess, rest assured, none of these foul beasts will touch a single strand of your hair." The knight captain of the aerial cavaliers stood in front of Princess Sidonie with his sword drawn. The rest of the knights also didn't move from their position and created an impenetrable defense to protect the young lady seated behind them. "I'm not worried," Princess Sidonie replied. "As long as the knights of Frisia stand before me, I will not be afraid of anything." The magic knights among the aerial cavaliers fired their long-range spells in order to attack the gargoyles that flew near their location. Even though they wanted to help, their princess' safety was their top priority. Also, their flying mounts were not with them at the moment, so they couldn't engage the flying monsters in the sky. Since that was the case, they focused on the one thing that they could do, and that was to protect Princess Sidonie at all cost. When the attack started, Prince Lionel was seated beside Princess Sidonie. However, after seeing the traitorous magicians attract their classmates, the knight captain of Princess Sidonie's royal guard politely asked the crown prince to return to King Noah's side. In fear that Prince Lionel would suddenly turn coat and attack the princess, they used a diplomatic approach to make the prince evacuate. Seeing that the knight captain was firm in his decision, Prince Lionel decided to take a step back and agree to their request. However, deep inside, He was feeling irritated because an opportunity to save Princess Sidonie was lost due to the Knight Captain's interference. I wonder what he would think if you told him that you'd rather let a gargoyle snatch you away than chat with him for a minute longer. Although I agree with your words, I can't possibly say that to a crown prince of a kingdom. Big sister, what are your thoughts about this incident? Something is very fishy about this incident. Sidonie, swap with me for now. I want to be ready just in case of an emergency. Inside the underground cavern, William lay on a small altar. Near the lake, a black liquid dripped from the side of his lips. As Carter poured the contents of an 8th vial in the half-elf's mouth, this vial was specially made to weaken a person's soul, forcing it into a lethargic state usually. Carter only used 2 of them whenever he changed vessels, but William was special. The professor wouldn't underestimate someone that had God essence in them. So he prepared a dozen soul-suppressing serum to make William's soul unable to even lift a finger to stop him after emptying the 12th vial. Carter ran a diagnostic spell into William's body. Soon, a triumphant smile appeared on his lips as he prepared to leave the vessel he had been using for the past few months. Carter opened his mouth, and a 2-foot-long purple worm emerged from it. It had 3 eyes on its head, and the blood-red pupils gazed at William as if he was the most delicious meal that it had seen in its life, after successfully disengaging itself from Carter's body. A professor fell on the ground, although the body was still alive. It was now an empty husk, bereft of any spirit. The astral worm had devoured the soul of the original Carter months ago and had stayed in his body up to this day. The worm thought that it would be using the professor's body for many years to come. William's sudden appearance made it change its plans completely. It then flew towards William's mouth and forced itself inside it. The half-elf was in an unconscious state and was unable to offer any kind of resistance. Soon, the worm arrived in William's sea of consciousness and immediately felt the divinity that it had longed for in its dreams. Yes. Yes, yes, finally, the worm happily screeched as it flew toward the center of William's sea of consciousness. There, he saw a boy kneeling on the ground and gasping for breath. The worm didn't waste a single moment and immediately attacked the boy. It planned to devour William's soul and take over his body completely. William's eyes stared at the 7-meter-long astral worm that was rushing towards him, and activated his appraisal skill, threat level. As low, William tried to stand, but his legs refused to move. Host, your soul has been weakened by 80% currently. You don't have the capability to fight this spirit beast, even in your peak power. You're still not a match for it, I know. William replied. Even communicating with the system was hard because his spirit energy had decreased drastically. He gathered all the magic power that he could currently muster in his current state, at most. He could use it to initiate one full-powered attack and hope that it would work. We will proceed with the last resort. Host, that is suicide. I'd rather commit suicide than be devoured by this bastard. Activate it now. The system knew that William was right. Now was the moment of life and death. Both of them had no other choice but to confront the centennial beast with everything they got, forcefully merging job classes. Disciple of Thunder, William clenched his fist as he summoned Stormcaller in front of him. The spear of the Ainsworth family shone with defiance as lightning snaked around its body. Lightning God War Art. 13 form, go for the kill. William said through gritted teeth, Gibalg. William also channeled all the magic power he currently had and boosted Stormcaller's power as much as he could. The lightning spear charged towards the approaching astral worm like a railgun. It roared and thunder followed in its wake. It was a weapon that had gained sentience long ago. It was only waiting for someone that had the affinity of lightning to wield its powers. After William unlocked the Disciple of Thunder, the Ainsworth family heirloom once again appeared on the battlefield like it did. Thousands of years ago, it had realized William's current situation and the threat that was fast approaching its current master, empowered by William's lightning god War Art. And his magic, it flew towards the astral worm like a raging lightning bolt. It was the only thing that stood between the devourer of souls and a helpless shepherd that was on the verge of collapse. Mordred arrived at the Grand Colosseum and immediately transformed to help deal with the demonic invasion. After a brief moment, a 6-meter-long red dragon appeared inside the Grand Colosseum and started to obliterate all the gargoyle in its path. After its initial rampage, the dragon targeted the gargoyles that were carrying the girls towards the portals. grabbed the gargoyles in the air and crushed them with its powerful claws. It then caught the falling girl and placed her on the ground before continuing its battle with the gargoyles in the air. Matthew glanced at the red dragon and sighed in relief. He had recognized his father, so the burden in his heart eased. With additional reinforcements helping them, he ordered the fourth-year students to focus on the girls that were falling out of the air to prevent them from falling to their doom. After the initial confusion, the other divisions now knew that the fourth-year students of the magic division was still on their side, so they stopped attacking them. They now focused on the first, second, and third-year magic divisions, who was still helping the gargoyles capture the students of the academy. Ottos narrowed his eyes and personally engaged the red dragon in an aerial battle. The commander of the demons used an artifact that Commander Zagarl had given him that would boost his strength by 5 times for a short period of time. The gargoyle's strength immediately soared up to millennial rank, and he faced the red dragon head-on. Their collision sent shockwaves through the air and repelled the gargoyles surrounding them. The red dragon was only at the peak of the centennial rank, so the gargoyle managed to push it away in their initial clash. Even so, it didn't back down and engaged Ottos in a dogfight. Each time the two beasts collided, powerful gusts of wind would blow, sending demons and humans in every direction. Aside from Ottos, there were 5 more centennial rank gargoyles that were sent to oversee the operation. Although they were in the middle ranks, they were still centennial rank creatures, which made them a grade above ordinary fighters. Man, this is quite exciting. The last time we had this much fun was when we went to the south to help the young master, Damien said. Let's go, it would be bad if the boss thought that we were slacking off, Gideon commented. Suddenly 2 portals appeared behind the 2 men. Above Damien, a giant portal appeared and one of the apex predators of the sky screeched as it made its entrance. It was none other than a roc. It was a flying beast that was at the peak of the centennial rank. Damien appeared on the back of the giant bird with his arms crossed over his chest. The roc flew towards one of the centennial rank gargoyles and engaged it in combat. Let's go, partner, Gideon shouted. A giant beast slithered out of the portal and bowed its head so that Gideon could ride it. The name of the snake was Bash, and it was Gideon's most powerful beast companion. It was a half-dragon, half-snake creature, and was also at the peak of the centennial rank. Without waiting for Gideon's order, the snake zoomed in on the other centennial gargoyle in the distance. It leaped into the air and lashed its powerful tail, bringing the flying, demonic creature to the ground. Ottos frowned when he saw that the reinforcements had arrived faster than he had anticipated. They had only been around for 5 minutes, and yet, his forces were now being decimated at an alarming pace. Retreat, Ottos ordered. Protect those carrying the broodmares at all costs. Head towards the red portal as fast as you can. After issuing his orders, Ottos joined both of his hands and pummeled the head of the red dragon, sending it crashing towards the ground. He then flew towards the gargoyles that were carrying the girls to protect them from those who were trying to save the students. The 2 remaining centennial gargoyles followed Otto's lead and helped their subordinates resist the frenzied attacks of the knights and the students of the academy. Since you're still not here, then I'm leaving you behind, Otto sneered as he and the rest of the centennial gargoyles entered the portal. Thousands of gargoyles were still flying within the Grand Colosseum. They were brought here as suicide fighters, and their role was to kill as many people as they could while their superiors escaped through the red portal. They were beings created from magic cores, so Commander Zagarl didn't care whether they lived or died. For him, they were disposable cannon fodders that could be replaced at any given time. Their only value was to capture their targets and defend the portal until their superiors, and the girls, had been safely delivered to the demon continent. Stand back, Imrise, the Grand Archmage of the kingdom, ordered. He raised his hand in the air and activated a 7th circle spell to obliterate all the demons that were blocking the portal. Firestorm, Imrise shouted after a short chant. Roaring flames surged above the Grand Colosseum as giant fireballs fell down like rain. Everything that it touched was reduced to ashes. The students hurriedly protected themselves with defensive magic in order to protect themselves from the explosions that were happening in front of them. In that single spell, thousands of gargoyles died, but a few thousand still remained. After realizing that they didn't have much time left to live, the gargoyles went into a frenzy and descended from the sky en masse. They were like suicide bombers that were planning to take anyone they could with them to the afterlife. Screams of anger and pain resounded within the stadium as several students turned into particles of light after the collision with the gargoyle horde. While this was happening, Otto's and the rest of the demons were flying through the warp tunnel that would send them back to the demon continent. It didn't take them long before they saw the exit of the tunnel. Otto's had a big grin on its face as he left the tunnel behind. He was already imagining the praises he would receive from the demon general, Zagarl, and the rewards that would be showered on him after a successful mission. Otto's grin stiffened when the familiar scene of the demon continent didn't appear in his sights. After exiting the tunnel, the first thing he saw was a bald monk, drinking a jug of alcohol while sitting on the shoulder of a giant golden ape. "Yo, took you long enough," Dwayne greeted the gargoyles with a smiling face. He then drank the jug of alcohol in his hand and burped afterwards. "I was getting bored, you see." Above the giant golden ape, several wyverns flew and looked at the gargoyles in disdain. They had already killed the gargoyles that had appeared before them, and all the girls that they had captured had all been saved. Otto's looked at the ground. Pieces of stone had been scattered everywhere. They were the body parts of his subordinates who had died after encountering Dave, the Awarabro, and the wyverns after exiting the portal. The commander of the demon invasion roared in anger. He thought that his mission had been a complete success. He thought that what was waiting for him were the praises and rewards from the demon general. Instead, what waited for him was the giant, golden fist of the Awarabro that didn't give the gargoyle commander a chance to vent his frustration. Lightning and thunder roared in fury as Stormcaller charged towards the astral worm in a straight line. The astral worm was a demonic creature and had a distinct weakness against the lightning element. Even so, it didn't decrease its speed and faced the spear head-on. "Your resistance is futile," the astral worm said via telepathy. The disdain in its voice echoed throughout William's sea of consciousness as it looked down on William's last struggle. "I've already devoured the souls of more than 50 powerful people in my lifetime, and I have also absorbed their powers. You will suffer the same fate, so just submit and allow me to devour your soul." A protective barrier covered the astral worm's body as it collided with Stormcaller. William gritted his teeth as he urged Stormcaller to pierce through the worm's barrier, but it was to no avail. The face-off lasted for a full minute. Before the power behind the spear's charge dissipated, the worm lashed out its tail and sent it flying towards the east side of William's sea of consciousness. It then charged full speed at William in order to devour him once and for all. "Solil, come forth," William pleaded. The ring transformed into a golden spear and stood in front of William. The red-headed boy held the spear and channeled his aura into it. "Go," William ordered. Solil flew towards the east, where Stormcaller was sent by the astral worm's attack, leaving William behind. When the astral worm was only 10 meters away from William, the boy activated Solil's special ability and instantly teleported to where the spear was. The worm's jaws slammed down on the location where William kneeled a few seconds ago and chewed aggressively. Tasting nothing inside its mouth, it then turned its head to look towards the east and saw the boy grasping the golden spear for dear life as it sped off into the distance. "Resistance is futile," the astral worm roared and lunged towards the east. In a span of a few seconds, it had already closed the gap by half as it used another ability that it had taken from one of its previous victims. The astral worm had activated a skill called Windrider that allowed it to fly in the air with short, powerful bursts. Its eyes locked on William, making sure that he wouldn't be able to escape its sights. Suddenly, the weapons that were embedded in William's consciousness flew into the air and attacked the worm. William was using every trick he had, but the centennial-ranked worm didn't bat an eye and just used its magic barrier to repel the attacks from the weapons. "Intent fusion," William said softly as his body glowed. This was the second stage of his weapon intent, which allowed him to merge with his weapons. Solil's body blazed as it curved sideways to attack the astral worm that was hell-bent on catching it. Two rays of light, one dark, one golden, zigzagged across William's sea of consciousness. Every time the two beams of light intersected, cracks would appear in the sky. The sea below the two combatants churned as if it was boiling, heralding that the end of the world was at hand. The astral worm was impressed by William's willpower, but it knew that it was only a matter of time before the boy burned out the remaining power in his soul. The destruction that was happening around them was proof that William was nearing his limit. Deep inside, the soul-devouring worm was happily anticipating the moment when William's soul power would run out. When that happened, The new vessel that it had dreamed about would finally fall into its hands. The four gods that were watching William from the temple of 10,000 gods had grim expressions on their faces. They watched helplessly as William fought with his life on the line, but they also knew that it was all for naught. Gavin clenched his fist as he watched one of his two followers about to meet his end by the jaws of the astral worm. After watching for half a minute, the god of all trades unclenched his hands as he made his decision. Power gathered in Gavin's body as he locked onto the divinity that he had given William many years ago. Lily, Isekai, and David looked at him with serious expressions, but they didn't do anything to stop him. What Gavin was attempting to do was to forcefully possess William's body using the power of the god contract. This act allowed the believers of the gods to use their powers for a short period of time. However, doing this was not advised if the god's follower was in a severely weakened state, like William. If Gavin made a mistake, he would shatter William's soul the moment he descended into the half-elf sea of consciousness. God, Gavin said with determination, descent. Gwark, William's blood spurted out of his mouth as his soul's connection with Solil disengaged. He wasn't able to endure the last clash between himself and the astral worm, which dispelled the effect of his intent fusion. William's body fell helplessly from the sky, and the astral worm didn't waste any time and immediately rushed towards him. Ha ha ha! The astral worm roared in laughter. It then opened its jaws to devour William's soul. It's over half-elf, your soul is mine. A booming voice slammed down on the astral worm's consciousness, which made it flinch in pain, momentarily stopping its charge towards William. Suddenly, a golden beam shot down from the heavens and covered William in a radiant light. William's eyes widened in shock as he saw a familiar figure standing before him. Gavin, his patron god, stood with his hands behind his back and a sorrowful look on his face. Will, do you want to experience the power of the Jack of all trades before you once again cross into the afterlife? Gavin asked. Gavin and William both knew that he couldn't be saved anymore. The damage to his soul had already started, and Gavin's descent made its demise even faster. During William's and Celine's training, the half-elf had died many times within his sea of consciousness. However, he still revived because it took a very powerful attack to destroy a soul. Unfortunately, his opponent this time specialized in devouring souls. There wouldn't be a second chance once the astral worm had eaten its prey. All that waited for the soul that got devoured was a slow and painful absorption. The astral worm would then acquire that soul's powers and become stronger. Gavin's descent was not done the proper way. It was a forceful possession that disregarded the will of the follower that had chosen him as their patron god. However, Gavin would rather personally escort William's soul back to the afterlife than have it devoured by the astral worm and be used as its nourishment. William smiled and nodded his head. I'm sorry, Gavin, I tried. Unfortunately, this is as far as I can go. I know, Gavin nodded. It's fine. I pray that you will have a better life after you reincarnate. Let me experience it once, William said softly, the power of the Jack of all trades. As you wish, Gavin replied with a sad smile. He then pressed his palm against William's head and channeled his divinity. System Force Override, Gavin ordered. Forcefully upgrade all job classes. System Force Override initiated. Job classes selected. Ice Mage Ice Wizard. Dark Mage Dark Wizard. Monk Zen Master. Spearman Templar. Disciple of Thunder Prince of Thunder. Fighter Weapon Master. Cavalier Dragoon. Sun Knight Champion of the Sun. Merge job classes, Gavin ordered. Merging job classes. Prince of Thunder. Champion of the Sun. Merging job classes, success. New job class acquired. Job class Argonaut. Argonaut temporary. Heroes are not born, they are made. In a time long forgotten, when the gods still played with the lives of mortal men, a group of the strongest and bravest heroes banded together and rose up among the masses to challenge their reign. They completed the many quests that the gods had imposed on them and finally gained their approval. In the end, this group of heroes were hailed as Argonauts, mortal men and women who had won humanity's freedom and ushered in the dawn of a new era for mankind. Increase magic damage resistance by 50%. Increase physical damage resistance by 50%. Increase physical damage plus 50%. Increase magic damage plus 50%. Host has learned skill, charge of the Argonauts. New title acquired. Jack of all trades. Jack of all trades, temporary. A jack of all trades is a master of none, but oftentimes better than a master of one. Increase magic damage, dealt by 100%. Increase physical damage, dealt by 100%. Receives plus 500 enhancement bonus to all stats. Great power surged over William's soul, as Gavin's divinity empowered his entire being. Go, Will, Gavin said softly. Crush this worm and make sure that it will never hurt anyone again from this day onward. Gavin turned into particles of light as he returned to the temple of 10,000 gods. When the blinding light receded, the astral worm glared in William's direction. A sphere of light glowed in the sky like a miniature sun. Soon the light faded and William appeared wearing a golden suit of armor. The half-elf was wearing a winged circlet and holding a spear in each hand, namely Stormcaller and Solil. On his back, several tendrils of light that was similar to a golden aurora borealis fluttered like a cape. William stared at the astral worm with a calm expression on his face. The giant, that seemed to be undefeatable a while ago, now looked like a little worm that he could crush if he were to simply step on it. Lightning God War Art, 12th form, William said as he raised Stormcaller and Solil at the same time with the intention to strike. Strike with precision, Gungnir. William threw both spears toward the astral worm. Fire and lightning crisscrossed across the skies with a vengeance. The astral worm instinctively knew that it wouldn't survive if he got hit by the two spears that filled it with dread. It immediately moved to the side in order to evade, but it was all for naught. Your resistance is futile, William muttered as he gazed at his adversary's last struggle. You can't fight the inevitable. Soon a scream filled with fear and pain echoed within William's sea of consciousness. It was only the start of the astral worm's suffering, for William intended to kill it countless times until its soul ceased to exist. Name, William von Ainsworth. Health points, 170, 300 over 282, 500. Mana, 168, 200 over 290, 000. Job class, Shepherd LVL 30. Subclass Argonaut Max. Strength 55 plus 545. Agility 50 plus 520. Vitality 30 plus 535. Intelligence 60 plus 520. Dexterity 45 plus 550. Jack of all trades. The astral worm exploded into 1,000 pieces as Stormcaller and Solil pierced its body simultaneously. Blood and flesh fell down in William's sea of consciousness like rain, but the red-headed boy didn't bat an eye and just stood perfectly still. Soon, Stormcaller and Solil descended towards the ground and activated their powers. Lightning scattered into the sea, followed by roaring flames that wanted to burn everything in existence. The astral worm planned to play dead and reform its body once William lowered his guard. It thought that it was a perfect plan because not many knew that the souls inside the sea of consciousness wouldn't be destroyed so easily. Unfortunately, it didn't know that this was not the first time that William had fought inside his domain. He knew, more than anything else, the rules behind the battle of two souls. Curse you, the astral worm hatefully roared as its body parts were incinerated to ashes. Soon, its giant body reformed, but there were certain parts of it that were missing. Clearly, the damage it took from William's empowered attacks were not easy to regenerate. The astral worm hatefully charged at William with the intention of bringing him down with him. This was a mistake on its part, because it still thought that William had merely recovered to his former peak of power before he drank the soul-suppressing serums that the astral worm forced him to drink at the start. Ice prison, William said, and the giant worm was enclosed in a giant block of ice. He then raised his hand, and a black sword made of pure dark magic appeared in front of him. William casually slashed at the block of ice, splitting it into two, killing the astral worm for the third time. It didn't take long before the astral worm materialized once again. However, this time it didn't choose to fight. Instead, it chose to flee. William watched it with disdain and allowed it to run away for a brief period of time before uttering two words. The astral worm stopped mid-flight and was forcefully dragged back towards the half-elf who had a devilish grin plastered on his face. You can run, but there is no escaping the inevitable. William summoned Rangaminiad and pointed it at the shrieking giant worm that was doing its best to escape. Lightning God War Art First Form. Illuminate the world, Reincarnated. A blinding beam of light erupted from the tip of the spear and enveloped the astral worm in its entirety. A few seconds later, the astral worm reappeared once again. Half of its body was already gone and failed to regenerate. Forgive me, please have mercy, the astral worm pleaded. You can treat me as your subordinate. I promise I won't betray you. If you like, you can even make me your slave. I don't care, just please spare me, have mercy. William summoned his bow and quiver. He then knocked the holy arrow on his bow and took aim. When your victims pleaded to you for mercy, did you spare them? William asked. You didn't, right? Lightning God War Art 8 form, William sneered. Exterminate Kiaselicados. The astral worm tried to run away once again, but it was already too late. The holy arrow multiplied not in the hundreds, but 1,000 replicas, and descended on the giant worm's body like rain. William didn't stop his barrage and kept on firing one arrow after another. Hundreds of thousands. Stormcaller and Solil joined the fray and turned William's sea of consciousness into a stormy world of lightning and fire. William's domain was near collapse, but he didn't care. The end was already at hand, and he had already accepted his fate. And no more, I beg you, the astral worm begged. This time only its centennial core remained. William tilted his head as a mischievous smile appeared on his face. You like to devour souls, right? William gripped the centennial core firmly in his hand and smiled. Did you ever wonder if there would come a day when your own soul would be devoured? No, I bet you didn't think that far. System, switch the experience points allocation to the Shepherd job class. Experience allocation has been successfully changed. The centennial core trembled in William's hand as it sensed a bad premonition. It immediately struggled continuously to break free from William's hold, but the half-elf had it in a firm grip. Core absorption initiated. Ah, spare me. The dying screams of the astral worm were like music to William's ears. He watched as the centennial core slowly, but surely, shrink in size because William told the system to absorb it as slowly as possible. He wanted the soul-devouring worm to experience what its victims had felt during the last moments of their lives. 2 minutes later, the core was absorbed completely, bringing an end to the astral's worm reign of terror in the world of Hestia. Gained exp. 950,000. Congratulations. You have slayed a centennial beast. Special monster first kill bonus exp. 500,000. You have absorbed a centennial core. Gained exp. 950,000. The Shepherd job class had reached its max level. Would you like to advance to the next job class? Yes/no, sorry. So William sighed as he softly landed on the ground. I guess I will not be able to see the advancement of the Shepherd job class. William wasn't able to finish his sentence because the effect of the jack of all trades had ended. His body fell backwards and laid on the ground without moving. All the strength in his body had left him, but his consciousness remained. The half-elf stared at the sky that was slowly crumbling apart. I guess the end of a world would look similar to this scene, William thought as his eyes slowly closed. I'm sorry. Everyone, this is as far as I can go. It was at that moment when he vaguely felt a pair of hands wrapped around his body, due to his current state. William was only able to open his eyes halfway. Don't worry, everything will be all right. A familiar voice said softly, you owe me one, Will. Snot-nosed pansy, William stared at Ian who was carrying him towards the underground lake. He didn't expect that when he opened his eyes, he would be looking at the real world. Instead of his inner one, without any warning, Ian jumped into the lake. Carrying William in his arms, his body glowed and transformed right before William's eyes, not long after. William saw a girl with long hair that was as blue as the ocean. An unfamiliar yet beautiful face appeared before him. Even so, he instinctively knew who it was. No matter what form Ian took, William believed that he would be able to identify the snot-nosed pansy even if his mortal enemy were to turn into a mermaid. A pair of purple eyes stared back at him, and they were looking at him in an affectionate manner, which was completely different from the gaze that Ian always gave him. William stared at the otherworldly beauty in front of him and recalled the warning that Belle had given him not long ago, while the half-elf was lost in thoughts. Ian's face moved closer and gave him a kiss. She transferred air into his body as she dove deeper towards the center of the lake after passing the trial of enlightenment. Ian gained the ability to temporarily unlock the seal that was placed on her by the goddess Astrid. William had already lost consciousness at that point because his soul was nearing its limit when Ian finally arrived at their destination. She used her spiritual power to temporarily maintain William's current condition. After that was done, she placed a hand over her chest and started to sing. Ian sang an otherworldly song, and the magic power within the lake swirled around her and William. The underground lake that was hidden in the magic division was not an ordinary lake. It was the exposed part of a ley line that supplied magic power to the Royal Academy. Ian, in her mermaid form, had the ability to convert magic power into spirit power and use it however she wanted. When the battle in the Grand Colosseum started, she assigned her duty to Brutus and Bruno and went to find EST and Isaac. Luckily, she also had the ability to sense the location of her twin and headed towards the garden in haste. After Carter was defeated in William's Sea of Consciousness, his hold over the students vanished as well. When EST and Isaac recovered their sanity, they immediately realized the terrible things that they had done. Ian arrived just in time to see the two of them enter the secret passage to the lake and hurriedly followed behind them after the trial in the Kyrantor Mountains. Ian was able to sense spiritual power once again. Because of this, she was able to tell that William's soul was on the verge of collapse the moment she laid her eyes on him. Ian didn't waste any moment and immediately came to his rescue. Dense spiritual power swirled and gathered around Ian and William. Ian continued to sing until she reached the limit of her control over her spiritual powers. A blue gem, the size of a pigeon's egg, appeared on Ian's chest and started to absorb the spiritual energy swirling around them. The dense spiritual energy flowed towards the gem on her chest as if it was a small black hole that was greedily sucking in everything around it. Soon, all the spiritual energy had been absorbed and Ian's singing stopped. "You better take responsibility after you've recovered," Ian said with a hint of exhaustion in her voice. "I will give you the most precious treasure of the mermaid race." Ian braced herself as she plucked the blue gem out from her chest. Blue blood gushed out as soon as the gem was taken out from her body. But she ignored it. The blue-haired beauty endured the pain and pressed the gem over William's own chest. She watched as the gem embedded itself into William's skin and merged with his body. Only after the gem disappeared from her sight did she manage to breathe a sigh of relief. The wound on her chest gradually healed by itself, but the luster in Ian's blue hair, purple eyes, and body dimmed as well. What she had given William was half of her spiritual core, in essence. She had given him half of her heart. It was the only way that Ian could think of to prevent William's spiritual world from being destroyed completely. "Sleep and recover," Ian whispered softly. "Quarrel with me again after you do. I will be waiting for you." "Will." Ian leaned close to kiss the unconscious half-elf one more time to give him some air to breathe. She then swam towards the surface, where her love rivals were anxiously waiting for the red-headed boy's return. Deep inside her heart, Ian hoped that William would treat her better when he woke up. When she had seen William lying on the ground, dying from having his spiritual world destroyed, she finally realized that the feelings she had for the boy were just as strong as the feelings that EST and Wendy had for him. Because of this, she decided to throw caution into the wind and let her true feelings burst forth. As to what the consequences of her actions would be, she didn't care. After all, she would make the half-elf in her embrace take full responsibility for getting into a situation where she was forced to give him her heart. The battle in the Grand Colosseum continued for another half an hour after Ottos entered the portal. After losing their commanders, the gargoyles decided to use suicide attacks in order to bring as many people as they could with them to the afterlife. Most of them succeeded before shattering into pieces, while others were destroyed by the strong fighters on the human side. King Noah and the Grand Archmage Emrise looked at the scene with grim expressions on their faces. "Fortunately, we were forewarned," King Noah muttered softly. "If James hadn't shared this information with us, many lives would have been lost today." "Not only that, Your Majesty," Emrise commented. "All the students that the demons captured would have lived lives far worse than death." "True," King Noah agreed. "It is impossible for the demons to have staged an event like this on their own. Perhaps the organization is also behind this incident." "The chances are very high, Your Majesty," Emrise frowned. "Unfortunately, I'm afraid that this is not yet over." Simon did well in connecting the entire academy to his personal domain. Although we used many resources, the results are still satisfactory. I'm sure that the demons will think twice before they set their sights on the Helen Kingdom again after this incident. They've suffered many losses in this mission of theirs. Both men looked at the knights and the students of the other divisions that had surrounded the first, second, and third-year students of the magic division. Although Carter's control over them had dissipated, their minds were still unstable due to the effect of the spells inside their sea of consciousness. For now, they were rounded up at the center of the Grand Colosseum where everyone could keep an eye on them. Although this treatment seemed unfair, no one wanted to take chances, especially after the backstabbing incident that happened not long ago. "How is he?" ESD asked anxiously as he looked at William's face that was as pale as a candle. "He's safe for now," Ian replied. "His spiritual world has collapsed, but his life is no longer in danger. It's just that." "Just what?" ESD gazed at Ian, who was still in her mermaid form. Ian took a deep breath before she continued her explanation. "It might take him months to fully recover. However, if I stay by his side to constantly gather spiritual energy to help restructure his sea of consciousness, I can shorten it, but that would still take a minimum of 3 months. ESD felt something sour inside his mouth as he looked at the half-elf who had almost died after fighting with Carter. To make things worse, ESD also felt guilty because he played a role in luring William to the place where Carter had set a trap for him. "Is there anything that we can do to hasten his recovery?" ESD inquired. "Is there anything that I can do?" Ian shook her head firmly. "I have already given him a dense amount of spiritual energy. Giving him any more at this point will cause harm to his body. I intend to help him repair his sea of consciousness from the inside. That is all that we can do for now." "Can I help? Is there a way that I can help him?" ESD looked at Ian with a pleading gaze. Ian didn't have the heart to say no, so she reluctantly nodded her head and told ESD that he could come with her when they entered William's spiritual world. A voice sounded from behind Ian and ESD. Wendy had regained her consciousness and looked at her lover, who was currently cradled in Ian's arms. "What happened to him?" Wendy ran towards them as she held William's shoulder anxiously. "Who are you? What did you do to him?" ESD took a deep breath and explained the situation to Wendy. He told her everything that happened right after she was knocked unconscious by Isaac. How Carter forced William to drink an unknown serum and the battle that happened within the half-elf sea of consciousness. Wendy listened calmly to Est's explanation from start to end. After hearing that William was temporarily safe, the anxiousness in her eyes lessened, but it was soon replaced by sadness. "I'm sorry, this is all my fault." ESD bowed his head in apology. "If I was only strong enough to resist the spell, all of this might have been prevented. It's all my fault." Wendy shook her head as she looked at her head prefect, who was stricken by guilt and grief. "Head prefect, it's not your fault," Wendy replied. "I'm sure that Will also doesn't blame you for the things that happened. If there was someone to blame, it would be none other than that hateful demon who instigated all of this." Wendy gnashed her teeth in anger as her eyes locked on Carter, who was lying on the ground, unconscious. Now that the astral worm had left his body, all that remained was an empty, living husk. ESD followed Wendy's gaze and shook his head. Clearly, he didn't want Wendy to do anything reckless and harm the soulless body lying on the ground. "Let the king handle this," ESD stated. "Someone has to take the blame, and preserving the professor's body is a must because it will serve as evidence. Also, the original owner of that body is innocent. He was just one of the many victims of that demonic worm that devoured people's souls." Wendy reluctantly nodded her head as she looked at Ian. "You still haven't answered my question earlier. Who are you?" Instead of answering Wendy, Ian undid her transformation. The blonde beauty's mouth opened wide in shock as she stared at Ian, who was looking at her with a serious expression. "Why, you're a girl?" Wendy's grip on William's shoulder tightened as she stared wide-eyed at the boy in front of her. "Why are you pretending to be a boy? Are you doing this to get close to Will?" "Wait. I'm not pretending to be a boy," Ian replied. "I was originally a girl but was placed under a powerful curse. This is the reason why I am currently a boy, and just so you know, I also like William." After almost losing William to the demon, Ian felt a heart-wrenching pain inside her chest. It was then when she truly realized that the boy whom she always quarreled with had already taken a place inside her heart. Wendy gazed straight into Ian's eyes and understood that she was dead serious. Wendy then turned her head to look at ESD, who was standing beside her. "Earlier you said that I got in your way. Are you also a girl? Do you also like William?" "I've liked him for years." After getting the answer to her question, Wendy shifted her attention to Isaac. "Are you a girl as well?" "Yes," Isaac answered. "Are you also in love with Will?" Wendy inquired. If not for the fact that the poor half-elf was already in a half-dead state, Wendy would have definitely smacked his head to vent out the frustrations that were welling up inside her heart and called him womanizer. Me, Isaac pointed at himself with a surprised expression. "No, I'm not in love with William, we're only friends." "Okay, good." Wendy patted her chest in relief. That's one less problem to deal with. She then looked at her pale-faced boyfriend, before reaching out to take him away from Ian's embrace. The blonde beauty took a deep breath, before glancing at ESD and Ian, who was looking back at her with complicated gazes. "Let's talk about this messed-up relationship later," Wendy proposed. "Let's have the clerics take a look at William first. After that, the three of us need to have a proper talk about how we will proceed from here." ESD and Ian nodded their heads. Since Wendy now knew their secret, there was no reason for the two of them to hide their feelings for William any longer. Oliver watched this scene from the shadows and sighed. He arrived just in time to witness the three girls that liked William make their feelings known to each other. Fortunately, the half-dead half-elf was still unconscious, and was spared from the messy relationship that he had unknowingly created. Oliver subtly entered William's shadow in order to protect him from any further threats that might arise out of nowhere. His mistress, Celine, would have also come to the academy, if not for the letter from the organization that mysteriously appeared at her doorstep. The letter explicitly told her not to interfere with the organization, and in return, they would not target her one and only disciple. The leader of the organization had personally placed his seal on the letter, which forced Celine to stay in Launt. However, the letter didn't tell her not to send anyone to look after the boy, so she immediately sent Oliver to ensure William's safety. The organization had its members scattered across every part of the continent. If they were to set their eyes on targeting William, the half-elf would definitely not be able to resist their assault. Because of this, Celine decided to compromise and not interfere with the organization's attack at the academy in order to spare her disciple from having additional enemies who specialized in schemes and deceit. When Wendy and the others exited the Garden of the Magic, Division and anxious Spencer suddenly appeared out of nowhere and rushed towards his twin sister. He had searched the entire division looking for Wendy, but he couldn't find her. Fortunately, when he was about to head to the other divisions, he saw them exit the garden and immediately ran in their direction. "What happened to the Knight Commander?" Spencer asked with a serious expression. "Are you okay, Wendy? Are you hurt anywhere?" "I'm fine, big brother," Wendy replied. "Are the demons still around?" This was the most pressing concern for them at the moment, because William was currently unconscious and unable to protect himself if the demons decided to rampage inside the academy. "I don't know," Spencer shook his head. "I left the Grand Colosseum to look for you right after the demons appeared." Wendy felt touched because her twin brother prioritized her safety and rushed towards the magic division to look for her. However, when Spencer volunteered to carry William, she firmly rejected his offer. Instead, she urged her brother to check the current situation while they headed towards the Lunaris dormitory. Spencer agreed to his sister's proposal and returned to the Grand Colosseum. Since ESD and the others were with her, and his Knight Commander was currently out of commission, the overprotective Siskin deemed that his sister was currently safe and left with peace of mind. The Lunaris dormitory was the dormitory of the first years in the Magic Division. ESD proposed to take William to his room to rest, while they waited for the battle against the demons to settle down. They were confident that the knights, instructors, and the students would be able to drive the demons away. This was why they decided to prioritize William's safety instead of going to the Grand Colosseum. A man wearing a black robe snuck inside the treasure house of the Royal Academy. He and his men used the demon invasion as a distraction to infiltrate the place where ancient artifacts and treasures were stored within the academy. The black-robed man was one of the members of the organization that helped the demon race set a warp portal in the Grand Colosseum. If the astral worm was there, it would recognize the man as the same person that had given it Carter to be used as a vessel in order to enter the academy and carry out its mission. Due to the sudden turn of events, the defenders of the treasury were forced to split their forces and reinforce the defenders at the Colosseum. Those that remained behind were easily dealt with by the members of the organization who specialized in fighting. "Sir, all the guards had been eliminated," A man wearing a black mask reported. "Good," the black-robed man replied. "Guard all entrances and make sure that no one disturbs me." "Yes, sir." The man wearing the black mask nodded his head and stood at the entrance to prevent anyone from interfering with his superior's mission. After walking for a few minutes, the black-robed man stopped in front of a huge black door that was covered in many ancient runes. It was the entrance that led to the treasure house. Only the dean of the academy had the key to open it. Fortunately, they managed to steal the key a day ago while the dean was having a meeting outside the academy. They left a perfect replica behind in order to prevent Simon, the dean of the academy, from finding anything suspicious. The black-robed man took out a small silver orb from his storage ring and raised it above his head. "Let the glory of the Helen Academy forever burn brightly," the man shouted, and the silver orb in his hand glowed. The door of the treasury slowly opened, revealing mountains of gold coins, jewels, weapons, armors, and other artifacts that had been stored in the academy for many years. The lips of the black-robed man curled up into a grin as he stared at the priceless treasures that were inside the treasure vault. His leader ordered him to ransack the academy's treasury in order to increase their organization's funding. They had used many resources and manpower to instigate the war between the kingdoms and dynasties, and also support the demon race's invasion. Their coffers had decreased by half and they needed some immediate sources of income to keep their operation going smoothly. The black-robed man was about to enter the treasure vault when a hand patted his shoulder from behind. "Good job," a voice filled with happiness sounded from behind the robed man. "I'll take it from here. You can rest in peace." Before the black-robed man could even react, the same hand that had patted his shoulder grabbed his head and gave it a twist. The sound of bones breaking reverberated within the quiet treasure vault. James tossed the dead body aside and entered the treasure vault with a devilish smile on his face. "Time to loot this place," James chuckled as he activated the storage ring in his hand. Like a black hole, all the treasures within the vault was sucked towards James' ring until nothing was left. The old bandit of Lant whistled in satisfaction as he swaggered out of the treasury. If King Noah, Emrise, and Simon were there to witness James' act of banditry, all of them would definitely summon their weapons and fight the old coot to the bitter end. Although James cared for the Helen Kingdom, he cared more about his family and the subordinates that were under his command. He didn't expect much from the king, and he certainly didn't expect him to confer upon him additional rewards for the information he had given him. For him, the organization was just a convenient scapegoat. He could put the blame on the organization for everything. "I can just tell them that I arrived late," James thought as he smiled evilly. Suddenly, Ezio appeared before him holding a short sword stained with blood. "Everyone has been eliminated, sir," Ezio reported. "The battle in the Grand Colosseum is also nearing its end." "Perfect timing. I'll go check on Matthew and Lee. You go and find William. Knowing that boy, he'd probably be at the center of this mess." Ezio disappeared into a black mist and flew in the direction of the magic division. James watched him go before turning his head to look at this right side. "How long are you planning to hide?" James asked. "Are you going to report me to His Majesty?" he finished sarcastically. James' rival, the sword saint of the Helen Kingdom, Arami's brand Caliburn, materialized out of thin air and stared at him with disdain. "I've always known that keeping you around was a mistake," Arami said as he snorted. "You even used the demons and that secret organization to fill up your pockets with gold coins. How devious of you." "Why, thank you," James replied. "So, what are you going to do? Are you going to fight or are you going to fight?" Ramis didn't bother to reply and instead unsheathed his sword from his scabbard before taking a fighting stance. James, on the other hand, summoned his giant axe and rested it on his shoulder. Both fighters released their aura and were about to clash against each other when they heard the tolling of a bell. Soon, more ringing sounds resounded all over the capital, and the two men's expression suddenly became serious. Back in the Grand Colosseum, none of the students had died during the demon invasion because the king, the Grand Archmage, and the dean of the academy had made preparations beforehand and linked the Grand Colosseum to Simon's domain. The students that had been killed had been automatically transported to a safe location where they would be attended to by the clerics of the kingdom. However, before they could even celebrate their victory, the grand bell of Gladiolus started to ring. King Noah, Emrise, and Simon looked towards the east with grim expressions. The bell of Gladiolus had been rung and it only meant one thing: and one thing only. The war has started, Noah said in a voice laced with barely restrained anger. He had long heard that an unknown organization was moving behind the scenes and fanning the flames of war from the shadows. However, he never expected them to act this decisively and use every means at their disposal to make things difficult for the Helen kingdom. King Noah clenched his fist so hard that the ground beneath his feet crumbled as the aura in his body burst forth. To arms, King Noah shouted. His voice boomed within the grand Colosseum as he called out to the warriors of his kingdom. Rally to me, duty calls and the enemy awaits. Are you sure the two of you want to do this? Ian asked. You might not like what you see. I'm ready, Wendy said firmly. EST didn't say anything and just nodded his head. The three were planning to enter William's sea of consciousness using Ian as the medium. They wanted to know if there was anything else that they could do in order to help the boy regain consciousness. Wendy lay on William's right and hugged his body, while EST lay on his left, holding his hand. Ian transformed into her spirit form and lay at the edge of the bed, cradling William's head. Synchronization, Ian softly muttered, and her spirit power enveloped all four of them in a blue bubble. This is William's spiritual world. Wendy covered her mouth with a hand as she looked at the unbelievable scene in front of her. Ian had said beforehand that a person's sea of consciousness reflected the inner thoughts of each person. Wendy's breathing grew ragged as a pang of pain spread inside her chest. She gazed at the broken sky that was similar to a cracked eggshell. Huge portions of the sky had fallen into the sea like pieces of debris from a collapsed building. The sea under their feet was gray, which also reflected that the gray world was on the brink of complete and utter destruction. Wendy's eyes suddenly found something red amidst the grayness of the world. She immediately ran in that direction with tears streaming down her face as she cried out the name of her beloved. The image of the cheerful half-elf that hugged her every night, kissed her every night, and made her feel safe and secure, flashed inside her mind as she neared the fallen boy that was surrounded by the debris that had fallen from the heavens. A pained and sad wail reverberated inside that dying world as Wendy held William's soul in a tight embrace. EST looked at William from afar and cried. She covered her lips with her delicate hand as her body trembled in pain and suffering. Ian, who stood beside her, wrapped her arms around EST and pulled her close. It's fine, Ian said softly. It will take time, but he will definitely recover. I will do my best to make him recover. EST hugged Ian tighter as her tears fell down like rain. She blamed herself for what happened to William. If only I was stronger, this wouldn't have happened, EST said between sobs. It's all my fault. No, Ian assured her. It's the fault of the demons. If not for their vile actions, none of this would have happened. You, Wendy, and William are just victims of their evil schemes. Don't worry, as long as the three of us work together, we will be able to restore him to his peak condition. Ian said these words, not only to reassure EST, but to reassure herself as well. She knew that it would take a few months for William to recover. But she needed to be strong in order to prevent the two girls, who also liked William, from blaming themselves for what had happened to him. She hoped with every fiber of her being that the boy would soon open his eyes and tell them that he was fine. 20 miles off the shore of the southern continent, several ships had anchored themselves. They were the cruisers from the Silver Moon continent, and they were waiting for the right time to invade the southern continent. Soon the sounds of bugle horns broke the peace as several warships appeared 10 miles away from their formation. Landor, the 19-year-old prodigy of the elves, peered through his telescope to identify the newcomers. It didn't take long for him to recognize the flags of the human warships that belonged to the Creator Empire. Elandor had already been told that there might be other forces that were planning to invade the southern continent aside from them, but he wasn't too worried. There were 4 elven archmages that had accompanied them on this mission, and they were more than enough to deal with any situation in the open seas. Also, his grandfather told him that, if possible, he shouldn't pick a fight with the humans until they arrived at their destination. Put the fleet on high alert, but do not engage the humans without my order, Elandor ordered. Yes, young master, his subordinate replied and immediately issued Elandor's orders. Elandor stared at the human fleet and sneered. His clan was one of the factions within the Silver Moon continent that detested humans. This was also why he was chosen among the other 11 prodigies to be the grand commander of this mission to invade the southern continent. The ancient elven families had long wanted to prove to the world that they were the superior race, and all other races should bow before them. If not for the fact that it took many years for the world tree to fully recover, they might have launched an invasion long ago. It could even be said that this mission to conquer the southern continent was only their first step towards world domination. Landor believed that after this mission ended, he would be one step ahead of his peers in being able to court the elven princess who had accompanied them to this mission. Although the king of the elves had taken a backseat when it came to politics and allowed the elven council to take over, it didn't change the fact that all the elves still showed him their utmost respect and reverence. Just as the elves were observing them, a handsome young man in his late teens looked back at the elven formation in the distance. He had a smile on his face as he casually waved for his men to stand down. Just like a Landor, the young man was in his late teens and was hailed as one of the strongest warriors among the young generation in the Creator Empire. His name was Jason, the fifth prince of the Creator Empire. His mission was to stake their claim in the southern continent and make his cousin sit on the throne as an empress. For the young teen, this mission was a walk in the park because there were very few forces in the world who would dare get in their way. He was not afraid of dealing with the long-eared elves, whom they treated as slaves in the central continent. He was even looking forward to their future clash with the elven race so that he could bring back some beauties to warm his bed. Jason was not only strong, but very intelligent as well. He knew that this was not the time to fight with the elves because they needed all of their manpower to conquer one of the four kingdoms that held the axis of power in the southern continent. Until then, he would leave them alone and settle their differences after they had landed on foreign soil. Both young commanders were belittling each other's races inside their minds. Even so, they still tolerated each other as they waited for the moment when the skies of the southern lands would change their color. That was the sign that the time was ripe to charge forward and stake their claim among the rich and fertile lands of the south. It was also the prelude for an all-out war that would reshape the balance of power between all the warring factions that were vying for supremacy. "Will, time to wake up. How long do you plan to sleep?" an adorable voice asked. "If you don't wake up soon, I'm going to give you a kiss." William's eyes slowly opened when he heard the familiar voice that whispered in his ears. The adorable face of the lowly goddess appeared in his vision with her lips puckered outward to give him a smooch. William hurriedly raised his hand to block her lips, but was surprised by what he saw. Instead of his hand, the one that blocked Lily's lips was a furry, padded hand that made the lowly goddess giggle. "Oh, William is so shy," Lily chuckled as she raised William high in the air and spun him around. "I should have done this sooner. You look cuter this way." "Lily, why are you here?" William asked via telepathy. "Where am I? Better yet, what am I?" It didn't take long for William to realize that there was something very strange about his body because it felt weird. It was as if he wasn't fully accustomed to his body and was having trouble moving its parts. "All right, calm down, little Will." Lily happily poked William's nose with a big grin on her face. "I know that you are currently confused, but my explanation will have to wait until we arrive at our destination." Lily happily carried William out of her residence to meet with Issei and David. Gavin was currently resting in his hut on the outskirts of the temple in order to recover. The forceful god descent he made to save William had rendered him paralyzed, and it would take him a long period of time to fully recover. "We're here," Lily announced as she arrived at the picnic area of the temple, where several other gods were lazing around. Issei and David were already seated beside a picnic table and waved at the approaching lowly goddess. "How did it go?" Issei inquired. "It went perfectly well," Lily replied with a victory pose. David played with his beard as he stared at the pink teddy bear in Lily's hands. Since Lily had declared that her attempt was successful, then the consciousness residing within the stuffed toy was none other than William. Lily casually placed the teddy bear on top of the table with a big smile on her face. "Tada, I present to you Little Will version 1.1. Issei and David humored Lily by clapping their hands to praise her. William, who was still in a confused state, tilted his head as he waited for an explanation. Can someone tell me what's going on?" William asked. "Did I cross over? Am I dead?" Lily giggled and poked the teddy bear's nose and started her explanation. "Technically, you're now a half-dead half-elf. The only thing that is keeping you from crossing over is the newly implanted spirit core inside your body. If not for that, you'd be entering the cycle of reincarnation right at this moment." William tried to recall what happened before he lost consciousness and remembered a pair of purple eyes that looked at him in an affectionate manner. He knew to whom those pairs of eyes belonged to, and a complicated feeling rose in his heart. Looks like I owe her one, William thought as he sighed internally. You have been sleeping for 3 days, and during that time, your body and spirit have been taken care of by 3 beauties, Issei commented on the side. You should properly thank them when you recover. 3 days, I've been sleeping for 3 days, William gasped in shock. What happened while I was unconscious? Are the others safe? What about Wendy? Calm down, David replied. All of them are safe, at least for now. William wanted to know more, but David didn't say anything else. Lily and Issei also didn't say anything to follow up, which made William feel anxious. Look, before you worry about others, why don't you worry about yourself first? Lily said as she patted her forehead. Do you know how serious the damage to your soul is? It's a miracle that I was still able to drag your consciousness out of your body. William quieted down after hearing Lily's words. If his soul remained inside his body and only his consciousness was dragged out, it just showed how dire his current situation was. Ma, there's no use worrying about things outside of your control, Issei said as he patted the teddy bear's shoulder. What you need to think about is what you're going to do from here. Clearly, you can't return to your body in your current state. Even if you were to return, nothing would change. You will just remain in a vegetable state for a month or 2. William closed his eyes and did his best to calm down. Issei was right. Even though he wanted to return to his body, the damage to his sea of consciousness remained. After calming down, he once again opened his eyes and faced the 3 gods who supported him from the heavens. What should I do now? William inquired. Is there a way for my body to recover? Can any of you help me? The 3 gods exchanged a glance and looked back at him with serious expressions on their faces. The damage in your sea of consciousness will recover in time, but it will take at least a few months for it to fully recover, Issei answered with confidence. Right now, Ian and the others are doing their best to speed up the process, but you can't rush something like this. Souls are very delicate things. It takes a great amount of spiritual energy to damage them, and requires the same amount to restore them. David cleared his throat as he looked at the depressed teddy bear in front of him. However, that doesn't necessarily mean that you can't awaken from your current state. Of course you can. In fact, you can even fight, but you can only do that for a very short period of time. If you exceed your limit, your already crumbling soul will collapse completely. When that happens, it will take at least 1,000 years for your soul to recover and enter the cycle of reincarnation. William sighed in relief when he heard that there was still hope for him to awaken in the real world. Although the part about his soul collapsing completely scared him, he was more worried about staying in a vegetable state for months. Ma, let's not talk about these things first, Lily interjected. Let's talk about the important ones. William, it's about time that you learned how to use the divinities that we gave you. Don't tell me that you only thought of my lollipop as an ordinary snack to lure cute little girls to follow you around. Although I don't mind if you do that, people around you will definitely treat you as scum. Your lollipop isn't just a snack. William scratched his head. I thought it was just a candy that dispelled other status effects. It can do more than that. Of course it can, Lily said in an arrogant manner. At most, you are only using 10% of its full power. And you're using mine at 25%, Issei commented. You're also not fully utilizing the power of the shepherd job class. David joined his friends in nagging at William. You're missing out on a lot of things. The 3 gods stared at William with mischievous smiles on their faces. Don't be in a hurry to return, little Will, Lily said with a big grin on her face. You will be undergoing divinity training so that you don't waste the precious gifts that we gave you. I still can't stomach the fact that a worm almost benefited from the blessings that we gave you. If that really happened, I would have descended into your world and ripped that worm to pieces. After Lily's outburst, the 3 gods dragged William to the outskirts of the temple to start his divinity training. Issei and David shared the same opinion as the lowly goddess. If William had known how to utilize the divine powers that they had given him, even in his weakened state, the astral worm wouldn't have been able to beat him so easily. Just what are they doing? They're playing rocks. Scissors and papers to see who will be teaching you first. How about you? So David, William inquired. Aren't you going to join them? David played with his beard and smiled. I decided to be the last one to mentor you. That way, I don't have to worry about time constraints to make you understand the true power of the shepherd class. William looked at the smiling god beside him and nodded his head. In truth, he wanted to know more about his main job class, unlike dark magic where he had a teacher to teach him the ropes. The shepherd job class was a mystery to him. He had played many RPG games back on Earth, but none of those games had the shepherd job class in regards to the taming system. He doesn't really understand how it worked, more often than not. He had to use contracts in the name of the god of contracts as a medium in order to temporarily add Spire and Soglav to his herd. As for Fenrir and the other trollhounds, they had sworn their allegiance towards William and automatically became part of his herd, without being tamed, in short. The shepherd job class didn't have a tame skill that William could use to tame herd-type beasts. He just assumed that he could tame them, because the system classified the monsters around him by whether they could be tamed or not. He was hoping that, with David's mentorship, he would be able to understand what the shepherd job class was truly capable of doing. A loud shout broke William out from his daze as Issei raised his fist triumphantly. Lily, on the other hand, hatefully stomped her feet on the ground and gave William a pout. She looked so cute and adorable that most boys would unite and start a crusade against Issei if they were to see Lily's current state. "Let's go, William," Issei said as he picked up the teddy bear with a grin. "It's time for you to understand the power of the divinity that I gave you many years ago." Before William could even say goodbye to Lily and David, the world distorted, and both he and Issei disappeared without a trace. Lily clicked her tongue as stomped her foot in irritation. Tusk, this was a good opportunity to turn William into a lolicon. Unfortunately, Issei still got him first in the end. So annoying. You shouldn't say your thoughts out loud. You know, David commented, especially when the other gods are around. What do you understand? Old man, Lily sighed. You're old-fashioned. You don't even know what Mo means. David pretended not to hear Lily's words and decided to visit Gavin in his hut. He was worried about the backlash that his friend received after he had done his best to keep William's soul from shattering. Seeing that David was not interested in hearing her whining, Lily returned to the temple to wait for the next batch of candidates to arrive. Unlike Issei, who had already reached his maximum number of followers, Lily still had a long way to go, fortunately for her. There was not a lack of people who would happily sign her contract after seeing the bright smile on her adorable face. William, listen well, because what I am about to tell you is important, Issei said as he sat in front of William. The two of them were inside his palace, where most of Issei's women resided. They were currently taking turns to hug the cute teddy bear to their voluptuous chests, not caring that blood was already seeping out of the teddy bear's nose. "Girls, do you mind?" Issei grabbed William from his lovers and prevented them from having their way with him. "We boys are having an important talk. Aside from Abby and Gabby, all of you disperse, darling. You're so mean, HMP. Let's see if you're going to get any sleep tonight. You better make us feel good later or else we will make you regret it." Several other complaints were made by Issei's lovers, but they all followed his order and left the room. William stared at the two beautiful twins that stood on Issei's left and right sides. They seemed to be in their early 20s and had petite bodies. Even so, that didn't change the fact that the two girls were definitely above average. Issei cleared his throat and started his explanation about the uses of the divinity he left inside William. "Right now, you are only able to use 25% of the power of the chess piece that I gave you," Issei stated in a serious tone. "This has nothing to do with affinity, talent, or race. You simply don't have the qualifications to use its full power because you are still too young. Only when you come of age will the final seal on my divinity break and allow you to use its power to its maximum potential." Issei stood up from his seat and made a gesture. Abby, the one seated on Issei's left, glowed and transformed herself into a sword. The harem god firmly gripped the sword's handle and gave it a few swings. With each slash of his sword, several air blades materialized out of thin air and shot in the direction Issei aimed at. Issei made another gesture and Gabby, who was watching her lover's performance, smiled before transforming into a round shield. The shield flew towards Issei, and the latter caught it with his left hand. "The power of my divinity is the power of bonds," Issei said in a voice laced with tenderness and affection. "The more intimate you are with your lover, the more powerful the connection will be. This will allow you to use powerful abilities that are exclusive to them." The two girls transformed back to their natural bodies and hugged Issei. The harem god held their waists firmly and gave both of them a kiss on the cheeks. Before facing William, "I'm not telling you to use your girlfriends as weapons or pieces of armor. I'm just letting you know that anything is possible, as long as the bonds you have with them remain strong, also. I have a feeling that if my divinity and Gavin's divinity work together, you might be able to temporarily pass your job classes to your lovers for a short period of time, of course. This is not yet confirmed. You need to experiment with this after you return to your world. William's ears perked up when Issei mentioned that transferring his job classes to his lovers might be possible. He imagined Wendy using the power of the monk job class to beat up her twin brother, Spencer, and it improved his mood greatly, seeing that William's mood had become better. Issei decided to show him what was currently happening inside his sea of consciousness. William looked at his pale-faced spirit body that was currently being hugged by 3 girls. Wendy hugged his body from his right side. Beautiful mermaid with blue hair hugged him from the back, and a girl with silver-colored hair hugged him from the left. The 3 girls had their eyes closed as they channeled their spiritual energy around them. The energy was slowly being absorbed by the blue gem embedded in William's chest. William's gaze softened as he looked at the 3 girls who were doing their best to help him recover faster. William, you are loved, Issei commented. I'm sure that you already know what to do. So I will not interfere with your affairs, however. Allow me to give you some advice. Women like it when the man they love tells them that he loves them. Don't just show. And make them feel that you love them. Use words as well. Communication is the most effective way to keep a relationship healthy. Do you understand? Yes. William replied as he nodded his head. Thank you. I will keep that in mind. Good. Since this is a special occasion, allow me to help you a bit. Remember, words are important, Issei reminded William as he placed his hand over his head. I will let you talk to them for a period of time. So make sure to let them know that you are safe. Something warm spread throughout William's body as he felt himself being pulled back by a strong force. Issei and his 2 lovers glanced at each other before leaving the room. They would give the young boy some privacy and let him settle his affairs with his girlfriends before his training officially started. Wendy, ESD, and Ian had just finished channeling their spiritual energy to William when they felt a gentle breeze brush against them. Soon, they heard a voice calling out to them, a voice that they had been wanting to hear since he lost consciousness. Thank you for watching over me. William's voice reverberated within his sea of consciousness, which made the eyes of the 3 girls widen in surprise. I don't have much time, so please allow me to talk without being interrupted. First off, I would like to apologize to the 3 of you. I could have prevented Carter from hurting all of you, but I decided to watch him from the side and allow his filthy spell to corrupt your consciousness. ESD. I'm sorry. I could have dispelled the spell long ago and prevented you from suffering. Words cannot describe how much I hated myself for not killing Carter at an earlier time. Knowing you, I'm guessing that you might be riddled with guilt right now. I'm sorry for making you suffer. I'm sorry for making you feel guilty. And most of all, I'm sorry for not being there to apologize in person. William then explained everything from the beginning. How he discovered that Wendy was under the effects of a suggestion spell that was slowly invading her sea of consciousness, and the hesitation he felt in dispelling the spell in its earlier stages. He explained how Carter tried to use the spell to have his way with Wendy, which forced William to take the matter in his own hands and purify the curse within her body. Sorry, Wendy, William's voice that was riddled with shame and guilt permeated within his spiritual world. I used you as bait in order to get close to Carter. I placed you in the way of great harm, and he almost succeeded in forcing you to do things that you would have never done in your sober state. I don't know if you hate me right now, but know this, I will accept any punishment that you will give me once I recover. I'm sorry if you feel disillusioned with me. If you want to put an end to our relationship, then I will accept it. I am the one at fault, and I don't deserve someone like you in my life. Wendy clenched her fist and lightly pounded William's chest. She had forgotten that the half-elf had told them not to interrupt his words. The feelings in her heart had burst out, which caught the 2 girls beside her by surprise. If you want to apologize, then open your eyes and apologize to me face to face. Wendy growled in frustration. I'll make sure to punch you without holding back until I have vented out all of my frustration. Are you trying to kill me? William's voice laced with helplessness whimpered. I'm only barely hanging on to life. One full-powered punch from you would immediately send me to the cycle of reincarnation. Wendy stopped her punches. Okay, I'll wait for you to recover then punch you. Why didn't you tell me this earlier? Is this why you were feeling anxious? Is this why you were feeling guilty? You've been bottling all of these feelings inside you for a very long time and fighting this battle alone. Why, don't you have any faith in me? I'm sorry, William apologized. I promise I won't do it again, just don't leave me, Wendy. Wendy buried her head on William's chest and cried. She had seen William's anxiousness throughout the entirety of the past week before the incident happened. She had seen the guilt on his face and the worries in his brows each time he looked at her. William's consciousness was hovering above them and saw his girlfriend's pained expression. If he could only move his hands, he would have definitely wrapped them around her body and whispered words of apology in her ears. He then shifted his attention to the blue-haired mermaid who was hugging him from behind. His head was cradled on her chest. He watched as the gems embedded in his and Ian's bodies glowed in unison like the beating of a heart. Ian, thank you, William said. If you didn't give me half of your heart, then I would have surely died. I heard your words and I promise you that I will fulfill it. I will take responsibility, but can you please give me some time? I don't want to do things half-heartedly. I want to do it right. I know that this might be sudden, but I would like to know more about you. Let's talk about these things slowly. Also, is this why you always quarreled with me? They say that love is just a thin line away from hate. I guess even mermaids can't resist my charms. Being handsome is a sin. Ian shook her head helplessly because she knew that William was only trying to lighten up the depressing atmosphere. Even so, deep inside, she was happy. She could tell that William was serious when he said that he would take responsibility, and it made her feel that her sacrifice was worth it. A smile appeared on Ian's face as she patted William's head. I would like to know more about you too, Ian whispered in William's ears. Don't argue with me all the time. It was you who always argued with me first, William grumbled. Sorry, I was the one at fault. I will do my best not to argue with you again. That's better. Ian nodded and closed her eyes. She was feeling a little exhausted because she was the one that was handling the bulk of the spirit transfer to William's body. William then shifted his attention to the girl with silver-colored hair. You're very beautiful, William said. Your silver hair and especially your eyes. I've never seen someone with eyes as red as yours. Snorted and closed the eyes that William had praised a few seconds ago. However, her hands that were embracing the boy's body remained firm. It was as if she was afraid that William's body would fly away if she loosened her grip even a little. I know that this might sound like a stupid question, but I have to know, are you really a girl? William asked with genuine curiosity. I was a girl, answered. But I am currently under a powerful curse and have to remain a boy for life. I don't know how Ian managed to temporarily unseal the curse placed on her body, but I can only have this appearance inside your sea of consciousness. Who was it that placed a curse on you? Do you know? William's voice contained a hint of anger, which made feel like a little kitten was scratching her heart. I was cursed by a goddess. Understood, I will talk to her while I'm here. Opened her eyes abruptly and gazed at the pale-faced boy. What do you mean you'll talk to Lady Astrid? Where are you right now? A chuckle escaped William's lips, but he knew better than to say that he was currently at the temple where the gods resided. Do you believe me? Why not? William inquired. You dare not believe this amazing half-elf, this handsome half-elf that could make all the girls in the academy swoon with a single wink. Scoffed and flicked the unconscious spirit body's head in annoyance. Why should I believe in a womanizer? You already have Wendy and Ian, now you want to have me too. I'm not that cheap. William smiled at the stubborn girl that was clinging to his body. I have an idea, why don't the two of us make a bet? You and your stupid bets. I don't like to make bets with a womanizer. Don't be like that, listen to me first, William said in a voice that was similar to an adult coaxing a child. How about both of us make a promise instead? Go on, I'm listening, replied in a guarded tone. I will find a way to fully undo the curse on your, Ian's, and Isaac's bodies. After you turn back into a girl, then you become my girlfriend. And if you are unable to undo the curse... William paused for a brief moment before answering. If I fail to undo the curse, then you can make me your boyfriend. It's a win-win situation, don't you think? I have a better idea. A mischievous smile appeared on Est's face as she said her proposal. How about I ask Lady Astrid to turn you into a girl instead? That way I can marry you. It's a win-win situation for both of us. What do you think? No, I will not allow William to be turned into a girl, Wendy commented from the side. He is going to marry me. My lady, I don't think this proposal is good, Ian interjected. Ian, you are still under the curse, reminded her retainer. At most, you can only stay in that form for 3 hours. The rest of the time you will be a boy. If William turned into a girl, then there would be no problem. We could just have him give birth to both our babies. It's a win-win situation for the both of us." Ian's heart wavered when she heard Est's words. It was true that she couldn't stay in her mermaid form for a long time. If she sided with EST, she would still be able to be intimate with William. Also, the thought of having the half-elf give birth to her babies sounded very tempting. No, Wendy rejected the idea with everything she had. "I will not agree to this. I'm the first wife. I will not allow William to be turned into a girl." EST and Ian clicked their tongues, while William watched the three of them with a complicated expression. Naturally, he didn't want to turn into a girl, and he didn't want to give EST empty promises as well. For the time being, he decided to put the matter on hold until he had a proper talk with the goddess Astrid. In order to change the topic, William decided to inquire about what had happened after the incident. The gods didn't tell him anything, so he was curious about the aftermath of Carter's failed attempt to take over his body. The expressions on the faces of the three girls immediately became serious. They had completely forgotten about the affairs of the kingdom after they heard William's voice inside his sea of consciousness. "William, the war has started," EST said with a sad expression. "And it doesn't look good. We are currently being pushed back by the combined forces of the two dynasties. I'm afraid that it won't take long before their forces break through to our second line of defense. Currently, the Sword Saint and the Archmages are holding them back. Even so, I'm afraid that it will only take a week or two before Windsor Fortress falls." EST then narrated the series of events that followed the demon invasion in the academy. He now understood why David said that Wendy and the others were safe, for now. On that day, William realized how dire the Helen Kingdom's current situation really was. "General, they are about to break through," an officer reported in a panicked voice. "Just focus on the flying ants first," Gareth Brent, the great general of the Helen Kingdom, ordered. Although everyone around him was panicking, he alone had a calm expression on his face. Such was the willpower of the man who stood at the top of the military forces of the Helen Kingdom. His eyes glanced at the gate that was on the verge of collapse, before shifting his attention to the 3-meter-long ants that numbered in the thousands. Several ants had crawled over the fortress walls, causing the defenders to engage them in a life-and-death battle. "Archers and magicians, eliminate the flying insects," Gareth said in a tone that snapped everyone from their panicked daze. "It doesn't matter if they break through the gates." Gareth unsheathed the sword in his scabbard and raised it high. "For the glory of the Helen Kingdom, kill." The melee fighters redoubled their efforts as they slayed the ants that were climbing their fortress walls. The archers and magicians no longer hesitated and rained their attacks on the flying ants that were attacking them from the skies. 5 minutes later, a loud explosion reverberated amidst the shouts and cries in the battlefield. The soldiers from the Anisha dynasty came storming inside the fortress. The first wave of invaders hadn't even taken 20 steps inside the fortress before all of their heads was separated from their bodies. Fountains of blood erupted as the beheaded corpses fell down on the ground, painting their surroundings red with their blood. A man wearing a black robe stood at the main entrance of the fortress, holding a silver sword in his hand. "Welcome to Windsor Fortress," Aramis Brand Caliburn, the Sword Saint of the Helen Kingdom, said with a smile. "Please enjoy your stay because this is the place where you are going to be buried." Aramis casually waved his sword, and the bodies of hundreds of soldiers were split in two. Those who managed to survive the attack screamed in terror as they ran back out of the fortress. Unfortunately for them, Aramis had no intention of letting them go. He let out another sword strike to end the lives of the fleeting men. However, a powerful blow stopped his attack from reaching his targets. "Don't you have any shame, Aramis?" A gray-haired man materialized out of thin air and stood facing the Sword Saint of the Helen Kingdom. "You've broken the unwritten rule. Saints aren't supposed to cut down those below the mithril ranks during times of war. Aren't you afraid of the consequences of your actions?" Aramis chuckled as if what the man told him was a funny joke. He then pointed his sword at the gray-haired man and sneered. "Consequences, unwritten rules. Don't make me laugh, Emeric," Aramis said in disdain. "Two dynasties attacking a single kingdom without even a declaration of war, and you tell me about rules." Emeric grinned and unsheathed his sword. "You're right. There's no point in talking about rules at this point in time." Suddenly, the two sword saints vanished from where they stood. A resounding clash that sent shockwaves across the battlefield made the invaders and defenders alike brace themselves from the impact. "Aren't you afraid that you'd be killing your own men if we fight inside this fortress?" Emeric said, after gaining some distance away from his opponent. His right hand, that was holding the sword, felt numb from the initial clash he had with Aramis. It had been a long time since the two of them had crossed swords, and from his initial probing, Emeric immediately realized that Aramis had increased his cultivation and was already a level stronger than him. "I'm not afraid," Aramis replied. "The moment the brave men of Helen stepped inside this fortress, they were all prepared to die. From the lowest soldier to the highest general, they will fight to the death to defend our kingdom." "What about you? Aren't you afraid to die?" Emeric sneered. Amaris snorted. "I can't die even if I want to." Aramis once again raised his sword as his eyes glowed blood red. James had given him a nickname, Salamander, not because he hated him, but because Aramis was one pesky opponent that even the overlord of Lant found annoying. Aramis took a step forward and immediately appeared 4 meters away from Emeric. He thrust his sword forward, fearlessly, and didn't care about the fact that the other sword saint of the Inasha dynasty had already snuck up behind him. Emeric expertly parried the blow and prepared a counterattack. A sneer appeared on his face as he saw the blade of his partner pierce through Aramis' chest, while Emeric's own sword pierced through Aramis' head. The two sword saints exchanged a look and smiled. They knew that Aramis was strong, but if they created the perfect trap for him, even a sword saint would die, or at least suffer a serious injury in the process. Emeric was about to pull his sword out from his opponent's head when his eyes widened in shock. Ruark, Emeric wasn't able to finish his words before the hand holding his sword was cut off from his body. His comrade didn't fare any better as a silver sword pierced through his chest. "Why you, how?" the sword saint that had stabbed Aramis from behind asked as he fell on his knees. Aramis didn't give him an answer. Instead, the silver sword moved like a blur and separated his head from his body. Until the moment of his death, the sword saint still didn't realize how Aramis was able to escape their perfectly timed attack that destroyed both of his heart and brain at the same time. Emeric didn't wait to see his partner's demise because he had already retreated from the battlefield. He decisively left the moment his hand was cut off and focused his attention on his movement technique. "Too bad one got away," Aramis sighed as he stepped on the head of the sword saint who had stabbed him in the back and turned it into meat paste. He didn't stop there and breathed flames from his mouth to incinerate the dead body under his feet. As he burned the corpse into ashes, the gaping holes in his chest and head slowly regenerated. A minute later, Aramis was back to his usual self, with the exception of a bloodstain on his forehead and chest. Aramis then looked on top of the ramparts where the great general of the Helen kingdom stood. Gareth gave him a brief nod before shifting his attention back to the battlefield. Both of them had roles to play and the war had just begun. The Anisha dynasty had 3 sword saints. One was dead, another had lost his dominant hand, and the third was somewhere else. Aramis regretted that he wasn't able to dispose of Emeric because the latter had hastily retreated, while using his companion as cannon fodder to buy him some time to escape. "It's fine, this will give us a little more time," Aramis thought as he stepped forward. A bugle horn sounded in the distance, and the army of the Anisha dynasty made a hasty retreat. The defenders watched them go with hate-filled eyes, but they didn't dare to pursue them. They knew that their enemies would be back, and when that happened, another grueling battle would take place. There was a reason why James hated Aramis, and that was not just because the latter had fallen in love with the same woman as him. No, James hated Aramis because he was one of the few people that he couldn't kill within the entirety of the southern continent. Why? It was because the salamander of the Helen kingdom was nearly immortal. Even if one were to turn his body into meat paste, he would still rise and haunt you like a ghost out for vengeance. Not many people knew this. Their opponents only thought that he had a very strong regenerative ability that made him very hard to kill. That's why Emeric and his partner had targeted his heart and brain at the same time, in order to kill him instantly. Alas, they didn't know anything about the curse that was placed on Amaris' body. A curse that was placed on him by the woman he loved, the same woman that James married many years ago, the woman that had brought the 2 greatest men in the Helen kingdom to their knees and made them spill rivers of blood in her name. She was none other than Urza Anwen Ifa, the undying witch that hailed from the Zelan dynasty.